This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And after yesterday's dramatic day, well, the leaders are neck and neck, and in the women's, there's no breathing room at the top. And when every move carries potential risk and every win is like gold dust, buckle up. We're in for a ride. Let's go. We are live with round 7 here in Stavanger of Norway Chess. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it is the utmost pleasure that I have with you the best team in the world, International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. So good to be here. Now, yesterday, it was an exhilarating day full of twists and turns, very eventful. We had time scrambles, we had time troubles getting to the venue, and of course, we had one moment between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen that made the headlines. Watch this.
Oh my God!
Yeah, as we saw there, Magnus Carlsen basically winning endgame, spoiling it all and letting his frustrations get to him, thumping the table, does apologize there to Gukesh and just walks out. It was very, very dramatic there in the playing hall.
It was intense. It was insane. I've never seen anything like this. I think this is sports, you know, it's raw, it's unfiltered, it's emotion, it's passion, it's just everything. And Magnus had outplayed Gukesh the entire game. It was clear that he was so furious with himself. And I know that, you know, everyone has their own opinions and there are all kinds of narratives on the internet around what happened right after the game. But I have to say that we've seen this across sports, right? We've seen smashed rackets, we've seen broken bats, whether it's tennis, it's football, it's cricket. You see even the superhuman athletes have those deeply human moments. To me, one thing was clear, that Magnus, what he felt at the end of the game was not at all directed towards Gukesh. It was his own frustration and anger with what he had messed up at the end of all of that. And I just hope that, you know, we can kind of not mistake intensity for malice or for aggression in those moments. And I think we've seen it all happen across sports. Yeah, I'm still reeling from all of it. It was crazy. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, we should just look at the facts. There's a huge amount of mutual respect between the two. Like you said, Tanya, it was directed at himself, Magnus. Should he have done it? Debate can go on there, but it's in the heat of the moment, and he apologized twice. He patted Gukesh on the back, said congrats, and yeah, I mean, it is sport. Personally, I like to see that the players care this much, that it means this much to them, but yeah. I mean, it's going to go down in the history books, that one game, that's for sure.
For more reasons than one. And I think it was also great sportsmanship at the end by Magnus, you know, where he, after resigning and apologizing, he congratulated Gukesh. He, of course, knew how much this means to him. But I think in that moment, Magnus so taken in by his own emotions there. I mean, a historic win by Gukesh there, Jovi. His first against the world #1, a huge milestone in any chess player's career. But I think this one we're going to be talking for many years to come for many reasons.
Well, it's certainly a moment in history, definitely, when Magnus has a meltdown, just smashes the table. I wouldn't be the first to say that. I feel that that's not acceptable, but the way that Gukesh handled it with grace, dignity, and also Magnus Carlsen immediately apologizing for it. And we can recognize, as David and Tanya has said, the intensity of the emotion. And certainly it was just Magnus, just with the frustrations, because we all know chess is difficult, sport is hard, you build yourself up for this one moment, and then you just let it go awry, and it happens.
It happens to everyone, right? We had Gukesh later on in the studio who in fact said that he smashed a few tables, sometimes on, sometimes off camera. I think we've all had these, and it just went on to show how much this game really means at the top level. You know, Magnus Carlsen, who's just considered from another planet when he plays, sometimes he also has human moments.
That's true. And yeah, I just wonder whether we'll see more today. More drama, more sudden turnarounds, more upsets. Norway Chess this year, it's just been crazy so far.
It's been a white knuckle ride. And of course, Norway Chess is full of roller coaster moments, and today is going to be no exception. So let's take a look at the pairings. And here you can see there is drama aplenty, because take a look at those head-to-head scores. And I'm primarily looking at Gukesh, Arjun Erigaisi, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru. Well, it's stacked in one person's favor.
A huge one, but today the dynamics are so different, just given the storyline from yesterday, right? Magnus, is he on the rebound? He's wounded. Will he come out determined, or will yesterday's loss affect him? And I wonder if Hikaru can smell and sense that, a moment of rare vulnerability of the world number one, of Magnus Carlsen, and will he be the one to strike and get that scoreboard going? But look at that top, Gukesh Tomaraju, you know, he's got to be feeling confident after his win yesterday, surviving. I mean, for Gukesh, I have to say, he just kept the game going, showing that resilience move by move. He knew he was dead lost. But, you know, there is something to be said in believing in your chance and being stubborn and not giving up, and that's what he did. But he's against a guy who's equally stubborn. 0-6 for Arjun Erigaisi. I mean, for Gukesh, can he do it twice? Can he break the unbreakable one more time?
Yeah, Gukesh, before this tournament, he'd never beaten Hikaru in Classical. That has changed. He'd never beaten Magnus in Classical. That's changed. Now he has a chance against Arjun to right the wrongs of the past there. And yeah, of course, Magnus against Hikaru we'll talk a lot about later. I want to point out as well, Zhu Wenjun against Sarah Kardem. Zhu Wenjun, I feel like this is a must-win game for her. She hasn't tried too hard to win any Classical game so far, but here she's facing one of the underdogs. She has white. Zhu Wenjun needs to go for the win. And also Humpy against Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, two co-leaders in the women's. And here we can see Sarah being interviewed. Yes. And there, well, it would be great to hear what she said, but she comes into the game with a smile. Sarah, I had breakfast with her a few times. She was saying, you know, how happy she was to be here, how excited she is at playing this amazing event.
And she might be at the bottom of the board here, but, you know, she's playing against the very best in the world. She's the only international master in this field of grandmasters, and she's put on some incredible fights. But this is really our big showdown in the women's section. So much depends on his two co-leaders. Humpy with a heartbreaking loss against Vachier-Lagrave, you know, from a position of strength, blundered that rook in the Armageddon game. For Anna Muzychuk, this could be her chance to take the lead one more time.
Yeah, definitely. And for Humpy, I think it would be especially poignant because last year I can remember in the Norway Chess Women, she didn't perform that well, whereas Anna Muzychuk did come second. Both of these players so experienced, and from their head-to-heads, they have played each other many, many times. I'm expecting some determination, perhaps an Armageddon here. Do you think it's going to be that close?
Yeah, and Armageddon? I don't know. Anna Muzychuk, I just want to say she's wearing her lucky Norway Chess jumper yet again. When she wore it last time, she managed to win a match in Armageddon against Lei Qingzhe. And yeah, I could see this one definitely go down to the wire. They're both in great form, those two fighters. And in the meantime, it looks like just the two of them arrived so far. Everyone else yet to enter the arena, yet to maybe go through those security checks. We see Norway Chess cars arriving, fans gathering.
And the players are arriving in very special Norway Chess cars. This year it is very futuristic Voya cars that are transporting the players. Very nice one. The front seat gives them a massage. Just wanted to tell everyone that.
You enjoyed that a lot today.
I did enjoy that a lot.
And you were really rubbing it into us back-seaters there. I'm calling dibs on the front seat for tomorrow, David and Ivanka.
That's allowed. That's allowed.
Okay, here we can see Hikaru sharing a joke, smiling as he makes his way to the playing hall. Now, Hikaru, he always has a word for the reporters, for the fans. He definitely is in the spirit of believing that chess is a social game, one where you can share your opinions, your thoughts. And he has a big opponent. He has Magnus Carlsen in his lineup today. So I'm expecting a big game. What do you think? Armageddon to the wire?
Would love to see that, right? And it always usually does end up going down to sudden death when these two play. I wonder who's going to step out of this one, trying to get a peek. But I will point out, Hikaru just last week did beat Magnus at Norway Chess in the Armageddon. So he did take that win of the mini match in. And that's Vachier-Lagrave and her mum as they walk into the playing arena. Vachier-Lagrave, she's got to be feeling good. You know, the last couple of rounds have gone her way. She's fought back from difficult situations, gotten that critical classical points, and she finds herself in the middle of the leaderboard, one classical win away for really fighting for the top.
Yep. And there we see Vachier-Lagrave. She's currently in 4th place, but as Tanya mentioned, a classical victory would net her 3 points. And, well, she suddenly would find herself potentially amongst the leaders. So anything can happen, anything can change in these last few rounds. And once again, it's just Humpy and Anna just seated in their chair. And, okay, well, today, this is the big question. What kind of mood is Magnus in?
Well, I do know that he got a round of golf in the morning, so perhaps just to take his mind off and get ready for this big fight. He's looking for his rebound, his sort of reassertion of domination today, if he can. Also, the revenge from that earlier round loss mini match against Hikaru. He looks like he's in a good mood, David.
Yeah, he's very realistic these days about things. He does shake things off. He's known for bouncing back Magnus. Very rare that he loses more than one game in a row. And it's going to be fascinating for me, Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus coming off the back of yesterday's shock, frustration, disappointment. Hikaru has lost 4 matches in a row. And now facing Magnus Carlsen with black, it's not going to be easy. But then again, his last win in a match was against Magnus. In the meantime, we see Zhu Jun ready for her game. I've got to be honest, I want to see more from her. She's not been going for it. She's not been taking any risk at all in the classical games. She's the women's world champion. She's dominant in Armageddon for the most part, but I don't want to see her rely on that. I think if she wants to win the tournament, she needs to win a classical game, and this is the place to start.
Yes, and there we see a handshake, and yeah, David, she's drawn all of her games, won 5 out of her 6 Armageddons. She currently finds herself in 3rd place. A classical victory would certainly propel her to the top.
It's very neck to neck in Norway Chess women. You know, there's barely any gap between the score. And I think today she's playing a player who's got a target on her back. And I think for Wenjun with the white pieces, it might be the day that she gets her first classical win. At least that's the ambition that she's going to come in with the game for. And there we see her teammate, her compatriot, Wei Yi, who's been a bit of a giant slayer when it's come to Armageddons. But yesterday, the match did not go in his favor. He starts with the black pieces today, a big one coming up for him.
It certainly is a big one. And, well, Sverre caught up with Wei Yi earlier on. And especially important because it's his birthday. So happy birthday, Wei Yi.
Wei Yi, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, you've now had 2 years of playing very good chess. Is this 26 years going to be the best chess of your life, do you think?
I think yes. Before in this year, it's my first time to be here. It's my strongest tournament in my chess career, and yeah, I think I can hope for more, maybe. Yes.
How do you feel about this game on your birthday against Fabiano?
My only wish is not to be double killed by him in classical games.
It does seem like Fabiano has been very well prepared for these games. Have you taken into account his good preparation so far, or just play your game?
No, he's well prepared in every game. So, yeah, what can I do?
Well, so are you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Good luck today, bye.
Thank you.
Wei Yi saying that Fabiano is well prepared in absolutely everything. But then again, he chuckled and said, so is he.
Well, he lost that last encounter, and, you know, as he said, he doesn't want to be destroyed for the second time. So a big fight ahead of him. Fabi, it looks like popularly is the best prepared player on the planet. Gukesh said it, Wei Yi said it. Magnus enters the building as he goes into the arena. Handshakes there against Hikaru. What do you think Hikaru is feeling about this matchup? Completely aware of what happened yesterday, perhaps the emotional highs and lows of Magnus. How do you think his approach will be today?
I think he knows the pressure is off, and normally Hikaru plays a lot better when he doesn't feel any pressure. He's wanted to win the last few matches. They've gone against him. Some really disappointing Armageddons for Hikaru, just not able to get things going. But that's because he's felt the need to do something. He knows now Magnus is going to go for him. Maybe that will give him a bit of freedom to play himself.
I think so much depends on what Magnus's mindset is. I think we're going to find out very soon as it's handshakes. Clocks have started. It's go time. Round 7 of Norway Chess.
Yep, and the pieces are moving. You can see Gukesh is late to his game against Arjun. Let's hope it's not traffic troubles.
That's actually very strange. I can't remember the last time Gukesh was late to a game. And there he is arriving with his father and his trainer, Kajaviski, a well-known grandmaster, been with Gukesh for the last 2 years, seen some of Gukesh's biggest results with this partnership.
And he enters the building, moving very quickly. Because, yes, he is facing off against his fellow countryman, Arjun Erigaisi. And it's very interesting how he has these significantly worse score. But, okay, there he enters the building, world champion. And it's really important as well because he's currently lying in joint 3rd place. A classical victory will really do much to improve his chances for winning the title of Norway Chess champion.
Yeah, that would go a long way to answering a lot of the critics. Gukesh, he's done fantastically well. Imagine losing your first 2 matches in classical for any tournament, and the way he's bounced back is just showing his resilience, his strength of character. It's fantastic to see. But first, he has to overcome his kryptonite, his bogeyman, Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, I mean, Gukesh has won against the trifecta of chess, right? Taking down Hikaru Nakamura, taking down Fabiano Caruana, and then the big classical win, a dramatic one yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. But today, another mountain to climb for the world champion, as you're saying. 0-6 in favor of Arjun, who starts with the black pieces. Can the world champion crack the Arjun code today?
We will see, as he does what all chess players do when they arrive late. They don't make a quick move. They sit there, fill out their score sheet, adjust the pieces. We'll see him do that very shortly. The white pawns aren't quite lined up perfectly. I can see on that second row, he'll be adjusting those pieces. There we go.
Yeah.
And then, only when he's ready, will he make his move. First, adjusting his king, very symbolic. The only piece that wasn't knocked down yesterday, actually, when Magnus banged the table, we should say. A lot of eagle-eyed viewers did mention the white king was the only one standing.
Yeah. And it's quite funny, actually, adjusting the pieces, and this is something that practically every player does before the game, is one of the quirks that you have to explain to someone just coming to the game. Everyone's like, well, why not just make the first move, right? Why does it bother you that it has to be central to the square?
And he's doing it very slowly, very thoughtfully, adjusting the clock. I do that to myself too. Just, you're going to make sure it's 100% in the middle of the board between you and your opponent. And what are we predicting? E4 again?
I think he's still going to take a little bit more time. You know, that meditation will happen before he makes that first move. It's really just getting locked in, zoned into the action. He knows Arjun's been a difficult opponent for him. But Gukesh, what he did yesterday, I think that's exactly the kind of confidence boost you need playing against somebody who you might have a mental block, you know. This might be his opportunity to break that. What is he going to start with? I will say the King's Pawn opening.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait a few moments as Gukesh settles into the meditation mode. But here is a huge matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru. And earlier on, Sverre caught up with Hikaru to ask him if he is nervous about this big match.
Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, it is quite a battle. And how are you prepared for this game today?
Well, at least I prepared for the right opponent. That's good to know. Yeah, obviously playing Magnus after what happened yesterday should be exciting. But you know, Magnus has always been a great competitor, someone who comes back when he loses games. So I'm looking forward to a big fight.
We always build this matchup so highly because you are the number 1 and number 2 in the world. You've been fighting it out for so many years now. Do you feel like these games have turned into routine, or is it still something special about this?
I think I'm one of probably two players, if we look at recent history alongside Fabiano, who in certain formats has been able to at least put up a fight against Magnus. So I definitely do enjoy playing it, also because I think as far as my career goes, I'm definitely on the tail end. So it's always a great experience. And it might be a little bit routine at times, but, people should enjoy it because it's not going to last forever.
Speaking of tail end, yesterday's loss with Magnus against Gukesh, people are claiming the same about him. Do you think there's something to it, that you make mistakes that you wouldn't previously in your career?
Well, I think, in my opinion at least, it's very clear that when you get low on time, bad things seem to happen as you get a little bit older. I've definitely felt it in a big way, but I think certainly Magnus is feeling it a touch too. So that's a game that Magnus would never have lost in the past, but, time never stops.
Thank you.
Sure.
And Hikaru saying that perhaps it's the signal of age, that this blunder occurred yesterday.
Yeah, some very deep words there by Hikaru, about time not stopping and him being the king of time, speed, chess, in so many instances. His insights into Magnus and his own career as they move to perhaps other aspects as well. Now, I wanna ask you about what happened earlier in that interview, right? Because I've been there, where I prepared against the wrong opponent. There's no bigger heartbreaking feeling than that, heart-sinking feeling. You arrive at the board and then you see the name and then you realize that you've just spent all morning working against, the wrong player. Has that ever happened to you guys?
Yeah, more than once. It's always a bit of a shock. Like, once I sat down, I'd prepared to play with black. I'd prepared some fantastic lines. And then the arbiter tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, "You're sitting on the wrong side of the board, and it's the wrong opponent." So, yeah, it was a bit of a shock. I lost very, very quickly with the white pieces.
No.
But no, Magnus, Hikaru luckily prepared correctly against each other. It was just our reporter, Sveta, who might have prepared slightly falsely there.
Yes. Well, okay, we do see Magnus is castling quickly, and the game seems to be in symmetrical mode as the players almost copy each other, I would say. But, we also saw Sverre catch up with Magnus, so let's hear from Magnus and hear what he's thinking about his impending game.
Magnus, du ble frustrert i går. Er det litt godt å få det ut av systemet også, med avslutningen på partiet?
Nei, overhodet ikke. Altså, jeg skulle selvfølgelig ønske at jeg hadde en annen reaksjon der, men det ble som det ble. Det var jo en stressende situasjon, og tanken min er heller andre veien, at det der synes jeg ikke var så veldig gøy, rett og slett. Altså at det er ikke noe jeg har lyst til å oppleve så ofte, så får jeg på en måte heller vurdere hvordan man skal unngå det, om man på en måte skal liksom slutte helt med langsjakk, eller hva det blir. Men det var ikke så veldig gøy.
Før dette skjedde, så snakket vi om et mesterverk. Vi snakket om et parti som var så godt som feilfritt her. Altså, hvilken følelse satt du med gjennom 90% av partiet? Hadde du samme følelsen selv?
Nei, altså jeg føler generelt at jeg har spilt godt i turneringen her. Men jeg synes ikke det er noe gøy å spille, og det er problemet at jeg sitter og tenker sånn midt i partiet at her sitter jeg på en måte har samme stilling som jeg har hatt en haug av ganger, og partiet går sakte. Jeg synes på en måte ikke det er spennende, og så jeg vet at jeg kan spille veldig bra, det er ikke det, og det er jo på en måte tilfredsstillende det i seg selv, og så kollapser jeg på slutten, på en måte viser store svakheter der. Han fighter veldig, veldig godt, så det er jo en del av partiet det også, men jeg er ikke noe bekymret for nivået sånn sett. Og det synes som dere at jeg gjorde mye bra. Altså generelt i turneringen så har jeg gjort det.
Nakamura i dag, er det vanskelig å forberede seg til det oppgjøret? Var du frustrert lenge i går, eller gikk det ganske greit?
Nei, jeg var veldig, veldig frustrert i går. Og jeg er ikke, altså jeg må være så ærlig og si at jeg er ikke tilbake i vater i det hele tatt i dag. Så vi får se hvordan det går.
Vi håper å få deg i vater kjapt, Magnus. Lykke til.
Jo, takk.
Oh, so Magnus speaking in Norwegian. So David and my Norwegian is going to be put to the test. And the gist of it is that I got was that in the end, he says he's not completely recovered from the frustrations of last night. I mean, he felt like he was playing a good game, quite satisfactory level. Gukesh fought very, very well, but still the lingering negative feelings remain.
Yeah, and he said, he did admit it doesn't happen often. He doesn't experience that very often. So, yeah, it did feel like, I mean, he mentioned several times, it's actually, he's quite enjoying the process. He's felt like he's played decently, but it was a shock and, yeah, still frustrated. And yeah, I think, well, I'm not sure how he's going to play today. I'm a bit skeptical, having seen this opening. But yeah, I think it might take him a bit of time to get back to himself now.
I actually can't remember the last time I saw Magnus with the advantage that he had yesterday. It was close to a winning position. It felt like completely won. And Magnus had outplayed Gukesh. You know, he had played a brilliant game so far. And then to lose with that sort of victory just in hands, I can't remember the last time Magnus messed it up so bad.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
It's been a while, as as he mentioned in classical chess, it's been a while.
Yeah,
Blitz.
Of course,
rapid,
that happens.
It happens. So I think we have seen frustration from him, but in such a big game, it's almost unheard of in Magnus's career to collapse like that in a winning position.
Yeah, difficult. But we can say one thing: the position wasn't as easy as it looked. There was still a lot of pitfalls for Magnus to fall into, and indeed he did. And of course, Gukesh, hats off to him because he managed to fight on as hard as possible. So we go to our bird's eye view and take a look at this. We have a full array of color. We also have a complete array of positions. I mean, we have the very symmetrical game from Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru. We also have top right, the modern, or is it the perk? I never know until one has gone C6 or A6. And that's a fighting game between Gukesh and Arjun. Tanya, which games draw your eye?
I'm going to let David pick, but I will say one thing. Arjun usually plays this setup, modern pick, however you want to call it. I've seen him employ it a few times. It's usually when he wants a game and he wants a fight, you know, when he wants to get his opponent into a position where once again you get chaos early on. And it looks cagey from black, but usually starts getting spicy very soon. I don't think Gukesh will be surprised with this choice. Arjun has employed it a few times, but in any case, it's not the main move for Arjun Argaise. So Gukesh slows down before he makes his decision there. Meanwhile, that center top board, I believe it's the 4 knights opening by Magnus Carlsen. Would love to get your thoughts because right now there's a trade on the board by Magnus. Hikaru considering which pawn to recapture the bishop from. And I think both lead to different kind of plans. You know, one, if you get the side pawn to the center of the board, it's about the d5 break. If the center pawn goes to that bishop, then it's piece maneuvering. So next move by Hikaru will sort of direct how this game also goes on. Vachier, Caruana, still a bit cagey, but Vachier is the one with the central pawns, more space in the center.
And a weird bishop move just appearing. So quirky stuff. Okay, sorry. I had to just chip in there.
True. It does attack the pawn on c5 though, so comes in with a threat, but it's really not the square you want your bishop because it feels so vulnerable, right? To d4, to knight g4, all these ideas.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe we start with this game. Firstly, so we can say a proper congratulations to Vachier on his birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Maybe we'll get a chance to sing a little song later if he joins us in the studio. I also want to mention, like, June 2nd is a big day for birthdays. Jon Ludvig Hammer, very strong Norwegian grandmaster. It's his birthday too. He's just a few meters away from us. It is also the birthday of Pentala Harikrishna.
Oh my God, I should text him.
Yeah, you should text him. Gata Kamsky, very strong player. Who else? David Bronstein was born on this day. One of the world's top players back in his era. Zhu Chen, former women's world champion. And many more. So not just strong players, like super strong players. Born June 2nd. I don't know what it is, but big day.
And also a big day for my very own personal champions, mom and dad. Happy anniversary.
Nice.
If you're watching.
Big day for me too. I won't say why though.
Well, you can't do that. David always does it. He starts something and then doesn't complete it. Why is it a big day?
1 year ago, I went up to Pulpit Rock.
And asked a very important question.
Yes.
And
the most important one in a man's life, really.
totally.
Let's get back to the chess. I meant to congratulate where you ended up talking about myself. Like, such a narcissist. Okay, but in the meantime, big developments on this board. We'll go back all the way to the start. Knight to f3, knight f6, and g3 here met by c5. There are so many move order tricks here. Like white can try to go back into the symmetrical English opening by playing c4. If you don't, if you continue development, black can try to occupy the center, and after castling, if black brings the knight out now, we'll see the reversed Grunfeld defense with white pushing the pawn to d4. That can also transpose later into the Catalan opening. So many things to get your head around. Weyi decides to fianchetto his bishop. So he's basically asking white to play a King's Indian defense, this time with white. Kind of colors reversed here. And bishop e3, we mentioned weird move. I've got to be honest, I would have paused here a bit longer than Weyi did. He very quickly played the move d4. He's a very principled player, though. If you challenge him, he normally takes on the challenge. So asking this bishop to move again. Fabi here has agreed to lose time. He moves his bishop away. And at home, you might be asking, why has Fabiano, one of the world's best players of the last decade, lost the tempo? But it's simply to lure black forward, to provoke black forward. And he's going to challenge this pawn either with c3 or e3 on the next turn. What do we make of this?
I mean, it was clear provocation to open up that diagonal, like you were pointing out, of that bishop on g2. So an interesting choice there by Fabi. You know, everyone's spoken about how well prepared and all the inspiring opening ideas that Fabi is showing up with in every single game. And looking at the clock situation, I think he knows what he's doing so far. You know, you don't play bishop e3 as fast and sort of allow black to gain that space. At some point, I'm expecting a break, though, of these pawns, right? You want to try to strike it either with the c pawn moving one step forward to get your knight out, or opening up a central line, asking some questions.
Yeah, I also agree that we are going to be seeing the opening up of the position. I also have seen ideas such as if black comes forward with the knight to c6, I've seen white go knight to e5 at the right point, just to kind of clarify the position a little bit more and deposit a very strong bishop on e5. That's going to be a nuisance. But it kind of feels like Fabi has been using the positions that he plays as black in the King's Indian defense when he wants to win, and he's like, you know what, let's just do it with white and enjoy that extra tempo.
Yeah, I've always struggled with this in my career. Like, I often play now with white these retis, and I'm basically playing my black openings just one tempo up. But then you're playing black openings after all. Like, with black, you're normally fighting for equality. Just because you have one extra move doesn't necessarily mean you're fighting for advantage. And Fabi has wasted his kind of extra tempo with white by playing the move bishop to e3, bishop to f4. We'll see his idea next. I think Jovanka's completely right. Black's most natural move is to bring the knight out to c6. That will immediately be met by knight e5. And yes, it's a trade. Yes, the white bishop opens up, but it's very debatable, very questionable whether white's really fighting for any advantage in those types of positions.
Feels a bit cagey. We'll see how this one develops. Should we zoom out and do a quick walk around the park, as you call it, Jovi? Let's go for the walk.
I borrowed that from Grandmaster Yasser Sarawan. Shout out to Yasser. But yeah, he's always walk around the park
and push him, baby.
Yeah.
Okay, and maybe we should check in just at least briefly with Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. I'm a bit scared that game might not last too long, at least the classical. This opening line, firstly, we'll break down the moves in a moment, but look on the left side of your screen, or on the left side of the board, everyone. Instead of a normal eval bar, this is percentages that are related to the chess.com opening book. We see a very small little chunk of white at the bottom of our screens. That is how many times white has won this position. In the middle, a huge chunk, 79% of the time this position has been reached in the past, this has ended in a draw, and 14% black has won. So not the most ambitious, not the most historically successful position for white. Some very early trades are likely here. You can take this knight in the near future, take the pawn back, white's a pawn up. I have a feeling Magnus is playing safety first chess, Armageddon likely.
It almost feels like black's got a higher score here than white does if you just look at how much white and the win rate for black there is. Like you said, the pawn will be recaptured, but should we just backtrack and take it from the top? The four knights defense, you know, it's a very solid approach, and I think you're right. You hinted at this earlier as well, that, you know, the opening that you're seeing, you're not sure how much of a fight this will be in the classical.
Exactly. When you see this position already, the four knights, normally you start to groan. As a kind of professional chess player, you're like, oh no, it's not going to be much fun. Often they play the move d4 as well, players who want to play safety first chess with white against a higher rated opponent, or in a kind of a game that draws a decent result. Bishop b5 is another move. I wonder if Hikaru had played knight d4, which I've seen him play before, and is maybe the main line in this position. Magnus, he might have traded off the knights, played pawn to e5, and we might have seen another very famous drawing line. I think this might have been Magnus's plan. In the meantime, bishop to b4, total symmetry. This is what you play as black if you want to avoid too much theory. Castles, castles. Again, with white, you kind of just push a pawn to d3, d6, can keep the symmetry. You don't normally take the knight on c6 if you want to win. That, at least, is opening theory as I know it. But Magnus here, he takes the knight. Hikaru takes away from the center. Again, Magnus could just keep the tension, push a pawn to d3, but he captures in the center. And yeah, just to mention, by far the most popular move here is rook to e8 for black, first attacking the knight. I can confirm white has only won 7% of games to reach this position. Playing the odds, Magnus Carlsen here, he isn't. And rook to e8 just to finish off the main line, knight d3, normal. Now the bishop releases the tension, and this position, 74 times it's been reached. White has won 1% of these games, and 84% draws. Black has actually won a fair chunk. I think because black is normally the high-rated player. White normally plays this when desperate for that half point.
Chicken chess at its max, but I think right now for Magnus, it's so much of his mind space and the psychological inner battle that he's probably fighting from everything that's happened yesterday as well. Perhaps doesn't want any of those chaotic middle games, you know, where you really require to calculate aggressive lines and complications. What we have right now, you know, in the position that you were hinting at, we'll see so much symmetry in that. Hard to imagine it being much of a fight. And as we wait for these decisions, there's a lot of fight on the other boards, Yovi.
Definitely. And let's head back to the bird's eye view and check out the positions. So should we start with the bottom? Because it's tense. Oof. I mean, I see something unconventional played in the middle between Humpy and Mizicek. And then I also see Ju Wen-jun. Sarikadem is the one playing quite aggressively.
Yovi, look at that top right board.
Oh, okay. Okay, we've got to go there because knight takes e4. I didn't look there. I was like focusing on the bottom.
That's the green board, top right. That's absolutely chaotic. A piece sacrifice and a counter piece sacrifice, David.
Yeah, and we can't blame Jovanka at all there because it happened so quickly. Like Arjun snapped off a pawn. Gukesh replied immediately. Let's backtrack all the way to the start in this one. It was one of those openings. Nobody really knows what to call it. I'm going to call it the Pirk defense, but Pietz is another way of pronouncing it. I believe the modern
is the way to pronounce it.
I need help from chat. Let us know. Someone needs to Google.
I've been calling it the Pirk defense ever.
Yeah, I've called it the Pirk since I was a kid, but I hear all these grandmasters say Pietz.
Yeah.
I played the Pietz.
Oh,
and
sounds so fancy.
Yeah, as far as I know, if you leave the knight on g8 and you push your pawn to g6, if you leave the knight on g8, it's the modern. If you put a knight on f6, it's the Pietz. And now, if you push your pawn to e5, it's the Philidor. But he doesn't.
I always thought it was like c6 and a6, but now I know. It's the knights.
I think so. But it's one of those. It's like, it's so fluid and it's very hard to kind of pinpoint. Here, Gukesh, he has a lot of choice, but he brings his knight out. And now, most of the top players, they kind of put a bishop on e3 these days. Very trendy stuff. I've even seen Gukesh do that at some point, I think. But bishop to c4 played. Black castles. Very quiet move, h3 here from Gukesh, very provocative, preventing the black bishop from coming out. And we saw the bar slide there. And this is because it allows a sacrifice. Knight takes e4. This isn't my double exclamation mark. It's the computer giving it this because it's a sacrifice, because it's a brilliant move. Knight takes knight is met by a fork. This is one of the kind of initial patterns to learn. When you study chess openings, it's like 101, double attack. You attack the bishop, attack the knight, win your piece back. So knowing that he's going to have to give one piece back, most likely, Gukesh decides to give up his bishop. And it's a check. We see level material. I've always been told that this is brilliant for black, that this is fantastic. You get the bishop pair, you get a semi-open kind of f-file. You have an extra central pawn, 2 versus 1 in the middle. But Gukesh, he must have an idea. He spent a bit of time thinking. He's down, 9 minutes on the clock? But he's allowed this.
And it does look like Arjun's the one who's got the castling, the lead in development, and open F-line, as you're pointing out. But Gukesh does have a threat, right? The knight can jump over to G5. And I'm not very familiar with this position. I haven't faced it with black or white. But if I'm playing with black, my first question to me would be, how dangerous is knight to g5? And is that a threat that I need to stop? Because a move like h6 comes with its own drawbacks, right? You're really weakening your king side then. White can set up a bishop and queen battery eventually, even dream about castling on the left side of the board, queen d2, long castle. And I'm sort of wondering if black's overpushed there.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, right? With h6, g6 being vulnerable, not perfect defense. And you, as David and you were indicating, just castle queenside and just go full flow in the king side. Yeah, you can see the evaluation bar likes it. I'd even be tempted to go h4 and then knight g5 check.
Ooh, nice.
Tactics queen.
Yeah.
Knight g5 check.
Not my pieces, Tanya.
Something with the fork.
Yeah.
Maybe h5 first, force g5, and then take.
Boom.
Boom, boom. And scary times for the black king.
And David, if you don't play h6 in our live board, in our position that we have, you really can't put the knight where you want because you disconnect the bishop to the e6 square. Knight d7 will run into knight g5, knight e6 ideas.
Exactly. Black rook doesn't have many squares. Let's say it goes back. Whoops. And again, fork down. This is not what Arjun Erigaisi wants to see, so not easy to find moves for him. Normally you want to kind of challenge in the center as quickly as possible. I don't know whether black can kind of break out at some point with some of these pawns. Maybe knight to c6 is a better square, although that kind of asks us the question, what happens if white pushes forward with a pawn? Either way, Arjun, I think, is surprised to be allowed to get this position. Gukesh, I have a feeling he might have looked at it, because why else would you walk into kind of this well-known kind of tactical trick in the opening?
Is it weird that Arjun slowed down? Because this is, you know, you play the piets, the perk, as you call it. He does make a decision, by the way, so it's not h6. He asks question to that centralized knight on e4. Knight g5 to me looks like a very attractive move here, hitting the rook. Arjun did take his time. We've seen him sort of blitz out the opening phase very quickly. What do you think? Is this still part of prep? And by prep, I mean prep for this specific game, Jovanka.
No, I don't think this is prep. I think this is the players freestyling. Bishop c4, I was always under the impression wasn't the right square for the bishop, not without you covering e4. But yeah, we are in for a full-blooded fight, because now the questions are like, what are you going to go with the knight? Do you just casually step backwards? What if you do that? Where are you going to go? You know, knight g3. If you go knight g5, you could be out there on a limb. And with h6 in the air, you're either going to have to go, you know, full mode where you just sacrifice absolutely everything to hunt down the king, or you get into trouble with the knight.
Yeah, no way back. If you land on g5, you don't have a retreat square, so you might get trapped. It's a double-edged decision. I like Arjun's move, pawn to d5, asking an immediate question of the white knight, but still early days in this one. Some quick fireworks, but I think we'll see the players take some long thinks now. The last clash between these two was dramatic, went down to the wire last few seconds. Maybe it's going to happen again.
But Arjun was dominating that game, right? He set up that brilliant attack on the king side, and I still remember that moment. We were losing our minds in the studio with, will he go f5? Will he go g5? One winning move, one losing move. It was a really fun ride, this one. But I think Arjun, he did have that advantage in the opening with the white pieces and managed to crash through. You know, as we're looking at this and Gukesh makes a decision, I just want to say, like, I would love to see a knight g5 and an early knight e5 arrive on the board and get on the fireworks.
Bring it on. Knight g5, knight e5, land all the pieces in black's camp.
Like Jovanka says, not my game. You know, come up with the most creative concepts, whether they work or not.
I would be worried for Gukesh if he doesn't make a move in the next, like, 3-4 minutes, because that means he's out of prep and he was just freestyling. And I don't think he'll have an advantage with white. But yeah, Arjun does seem to have his number so far in their early careers. And yeah, maybe, I mean, this opening choice, the Pirk, the Pirts, whatever you want to call it, the opening, it's super provocative. It's one of those, nowadays at the top level, you nearly never see it in classical chess. Because it gives white so many options, and it's basically saying, come at me, bro. And that's what Arjun is doing here.
I mean, 6-0 lead in their head-to-head for Arjun Erigaisi. That's crazy, right? I mean, these two, one is 19, the other is 21 years old. Just turned 19, in fact, Gukesh has. And yet they've played so many matches, and Gukesh hasn't been able to get a single win against Arjun. If you had to break it down or try to analyze that, what is it about Arjun's style that Gukesh finds so difficult, David?
Yeah, I think it's the fact that Arjun plays some unpredictable moves. I think the only thing predictable about Arjun is that he's going to surprise you on every move. And of course, Arjun, fantastic at calculation, but also very, very intuitive. I think Gukesh has struggled against certain players who can play super quick, super practical in the past, but also can match him with calculation. Not many people can match him with calculation, but Arjun, I think, one of the few. But yeah, it's hard. It's just a stylistic thing. I think Arjun, there's something about Arjun that kind of makes Gukesh want to embrace the fight, but that also kind of plays into Arjun's strengths. Yeah. So it's difficult to pinpoint.
Yeah, we can't even blame it on age because a lot of those victories were quite recent as well. But, you know, going back to their previous game that they played in this event, Arjun just came locked and loaded with some incredible preparation, right? And Gukesh just walked into it and got himself into big trouble in a tactical position where Arjun is just able to reign supreme. Exactly. And I guess it's also, if you come ready with those opening surprises, then you're not going to have too much time to solve the problems later on when everything hits the fan.
No, in that game, Arjun was putting pressure on the board, on the clock. It was an Arjun Argaisi show. But after his big win against world number one, you know, we've seen Gukesh. He's capable of breaking that psychological block against, perhaps, as you said, his kryptonite today as well. Should we do a tour of the Norway Chess women? Some big matchups there, Jovanka.
Yeah, some big matchups and some super fascinating positions, because I'm really drawn to the game between Ju Wenjun and Sara Kadam. Ju Wenjun with the white pieces, she's looking for that classical win. And Sara is the one that's saying, you know what, I'm going to play in the most aggressive way against Ju Wenjun's opening choice. So I'd love to have a look at that one. It was there in the bottom right in purple. And here, maybe we can backtrack very, very quickly and see how the players got here.
Yeah, let's go all the way back to the start. And already, I just want to compliment Ju Wenjun on playing the English opening, not just because I'm English, but also because she's been playing very symmetrical positions the whole tournament so far. 6 rounds. Most of the time with white, she's been playing like e4 and exchange French. It's like been super dry. She hasn't been really trying to mix things up. With black, she's been playing the Petrov, just trying to kind of trade off all the pieces. Here, she pretty much, with her opening setup by playing g3, she said, no symmetry for you. It's going to be very tense. There's going to be some lopsided pawn structures or very kind of piece-heavy positions for a long time. Sara Kadam now playing d4, a very ambitious move, we should mention, bypassing the white pawn in the center. If you want to play solid as black, you can just bring your bishop out. But d4 hints that you just want to take space, push your pawns forward, maybe later in e5 as well. Castles, we now see a kind of reversed Benoni pawn structure. The Benoni pawn structure, normally with white, you have pawns on d5 and e4 against black's pawns on d6, c5. Here it's the other way around. Black has a very strong pawn. This d3 pawn a bit weak, backward long term. But white here has a lot of time for development, a lot of space as well. The black bishop comes out. Often as black, you want to kind of have time to push a pawn to h6 to stop the white bishop coming and trading for a knight. This white bishop doesn't have too many safe squares. But here, because she's black, because Sara doesn't have so much development now, she castles instead, allowing the bishop to come out to trade itself off. And normally they do say in these pawn structures with white having these d3, c4 pawns and a bishop on g2, you want to trade off everything else. You want to trade off at least one set of minor pieces, ideally 2, so that you have space, you have freedom. And here, very important, blue arrow appears for the first time today in round 7. White wants to expand on the queen side. Black has to shut that down. She does. Sara Kadam here. Knight to e5, another trade of minor pieces, and live position. Normally I favor the bishop pair, but knowing a bit about this pawn structure, I slightly prefer white's chances just due to the light squared control she has right now. This bishop on g2 especially.
And that last move of Sara, it does hit that centralized rook. Once white defends it, I think the bigger problem here is that pawn formation that you're talking about for black, right? The white knight, it's all poised to get to b3, David. You're going to hit that bishop and you're going to hit that central pawn. So let's just make a move like queen e2 perhaps, just defending the rook if I'm not getting my rook self-trapped at the center of the board, which I think I'm not. After a move like f6, I'm already thinking about even sacrifices on e6. Works.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Just
beautiful. Take the light squares.
You love it.
Just going to put this on the board. I want to show any checkmate I can. Light squared control for white here, too strong. So that won't happen, but queen to e2, Tanya?
Queen to e2, and I'm not sure how black proceeds, but white has this idea of getting the knight to b3 next. So if you go a4 as well, you have to calculate what happens after b4. You trade, knight takes pawn, the d4 pawn is vulnerable, the c5 bishop is attacked, and it starts looking a bit loose for black in the center.
Yeah, it certainly is looking loose, and there we are seeing Ju Wenjun with full central control. We'll find out whether Sara will be able to navigate the complexities there, because we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, guess what, guys? We have got some great stuff happening, because we have Hikaru joining us here in the studio, singer, songwriter, the pioneer of chess-inspired music. She's going to be joining us right here as a guest, so don't go anywhere.
So much respect for her, and before this we used to play like in the Grand Prix lots of games, but now that she's a world champion she doesn't play that much anymore, like in the qualification tournament. So yeah, it's always nice to play her.
Have you seen any patterns from Ju here? Is there something specific with black that you've prepared for her to play with white?
She played almost the same openings here, and I think she goes for quite solid lines, but I don't know. I had to check like everything, of course.
We wish you the best of luck, and hopefully today is first classical win, right?
I hope.
Oh, actually, you had a classical win, the second classical win. My bad, sorry about that. The second classical win.
It wasn't a good game, so.
But what I was going to say, hopefully today you put up a masterpiece.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, Humpe, it's a big game to get today. It's for the lead in the tournament. How hard will you press in that situation?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a tough game, and I also lost to her in the first half of the tournament. So today I'm having a white pieces, so I'll try to play the game.
And do you feel like this is a time so late in the tournament where you can run away and take some extra risks in the classical game?
Not really. It all depends on the position. It cannot be a calculative.
The very best of luck, Humpe.
Thank you.
Another time format has caused a lot of problems for a lot of players this tournament now, with just a few rounds to go. Do you feel like you've gotten used to this no extra time format?
I think yes, a little bit more. But still it's unusual.
But you're so good also with short time control. How much of an advantage is that with this Armageddon format?
You think it's an advantage? I think it's like more work for the players, but it's like for everybody the same.
Are you feeling good today?
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We are back with all the action of day 7 of Norway Chess, and we are so excited here in the studio because joining us is a tremendous guest. She's absolutely incredible. She's a singer, songwriter, a pioneer of chess-inspired music. It is the one and only Hikaru. Hikaru, welcome. How are you finding things here in Norway?
I am so happy to be here. Thanks for having me, Tanya, Joey, and David. I enjoy so much your broadcast all the years, you know, and I was just looking forward to be here, able to speak with you about my new creation, but also to be able to feel the atmosphere here in Norway Chess from the inside. I am really happy to be here,
Yeah, and jazz music. I guess Norway is perfect combination for that because everything's so exciting. But tell us a little bit about yourself and your career.
Well, I am an artist in love with chess, basically. Chess is my muse. So I find an infinite fountain of inspiration in chess. I make songs inspired, the lyrics and the scripts of my music videos explore the psychological and emotional aspects of playing chess. I might as well do a whole album about yesterday, right? Like, maybe a song is not enough. So I've been doing my songs, O Capablanca, for example, inspired by the over-optimism when you think that you are winning a chess game, but you absolutely have no clue what you're doing actually, and then Stockfish tells you like, no, you got it all wrong, you never had advantage actually, you know? So these kind of things that happen inside you when you're playing chess, because I'm a passionate chess player too. I don't have a chess degree, so to say, but I have been playing chess tournaments, classical tournaments, since more than 20 years. I am the president of the Chilean Chess Foundation. I am from Chile, and I've been supporting and encouraging the sport in my country, as well as a educational tool and a social tool. So we've been supporting the young talents in Chile. Now I'm also organizing the first chess festival in Chilean Polynesia, Easter Island, you know, where the stone heads are. I used to live there, yes. I carry this place with me very strongly. And now I'm thrilled to organize a festival with simuls and tournaments and activities and workshops to be able to develop the sport there and encourage more ladies, mostly, because I'm very supportive of the female part of chess. I think there is still a big gap that we have to close somehow, and that way, I think with my art, I'm trying to do my best to get there. Yeah. So now I made this new creation that is called Queen Trap, and is celebrating the leading women in chess worldwide. We filmed it at the only free day of the Budapest Chess Olympiad in September last year. The ladies were playing, Tanya here and Jovanka were on their Olympic teams, and I had the pleasure to host them in this video, in this wonderful audiovisual art piece that collected and reunited almost 200 women from over 60 countries. We have Judith Polgar, we have ex-world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk, Divya Deshmukh also, that won 2 gold medals afterwards. We have Pia Kramling, just so many legends, you know, and also many girls that it was their first Olympiad. So it's like all this growing female chess community. I wanted all these ladies to be the stars, but not only the chess players, but also the women that support chess, that are behind the scenes, yes. You know, the arbiters, the presidents of the federations, the journalists, the photographers, or the streamers, that many times they are not on camera, but they are powering chess from the inside. So I am so captivated and inspired by all these women that I said, I want these women and their real approach to chess, their style, their grace when they move the pieces, when they analyze a situation, just to portray that on a music video. And it became more than a music video. For me, it's just a movement. It's my baby. I love Queentrap so much. I'm in love with this project, so I hope that you can watch it on YouTube now, and we will share it with you also here.
Yeah, we will definitely share it with you because we have it here ready and waiting for us. So let's have a look at this incredible video.
Thank you.
There must be one way out, one square's enough. My queen divine, how did you end up trapped in the corner? A prisoner against the night, an enemy castle. Chasing trifle pawns through your pearls at swine. At the wrong flank, lost your pride.
Such a beautiful video filmed in Budapest, and there we can already see that there is a draw happening between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. David called it earlier on and said, yeah, that was headed to a draw as quickly as possible. So it is Armageddon time. But yeah, going back to that video in Budapest, that was just so beautiful. It was such a wonderful experience being part of a music video. So thank you, Hugo, for inviting us.
Yeah, it really was. Loved it. Just want to say, I mean, this, I think, just from the start, you know, from Magnus coming in, employing the 4 knights defense, it felt like his game plan was that he's ready to take it into Armageddon. It wasn't much of a fight, but both these players stayed in the balance. We'll perhaps do a recap, David. But Huga, watching that video come to life, right, with the experience that we had in Budapest was so incredible. And I know it's a song that you feel so strongly about. Last year at Norway Chess, you also had a performance here at the closing ceremony, which was amazing. And I know you called it your baby. It's always tough to choose one. But is that your favorite child?
Mm-hmm. It's my new child, so it needs more care than the others now. The others are growing, you know, cool. But this one, the beautiful thing is that all my videos, you know, are my creations, and I love them so much because they're inspired in this world champion or in this life lesson, because chess is a mirror of life, right? So each lesson that I get, or each like very striking thing that I learn with chess, I portray it in a piece of art. But this song and Queentrap has become much bigger than me. Yeah. You know, it's something really, really important, I think, meaningful for the women chess collective, growing female chess collective in the world. So I'm really crazy about this project. I'm also doing a keynote lecture about it. I'm presenting it on stage with female top chess players and organizers and women playing chess, real chess, because everybody's crazy with the Queen's Gambit and Beth Harmon figure. And it's a fascinating character, but it's not real. It's a fictional character. But I want people to know the real Beth Harmons, you know, to get to learn the names and the faces of their favorite chess players, to have a favorite women chess player, to follow their games and to learn the story behind them, because it's such an inspiration for everyone, and not so only in the chess world, because I'm taking this project outside the chess world so that more women all over the world can get inspired with them.
Well, I remember your first song there with Caruana Na Na Na, which was a really fun one. But we'll talk more. But David, what happened in this game from the start? Because it kind of never got going, right?
Yeah, and talking of queens in the chess world, the queens were traded off in this game. And I just want to show the last half dozen moves or so. We'll backtrack to this moment. We left it, actually, we talked about the symmetry. We talked about this exact position, the pawn structure, totally symmetrical here. Not much to be said other than the players wanted the draw. It's clear. Bishop to f4, putting some pressure on this diagonal, but after a rook trade, black doing the same. It's not just symmetry of pawns, symmetry of pieces, and the white rook coming to the side. The black queen now offering a trade. Those queens very quickly disappeared after some pawn pushes, and Magnus bringing out his king. Hikaru nudging back this white bishop, which retreating. This was where the repetition of moves began. First, the black rook sidestepped, kind of mirroring the white rook. Magnus said, "Oh, do you want to check me? I'm going to step my king onto an open file." Hikaru said, "Yes, please. I'll give you a check." The king runs away, the rook goes back, the king allows a check again, and 3 times the position repeated itself. A draw, Armageddon, in just under 20 minutes.
Wow. Just a quick, short but sweet draw. Hikaru, I have to ask you, what kind of chess player are you?
You know, I am, of course, I like to attack, but I like to maneuver with my knights a lot, you know. I used to be very cautious and play like the Yuko piano, you know, very like building up the situation, developing all your pieces. But then I was training a lot in the last 2 years with a grandmaster that taught me how to make gambits and totally brainwashed me into gambits, and I was like changing all my repertoire, like
Setting
for
your
the
own
Danish.
queen traps.
I turned from the Giuco piano Italian, super solid, to the Danish gambit, just like getting 2 pawns down on the opening. I'm like, okay, this is crazy now. So now I'm back into the Giuco piano, but I still play the Budapest gambit, for example. I always play Sicilian dragon. That's my favorite. I really love to play middle games. End games are wonderful, but it's so much theory and so complex, you know. But I love to coordinate my big pieces, so to say.
Well, you've got a song, O Capablanca, with one of the greatest endgame players of all time, so that makes sense. Hikaru, I've got a request from you. I mean, I've got a request for you, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Can you sing a song for us? Can you sing just a couple of lines, if that's okay?
I would love to sing a little bit of Queen Trap for you, but after that, I want to ask you, Tanya and Jovanka, how was your experience? How did you feel during the Queen Trap filming? And what do you think about the video now that it's out? Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay.
Deal.
Let me think which part of the song I will sing for you. Okay. So the song is about a queen that is trapped, okay? But she no longer wants to fight back, you know, and try to escape. But she hasn't been captured yet. So the queen is the most important piece you have in the board. So it reflects yourself, right? But it's like seeing yourself captured, not captured yet, but trapped. And it's like you see yourself and you just pity yourself. It's like, you're not this. I remember who you are. I remember your strength. I remember how you love freedom. And I know you're able to get out of this. If you really try, 1 square is enough, like in a chess game, right? 1 square is enough to get out there. But you need your community, your rooks, your knights, your pawns, thy kingdom come. So. There must be one way out, 1 square's enough. My queen divine, how did you end up trapped in the corner? A prisoner against the night, an enemy castle. Chasing trifle pawns through your pearls that swine. At the wrong flank lost your pride. You lost your precious temple, lost your mind. You lost your mind.
Wow, that was amazing. And you didn't warm up. You just wow. That was
instruments,
nothing. Wow, it's giving me chills and goosebumps.
That was amazing, Hikaru.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So
Tanya.
beautiful.
Thank you, ladies, for sharing this beautiful moment with me, Jovanka and Tanya. It was such a pleasure.
So brave to do that. That was amazing to watch. Honestly, incredible.
And you know, also, that was my exact feeling being part of this like music video. Even just a small part, we were treated like superstars during that day. And here you can see us. There's me hiding in the corner. And it was just like a really friendly vibe. We were playing chess against each other.
That's right.
And it was a glamorous like museum. And Hikaru was back, the soundtrack was in the back, and there was all these lights going, and it just felt absolutely incredible to be part of this. And there's
amazing.
Tanya, I think you filmed in the afternoon.
We had training in the morning, so I finished all of that and then went for this beautiful shoot. I think it was a museum-like setup that we had in Budapest. center of town, looked amazing. All the lights, all the drama was there, and this beautiful song playing. It was goosebumps. A fantastic memory. I mean, Budapest has been so special for the Indian team, but this one as well, just a great evening.
It was, and it was really memorable for all the women because everyone was invited, and there were so many female players. And I know a big shout out to my niece and her friends.
That's true.
Who flew in, you know, especially to be part of the video. They loved it.
I'm so happy that you were part of it. Thank you so much, because I know that when a chess professional player is playing a tournament, and most of all for its country, for its team, the Olympiad, you know, in the middle of the Olympiad, it was a crucial moment just to rest and to chill and to relax and to, you know, plan and strategize, you know, for the team. And that all these ladies and you, Jovanka and Tanya, to give the time and go all the way to the other side of the city and play more chess, you know, and be like, okay, again, you know, and just like being a part of this film. It was so generous of you. So thank you so much. And I'm so happy that you were there. Thank you so much to all the ladies that were part of Queen Trap. Thank you to Norway Chess for this wonderful space to present this at the official broadcast and now here at chess.com, and to share it with all the community, the wonderful, wholesome chess community of Norway Chess, that I really love this tournament. It has supported my chess music from the start. From the very start, with O Capablanca. It made the avant premiere here with Tactical, that is inspired in Mikhail Tal, also here. Last year, Colorblind, inspired in the Immortal game. And now Queen Trap, the new song. So I hope that you enjoy it.
Yeah, certainly. I think everyone should go out there immediately and check it out because it's such an incredible song. Well, as we know, chess has inspired Hygge in many, many ways. And of course, here in Norway Chess, it's Armageddon time. So let's hear from Hikaru and hear what he has to say before the crunch time begins.
In the mood to play, and you feel the tournament, it's wrong to really take risk. But today, Magnus, he did not seem too anxious to play chess out here.
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday was obviously a big disappointment for Magnus. You know, it's funny because I've been in that exact situation where I think 2 or 3 games against Magnus I was completely winning. Famous game in Zurich where it was like plus 14. And then I've turned a win into a complete loss. Of course, considering who Magnus was playing, I think it played a big role. And it was very tough to recover from. And I could kind of tell from Magnus's expression before the game that it was very likely going to be a quick draw. So it's not what the fans were hoping for. I also think, on a more personal note, it's kind of in a way sad because I think there's a better than 20% chance this is very likely the last classical game that Magnus and I will ever play against each other.
Is that based upon your desire to play classical chess or what you're seeing from Magnus right now?
I mean, I think it's a combination. I mean, I think Magnus already only plays Norway chess. We'll see if he plays again next year. For myself, I have played Norway chess, but if I don't play Norway, I'll probably play other classical tournaments that Magnus won't be at. So from that standpoint, I mean, I think there's a very decent chance you've seen the last classical game we'll ever play against each other, and that's how it goes.
Does that feel nostalgic to you at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly when I look at my career, Magnus has been there. You know, he's been the biggest competitor, the biggest pain in my you-know-what, for lack of a better way of putting it. So he's always been there. So it's kind of sad to think of a world where maybe he won't be there, I won't. But still, it's been great to play him. And I think, you know, that's life. You know, you keep going, and at some point, it's, you know, not going to last forever. So people should enjoy it, even the haters.
Thank you so much, Hikaru.
Sure.
Wow. That was some interview from Hikaru saying that this could have been potentially the last classical game that him and Magnus Carlsen have played against each other. Wow. Yeah.
I mean, we're all aware of the rivalry, the kind of history there.
Yeah.
Hikaru not really thinking about the Armageddon at hand, not really even caring about the result as much as maybe just how symbolic this whole day is, this whole tournament is. And yeah, just crazy to think that this might be the last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit heartbreaking, right? It reminds me of the Federer-Nadal final matchup at the Laver Cup in 22. And just the fact that these two great giants of the game, we might not see them fight it out in a format that we love so much, you know, where both have immense amount of time. But I'm sure we'll see them on the board in action. Well, we're going to see them in just a few. Jovanka's Armageddon is all set to begin. I mean, you know, you can run, but you can't hide from a decisive result here at Norway Chess.
Yeah, exactly. There is no draw without a fight. So we will definitely be seeing a decisive result later on in the game. And we still have 5 classical games in progress. So let's have a look and take a pick as to what we're going to be looking at. And that also includes you, Huga. You need to choose as well. Where do you vote to go?
I can choose. Oh my God. I want to see the Gukesh Arjun game.
Before we jump to that, David, can you do a quick roundup of what's happening across the 5 boards?
Sure, and great call, Huga. I want to go there as well. So we'll come to the Gukesh Arjun game in a moment. First, to recap the others on the top left of our screens, the dark blue board, Fabiano Caruana against Wei Yi. We've only actually had 3 moves since we were last there. And Caruana bringing his queen out on the last move, putting some pressure across the board, actually towards Black's center. Interesting position, very tense. We'll update you. Fabi's been spending a long time, despite him choosing the offbeat opening. On the bottom left, the red board, Lei Tingzhe against Vachier-Lagrave. It was one of those Gyoko pianos, one of those quiet games. Not too much has happened, a couple of piece trades. We'll talk about that when it comes to life a bit later. Humpy against Anna Muzichuk on the bottom center board there, the brown board. It came from kind of a Reti / kind of quiet system against, or kind of mutual Fuenketo against the Grunfeld. That one, still very, very balanced. Zhu and Jun against Sarah Kardem. That is anything but balanced in terms of the piece configuration, pawn structure, although the eval bar says maybe a small advantage for Sarah Kardem. It does feel like Zhu and Jun. She's going for it, though. Finally, she wants to win a classical game for the first time this tournament.
Yeah, she did bring her queen all the way out to that king side, has bought that final toy into the nursery, sliding the rook to the center file. But I'm with Huga here. I think so much action going on the Gukesh Arjun board. And let's jump to that, because a big last move by Arjun, trying to sacrifice the pawn, baiting Gukesh with that move c5, which was denied, a short castle instead. David, should we backtrack just a couple of moves and see how we got here and then break this down?
Yeah, and for those of you just joining the broadcast today, a quick action replay of the short, sharp fireworks we saw earlier. In this position, Arjun Erigaisi actually sacrificed his knight just temporarily. Knight takes on e4, double exclamation mark, because if the knight is captured, there would have been a fork, winning back the material. We talked about this a bit earlier, but instead, bishop takes f7, Gukesh's reply giving up his bishop, which was going to fall anyway, potentially. Rook takes bishop, so level material at the end once the black knight falls. Here we were talking about a bunch of moves. d5 was the choice by Arjun. Again, we spoke about possibilities, maybe the white knight jumping forward. Instead, it retreated. And Gukesh, you go back, I go forward. This was the signal for Arjun to power through in the center. And maybe because the white king's still stuck in the center, not yet having castled, Gukesh was reluctant to take the bait and take a pawn. If he had taken, I think the pressure on the center here would have forced Arjun to step forward. With this pawn, the white knight centralizes, and the first move that comes to my mind is the black queen coming into the center, hitting the knight, maybe regaining the pawn, and this just feels super strong for black.
Yep. And Jovanka, it's exactly moves like c5, right, which I think throw Gukesh off a little bit, sort of inviting that chaos so early on, because look at the clock situation. It's already a 35-minute lead on the clock for Arjun. We're on move number 10. Gukesh going towards that 1 hour mark right now. He decided not to take that pawn, David, instead a slower, safer approach.
Yeah, but
what do you think?
I just kind of wanted to point out that the knight versus bishop, and there we see Magnus entering the playing hall. He's going to get ready for that Armageddon. But it's that eternal question, the knight versus the bishop. Which piece is more powerful? What type of position is this? And also, like the long-term play as well, because I can see a future where Gukesh doesn't make any impact with his knights, and Arjun is the one to come forward in the center with those bishops and those pawns.
Huga, are you team knight or team bishops?
If it's an open position, bishops. But I love the knights. The knights are the coolest piece, right? Judith Polgar's favorite piece also, the knight.
I mean, she's an attacker, right? So she's got to love those knights. I mean, she's given some beautiful checkmates and finished off some incredible games with that. You guys, is there a player that you're rooting for in this tournament? Your favorite player at Norway Chess?
In the absolute section, I'm really rooting for Gukesh. Yes, totally. I was so happy yesterday for him. It was just so emotional, a historical moment, really. And he totally he's rooting up to the top. And in the women's section, I am really rooting for Hampi Koneru because I'm really rooting her to be the next World Chess Champion.
Yeah.
That's a dream I have. Actually, I made a song, a music video. It's called Shachmatistka, that means the lady chess player. The lyrics were written by Alexandra Kostenyuk for me to sing. I cannot speak Russian, but I become a parrot sometimes, just trying to repeat the accent perfectly. And this music video shows the tactics of the 17 women World Chess Champions in history. But I took the liberty, since it's my video, to include Hampi Koneru because I really thought that she should be also in that video. And yeah, you can have a look too. It has, the highlights of their tactical situations. There is a nice also tactic that Kostenyuk beat Carlsen, and it's a very nice video, yes. So yeah, I'm actually rooting for Gukesh and Hampi. So it's like all the way from the Olympiad winners, yeah. So I'm a big fan of all the players that are playing here, actually.
Yeah, and that's so great that you're such a big supporter of Hampi and, of course, cheering for Gukesh, who is just a legend in the making. Well, Huga, thank you very much for joining us here in the studio, sharing with us your song, singing for us, and being such an incredible guest.
It was a pleasure to be here with you, and I just want to remind you about Queen Trap, this new music video, because you know what inspired me too is that in chess, you can promote and you can have many queens at the same time in the same team. And it doesn't happen in many ways, It's just in chess, you can team up, many queens can team up and power them each other. And that's what happened in Queen Trap. So thank you, Tanya, thank you, Joey, and thank you, David, and thank you, Chess.com and Norway Chess for this wonderful opportunity to share Queen Trap with you.
Thank you, Huga. Wow, such inspiring words. And it's true, pawns can become queens, queens can work together, power on the board.
Yeah, it's the most powerful piece on the board for a reason, and two very powerful players are ready to go at it as the Armageddon between Magnus and Hikaru. All set, Magnus with the white pieces, 10 minutes, Hikaru with 7 minutes but needs only a draw.
Exactly, and it's those draw odds that make Armageddon spicy. So Hikaru will be looking to lock the position down, whereas Magnus is in a must-win position. And what do you expect? Well, he certainly can't open up in the same way that he did in the classical encounter.
Yeah, I think very, very unlikely we'll see the 4 knights Spanish again, maybe even 4 knights Scotch. I think those 4 knights will not come out as early as they did in the classical. It feels like Magnus has a trick up his sleeve or something he is excited to play because he knew, he would have predicted that this would go to Armageddon.
Yeah. And it was just interesting also in the interview by Hikaru, how Hikaru knew that Magnus was going for the Armageddon, and we have a move.
Which is a different one from their classical. On move number 1 starts with the queen's pawn opening, and it's a Slav.
It is a Slav defense. Magnus not going for anything timid, not going for anything with a drawish reputation this time. He's fighting head-on Hikaru in a very complex variation. This is a pure pawn sacrifice. He's going for a Queen's Gambit-esque variation here. He's Fianchetted the bishop. Tanya, you know something along these lines, I believe?
I do like to play this line with the white pieces, so I'm excited to see what Magnus has prepared for this. Like you said, the way the classical went, it's clear that he was aiming for this. You've sacrificed the pawn on a flank. The whole idea revolves around a center pawn eventually moving up, ideas of the knight jumping to the center of the board on e5. You also combine it with a move like a4 on the other side to hit that b5 pawn, and it all needs to be timed well. The move order matters. Magnus chooses the knight first. There's a threat. Knight takes pawn on the board. Watch out that bishop on g2, pinning the bishop on b7.
Yep, and there you see Magnus. He's trying to establish a clamp. He's saying, hey, I'm going to sacrifice that pawn and I'm not going to allow black to break out. And Hikaru just has to be very, very patient in these type of positions. First up, he has to deal with the immediate threat, as Tanya's indicated. Knight takes b5, going to be played. So that's why queen to c8. And now, how is white going to continue? That is a challenge. a4, we've seen. We've also can expand in the center. Also can just purely sacrifice the pawn with b3, and it's on the board. And now, big decision for Hikaru. Does he capture that pawn? Does he step up with his b pawn, attack the knight, try to get a protected pass pawn? It's decision time.
I'm going to throw this to Tanya, the expert in this opening. It's a new position to me. Magnus, a pure pawn down here, but with very active pieces as compensation, Tanya.
I love how Magnus is playing with so much speed. It saves me a lot of trouble in explaining this position. It's about the lead in development, David. It's about those dark squares on the board. You know, that c5 square, the e5 square under control, and targeting that base of the b4 pawn. Eventually, white wants to trade there. Win the c3 pawn by doubling down on it. You could bring your queen one step forward, attack it, and when the dust settles after all these trades, that c6 pawn ends up becoming a big target. Hikaru Nakamura, his aim is to get a successful c5 break, but it's the hardest thing to do in this position.
Very difficult to achieve, and Magnus's most natural move, I agree. Bringing the queen forward one square. Other moves, maybe you develop this bishop somewhere. I'm not sure exactly which direction. Magnus with a lot of choice. I will mention he maintains his 3-minute time advantage he started the game with. It was 10 versus 7 in terms of minutes. Magnus needing to win. He does try to trade black's dark square bishop.
And that's so instructive. When a game is around the dark square weaknesses, you want to get rid of those dark square bishops. You want to attack c3. You want your knight eventually on that c5 square. Magnus's rook on a1, beautifully placed to attack another weakness. I think he's feeling very good about his chances from this opening.
Yeah, I definitely think that Magnus has done well out of this opening. The question is for Hikaru, is he going to start initiating those trades? Is he going to be reinforcing his bishop on b4? Does he have the time? Tanya, as you mentioned, Hikaru's king is uncastled. Like, also, do you trade off that knight on e5? And it's decision time. And this is like the worst thing in the world when you are lower on time than your opponent.
Yeah, and Magnus, in the meantime, looking up at the big screen, he looked so relaxed. And he looks so calm. Hikaru backs up his bishop, defends on b4. If there is a trade, if white now trades on black terms, then the black pawns will be very hard to get rid of long term. Magnus may be looking for some other threats to create.
I will point out that there are ideas of that white knight jumping to c4, and you're eyeing that d6 square, which is really screaming for a knight to land on with the construction of Hikaru's queen and king still at the center of the board. And I wonder if Magnus is trying to make those lines work. You're pointing out another big fork that comes in with knight c4. Actually, the more I look at the move, the more I like it.
Yeah, very likely to be played. Magnus pausing, though, investing some of that time advantage. It's very rare to see Hikaru burn this much time in Armageddon this early in a game. So I think the opening, a big success for Magnus Carlsen. We see the eval bar right up for white as well. So great start, but you need to be energetic in these types of positions.
Yeah, you definitely need to be energetic. You can't just let black castle and then break out. So what to do? The dark squares are potentially weak. But we see Magnus pausing. Is this a big moment?
It really feels like that. I think it's a critical one, and I think you've hit the nail on the head here, Jovanka, because tactics are brewing in the position. The move that we were looking at, right, the knight retreat, it comes with all kinds of ideas. You're also hinting at a potential piece sacrifice with knight takes pawn, eventually opening up that bishop diagonal. The knight can come in with some checks then, and things are going to get spicy really quickly. Did you notice? Hikaru, he was wincing just a couple of seconds ago. He doesn't like what he's seeing in front of him.
Yeah, Hikaru doesn't like his position. He's trying to keep a poker face. Of course, he'll lock in, he'll play quick. He's super good at defending with no time on his clock, Hikaru. So Magnus, he's pausing here and now. He's investing the time because he feels it is a critical moment the top players. This is where they burn time because they know the next sequence is so essential. And whatever Magnus decides to do, he needs to do it soon. Time advantage down to around a minute and a half now. He needs to create threats, that is clear. He's a pawn down with white. Therefore, you need momentum on your side.
Magnus really taking his time on this one. I thought knight c4 was quite a natural move and was expecting him to play it sooner. Not sure what else he has on his radar, and there was a bit of an expression there which seemed to say that he wasn't very happy with the lines playing in his mind.
Yeah, he's frozen. Remember the Armageddon between these two just a few days back in round 2 of the tournament? First, Hikaru froze for a few minutes, then Magnus later froze for a few minutes, then Magnus later almost lost on time, and it's a piece sacrifice from Magnus Carlsen.
Wow. It's a brilliancy.
It's a brilliancy. Computer loves this move, double exclamation mark. If the knight is captured, then the idea Tanya mentioned, the knight will drop back to c4 and jump into d6. Unstoppable. That knight will land a fork, a check. Magnus, crazy move there.
He spent 2 minutes 40 seconds because he was about to sacrifice a piece and calculating it all the way through. We were looking at with a different move order, same idea, apparently perfectly executed. Hikaru doesn't dare capture that knight, brings his king to safety. But now with the material balance, it's all about the piece activity. That knight on e5, which he's trading the bishop off first, pawn takes bishop.
Yep, and all he's going to be doing now is just taking control of those dark squares. The knight has to move so it can move to a4 in order to control c5. I mean, black is struggling here. He's got a backward c-pawn. That's not going to be living long in this world. And Magnus is spoilt for choice. Complete control over the position.
Hopefully we'll break down that piece sacrifice a bit more later once we have a bit more time. But it was all about this diagonal that we're just highlighting on the board. The black king, if it had been stuck in the middle, cut off on that diagonal, would never have been allowed to castle, never been able to get to safety. So we see a much quieter position now. But important that Hikaru trusted Magnus. He trusted him. Maybe he'd calculated it in Magnus's time. Hikaru's playing quick, playing practical. Magnus's time advantage nearly gone now.
I was just wondering, brilliant move. We saw the brilliancy mark appear, but did Magnus just spend too much time getting that on the board? It's still material is level, it's balanced. Magnus with a strategic advantage here. That domination that you're talking about on the dark squares coming up. But Hikaru's knight also controlling the c5, b6 points here. It's not that easy, David, and I think anything can happen when you're playing with less than 5 minutes and no increment.
Yeah, anything can happen, but white definitely has the advantage. The white queen's coming for a weak pawn. That black pawn indefensible, the white rook's sliding over. If Hikaru can't achieve c5 now without losing a pawn, which I don't think he can, we'll see a bishop trade and that pawn just drop off, then he might just be in big trouble.
Yeah, but he might just have to make that sacrifice just to get some kind of activity, because at the minute, he is just struggling when it comes to space. And there we see Hikaru just rerouting the bishop to b5. But Magnus, he's laser sharp focused on that pawn on c6.
And I'm going to remind everyone of the last Armageddon. Magnus was winning, then Hikaru was winning, then Magnus was winning, and finally in that time scramble, Hikaru was the one who came on top. Again, it's going to be a firefight as the players go down on the clock. Magnus with a 1 minute lead. Hikaru wanting to double up on the a file, putting some pressure on that knight on a4, queen to a8. Could be an idea for black here.
Definitely, that seems to be his idea. First, Magnus pushes a pawn. Note how that black bishop was actually hitting the pawn on its starting square. Now, Magnus has a clear threat to win the b4 pawn. Unstoppable. I think Magnus Carlsen will be a pawn up in a very, very promising position. Hikaru's also down a minute and a half. He needs to go into hustle mode. He needs something. There we go. Tanya predicts it right. He pins the white knight, first of all, but down a pawn.
He's going to pin it further with his own knight coming forward. But do you have time to capture? Because there are some ideas on the bank rank. Yes, the queen comes under attack, but what happens in the end of that tactical skirmish?
Oh, great spot there, Tanya. Knight takes knight. Black is actually sacrificing his queen with this move. Let's just quickly put it on the board while Magnus thinks. Knight takes knight, rook takes rook. Black here, after giving up the queen in the corner, will land a deadly check to the white king. You drop your bishop back at the end, a capture, and we count. Black has 2 rooks and a bishop for the queen. Black would be winning, so Magnus cannot take this knight. It would be a terminal blunder.
No, he cannot capture that knight, but he can make an improving move, because the c6 pawn, that's not running away, and that is the ultimate in weaknesses.
Yeah, we could see a scenario where Hikaru wins back a pawn by capturing, kind of trading the knights, winning on a4. Eventually, he drops the c6 pawn. It might be 5 pawns versus 4 pawns, rook endgames. It might be a long, long endgame grind. First, Hikaru goes the other way. He blocks the white bishop with his knight on the diagonal, hitting the white queen in the process. Still very tense. Magnus, this isn't going to be easy to convert for him.
Not at all. And Hikaru also wants to get his rook into the party, right? You want it on the b file, targeting the b3 pawn, so opening up the way. Magnus does give up his bishop, so a big decision. He wants to play knight against bishop. But I do believe the minor pieces will come off the board very soon. With the pin that we see, comes back with the rook.
Yeah, so Magnus is just simply saying, hey, I'm prepared to give up the b pawn. You can win that one, but I'm just going to be focused on c6. But I was awarded a question mark. I actually thought that Magnus would be doubling on the c line and just primarily focusing on c6. Oh, h5. That is chaos mode initiated. He plans to go h4. Well, it was stopped by Magnus immediately.
Yeah, great move, though, Hikaru. He's switching focus. Now, if he can somehow bring the black queen in to this diagonal, potentially, if he can bring his bishop in to this diagonal, suddenly the light squared weaknesses around the white king might start to tell. But for now, Magnus still has everything covered. Hikaru improves his rook. Great stability from Hikaru. He always does this. Even when he's in trouble, he finds a way to consolidate, and later, only later, it comes into another phase of the game. Then he'll start to try and counterattack.
And Magnus's pieces are completely tied down, right? Queen is really the only one that can move. If you move the rook, the knight would have been hanging. The knight couldn't move because the pin along the A line. So Magnus left with queen moves. He does come back. Will Hikaru find a way to improve his queen? He does it on the light squares. The game will be Hikaru's back. I think you ignore the evaluation bar in such a situation.
Well, wait 1 second, because
Whoa!
Look at this.
G5 on the board.
I know, and it's the light squares around the white king that is going to be very vulnerable, and Hikaru is really mixing things up. Now h4.
Look at Magnus. He's feeling the pressure. The last 2 moves that Hikaru's played have been absolutely crazy. They've completely turned the dynamics of the game.
Brilliant from Hikaru. He's 2 pawns down, but he's fighting hard. The black queen ready to swoop. Magnus has to give 1 pawn back just to open up the 3rd rank for his queen. He slides his rook now. The black queen comes in, Hikaru knocking pieces down. This is the chaos phase of the game. This is exactly what we saw on day 2 of the tournament, where it was Magnus who cracked his nerves. Hikaru now piling on so much pressure against the white king.
Yeah, Magnus has lost control in this position. He might be material up, but it's pandemonium on the king's side. And now, the king has moved. The rook is preparing to slide over to h8 and infiltrate.
This is incredible play by Hikaru. The control and the consistency of good moves that he's shown. This is Hikaru Nakamura at his best.
Yeah, Magnus landed the opening surprise. He was dominant in the position, couldn't find a knockout blow, and now it's Hikaru's turn to strike. And the eval bar is bang in the middle, despite the fact black is a whole pawn down. That shows how strong black's attack is. The white knight is actually a bit offside. The black bishop has great potential as well. Anyone's game now.
Yeah, completely. And do remember that Magnus is in a must-win scenario. He cannot allow Hikaru any form of perpetual check whatsoever. The rook slides over, and we see a capture on e4.
Whoa, that's a brave, gutsy decision, allowing Hikaru to come in with the checks, but it looks like Hikaru's miscalculated it. Magnus's king will survive. He is the champion of King of the Hill. He's ready to go all out there, all again after Queen h3.
Yeah, the white king's just going to move forward. It can move forward across the board. The white king might actually run away. We might see this happen. And white, after all, is defending with several pieces. Hikaru makes a mistake.
Oh, maybe he needed just to capture the pawn on g5. But it is tempting to give a few checks when you only have a minute left. And
Setting up bishop g2, watch out.
I know.
Big threat. You've got to check on e5.
But it's white to play.
Yes.
Check on e5. Have to do that. And maybe the knight can actually start coming back. But wow.
Why is this so winning for white? Is Magnus going to be the first to Hikaru's king with the queen and the knight?
Yeah, Magnus is getting there first. This is just a 1-move threat. Black actually doesn't have too much coordination. Magnus was reaching for his queen there. He can give a check, put everything on dart squares. Oh, he puts his king forward. King march again. Magnus did this yesterday against Gukesh and was punished, but it's working. He's running away on the dart squares. No good checks for Hikaru Nakamura.
That is nerves of steel, with the queen, bishop and rook all combining for an attack against the white king and coolly marching up to that f4 square. things only Magnus Carlsen can do.
Yeah, but the clock is ticking down. 40 seconds for Hikaru. Anything can still happen. Hikaru just has to generate some threats somewhere along the lines and let the time trouble take care of the rest.
It does hang the bishop, this last move.
Careful, there's a big threat. Black wants to give a check with his rook, and he would have been skewering the white king and queen because the white g-pawn pinned. Now Magnus getting his queen and king out of the same line. The question is, can he take the bishop? He does. He's a whole knight up now and a couple of pawns, Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru, he needs to land a blow here or he's just busted.
Yeah.
One move away from winning, right? Knight e4 or knight d7 and landing a check on f6 would be game over. It's insane. Hikaru, with his attack, has chased Magnus's king to the center of the board, but there's no killer blow. And Magnus, he just simply slides his rook on the other side. Full board awareness here by the world number one, coming in with a check on e8.
And Hikaru, he is searching for a solution, but he's got no time on the clock.
2 seconds, 1
He's
second.
about to lose some time.
Gonna get flagged, and he does!
Hikaru Nakamura loses on time. The position was lost anyway. But Magnus, he had done the hard work. He defended well. And the two great champions now in front of us discussing that crazy Armageddon game.
That was wild. I mean, sure made up for their classical encounter. This one was just absolutely crazy. It started off in a really controlled way and then just pandemonium.
And I think this plan has been Magnus's all along, even from the start of the classical. Take it to the Armageddon, play this crazy line. He sacrificed a pawn, went for the attack from the start, got that winning position. But Hikaru, being the most resourceful player on the planet, creates a chaos on the board. Magnus simply marches up with the king. That was beautiful chess we saw. Control play by Magnus. Hikaru came all guns blazing, but the king up the board. And the king won eventually.
Yeah, I mean, we have to break down some of those moments because there were so many. And the first chapter, I would say, began with Magnus's amazing sacrifice, knight takes c3. Maybe we can revisit that moment because it took us all by surprise. What a shocker of a move. But you can see, double exclamation mark, it was a brilliancy.
It was a brilliancy, full piece sacrifice from Magnus Carlsen. We promised we'd break it down, and here it is. If the knight is captured, you don't even move the rook in the corner. You retreat your knight. Magnus now getting the adulation of the fans. Very different scenes from yesterday, talking to our reporter Sverre there. But knight check, essentially, unstoppable. The whole reason is you've cut the king. Remember, everyone at home, you can't castle your king through check. So the black king, stranded, cannot really get out the way. Yes, you can get out of a fork, for example, by moving your queen. But after some knight checks, potentially, there would be more forks in the air. And here, black would be losing material. Magnus had calculated this so well. I'm just going to fast forward it, though, to a bit later. After some twists and turns in the game, Hikaru, a pawn down here with black, struck with g5. This was wonderful as well. Great to see the white king lacking defenders. That is the trigger sign. And after the pawn was captured, another sacrifice. 2 pawns down, offering a third. If this was taken, Hikaru would immediately have swooped in with his queen. Decisive attack. So Magnus opened up his queen on the third rank, some captures, and it was here. After some maybe inaccurate moves, Hikaru here could have actually given a sneaky check with his queen, opened up the e-file, and gone to a drawn endgame. Instead, the big blunder, or the final mistake at least of this game, he brought his rook across, and now Magnus, well, biting the bullet, he took this pawn, marched forward with his king. Queen takes pawn here, the last chance for black. But here, once the Magnus king walk started, it was black who was doomed. Bishop to f1, creating a big threat. Ignored. Magnus moving his king further forward. And the final blunder here, a threat of rook to h4 check. White gave a check himself and only now picked up the bishop. And the final position was here. Hikaru lost on time. No good way to stop this check. One last check for black would have seen the white king hide.
Yeah, wow. A game with all the thrills and spills. Wow, we're gonna have to catch our breath, just basically take a moment to restock or refuel and re-energize for what is gonna be an insane day of action. So join us in a few minutes as we take a break. We are back and it's time to suit up because we are back in action with day 7 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess women, and we've already been treated to one of the most incredible, intense Armageddon matches that we've seen in such a long time. I mean, yesterday it was incredible, but today, what we start with?
Norway Chess
Magnus
keeps delivering.
Hikaru in the interview saying that their last classical encounter, because Hikaru perhaps is saying he doesn't want to play classical chess anymore.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen. I hope we get to see these two fight it out, because that last classical game that they played, it was a bit heartbreaking. If this epic rivalry, these two giants of the game, world number 1, world number 2, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, two legends of the sport, I think we want more as fans.
Yeah.
I think we want that one final classical big fight between these two players. The Armageddon was a completely different story, though.
Yeah, maybe next year, Norway Chess.
Yes.
I think Hikaru is right. The collision course, it just isn't there. Like, Hikaru is going to stick to FIDE events if he wants to fight for the world title. If not, why would he play classical? No real incentive. Magnus won't play much anyway, unless it's some Olympiad, but Hikaru doesn't really play for US anymore.
Maybe the World Cup. Do you think Magnus, after winning the World Cup, is inspired to play it again, or do you think it was just about getting that title in?
I think he'll have other stuff to do during the World Cup, other responsibilities.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because Hikaru did mention us earlier before this event, that he was thinking of retiring from classical chess because he wasn't sure whether he was going to try for qualifying for the candidates, and everything very much depended on how he did here in Norway Chess. Do you think he's inspired by that Armageddon to keep the spark alive?
I mean, I hope he does find his inspiration, because it's been a tough tournament, right, for Hikaru. After his first 2 games, this is his 5th loss in a row. And that's a lot. Yes, it sits to Magnus Carlsen, and there's never any shame to that. But I think it's got to be tough for Hikaru. You have this brilliant start. You're looking for that motivation, inspiration to fight for that candidate spot. And then one by one, the whole castle just crumbles. He needs a classical win. That's all I can think of to bounce back.
Yeah. On the bright side for Hikaru, he did sit here in the studio with us and said he'll probably try and fight for that rating spot for the candidates for the World Championship if he doesn't lose any rating points this tournament. And at least in classical, he's only losing 1 rating point. So, yeah, he's not doing too badly, at least in the classical chess.
Well, we still might see the famous rivalry that is Magnus and Hikaru. Well, Magnus did win that incredibly exciting Armageddon game. So let's hear what he had to say to Sarah.
Magnus, not too inspired in the classical game today. How would you summarize it?
No, of course not. I didn't really want to be there, so my play sort of showed that. But honestly, all the preparation I did today was for the Armageddon, which I kind of felt was happening. So I just at least wanted to give a nice performance there, and I felt like I did.
Do you think you're going to be motivated for tomorrow?
More than today, I hope.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, Magnus already predicting the future, saying that he just prepared for the Armageddon. And yeah, well, he thought of the spectators when he prepared that opening.
I think that was very honest by Magnus, and we saw what happened there, how it played out, the plan start to finish, coming in, getting that quick draw into the bag, and then going into the Armageddon. He said he was ready to bring on the fireworks, happy with his performance. I think that was a great fun Armageddon. And when I say great fun, it's not just one player smashing their way through, David. You won that fight from the opponent, and Hikaru was ready for it. I think that's what makes it spectacular.
Yeah, there were 3 acts to that game. It was like a good play, like a good drama. First act, Magnus lands an opening punch, sacrifices a piece, wins a pawn. Second act, Hikaru fights back. It's on the edge. It's level according to the computer. It's crazy. Could go in any direction. Final act, of course, Magnus calmly walked his king forward and went on to win.
I mean, what kind of nerves is that? You're queen, rook, bishop, you're fighting an entire army, and you spend 4 moves just planting your king on f4 and winning the game.
It's for the new book on king marches and king runs. Well, that was a game in 3 acts, but we have 5 games still playing their first acts. So let's have a look, because it's been a while since we've seen them. So let's catch up with the action here. Maybe we can begin with Wei, Caruana against Wei. That's a top left.
Birthday boy. Let's jump in. Big moment in that one as well. We'll do a quick roundup of the 5 games, and then we also have to place our bets. We shouldn't forget Armageddon.
Oh, yeah.
Where are we at? We are...
Okay, we don't need to go into this, Tanya. It is
I
like
think,
literally...
Ivanka, you should take the stage and tell us where we're at.
Okay, I'm not bitter, but I will say that David has 3, Tanya has 2, and I have 0.
We are rooting for you to get up on the stage. I think I would love it if you take this one, but I would love it if I take it just a little bit more.
I mean, your chances might be resurrected, late surge, just like Gukesh yesterday.
Do I get 3 points if I win? Ooh. I'm that far behind. I might need
1 point. Okay, let's talk about this position. Quick action replay, because we were last here a while ago, an age ago it feels like. Let's backtrack to this point in the game. We'd actually seen the white bishop move twice early on, and here Caruana challenged the black center that he'd pushed forward, that he'd tried to trick into his lines here. Wei Yi, maybe taking a leaf out of his opponent's book, plants his bishop on a slightly odd-looking square, maybe aiming to land it in the center. Fabiano brings his queen out, indirectly putting pressure now on the d4 pawn, which was defended, allowing the white knight to jump forward. Ivanka mentioned this earlier as a key motif. One to remember for anyone at home: if you're fianchettoing a bishop, often you want to trade off at least one set of minor pieces to open up this bishop. We saw that in the Zhu and Jun game as well. This bishop wants better eyesight. It doesn't want anyone standing in front of its eye line blocking. We saw the black knight jump into the center. Some trades. Wei Yi playing very dynamically here. These pawns very, very weak, but also pressure against this bishop. The black bishop lurking on the long diagonal. Fabiano stepped back. Look at this move. Pawn to c4 now. Double exclamation mark. Doesn't appear. I'm slightly surprised. I thought it would. Only a short-term sacrifice. If this pawn is picked off by the white queen, there would be danger. Among other moves, maybe a capture here, and another capture by the black knight, hitting the queen, unleashing the dark square bishop as well. The white pawn then captured instead. The black knight drops back. Double attack, winning back the material. Queen retreats, knight takes pawn, another take, take. Everything getting exchanged, and this is the position we find ourselves in. Level material. Black has the bishop pair, but 2 weaknesses. And first question, does black ever consider, ever, queen takes rook? You get 2 rooks for the black queen. What do we think of that big decision?
And usually that imbalance of 2 rooks works for the side with the rooks, right? It's usually stronger. That's the big question here. And maybe we can have that on the board, because Wei Yi could immediately go for it. Queen takes rook, rook captures back, win the rook, and here we are. And how do we feel about this position? I see the bar seems to like it, and I wonder if it's because it's just easier to build up play with the white pieces. You know, moves like h4, h5, h6 ideas come into mind. The moment you go h4, if black tries to stop it, the white knight can jump forward and capture some of the key squares. And it just feels that black might not be in time to build that play between the 2 rooks, which are still far away from being developed. It'll be so much about timing, but it's a very tough one to evaluate. I mean, even with what we have in front of us, Ivanka, it's a 50-50. You know, you don't have the eval bar on the board. You're thinking this is a game for 3 results.
Yeah, totally. One thing that I would say when I come to this type of decision making, I always judge not just in the current position, but I try to look ahead and see how the pieces can harmonize, because I feel like this is so important when you have piece imbalances. So if you take a look at this particular position, the white knight can jump up to e4, as you pointed out. I love your h4 idea. Pawn push is always going to get my stamp of approval. But, you know, you can just see that white isn't going to rush with taking c6, because that simply helps black in the activity game. And the bishop is pointing, yeah, you can see, it's bad news. I'm a certified pawn grabber, and I'm not touching that pawn with a barge pole. But instead, like knight to e4, knight to c5 coming, knight to g5 coming. I mean, is the light square bishop on e6 doesn't have any good square to hide to, and also the black rooks are really not quick enough to take control of the open line.
I really like the point that in these kind of positions, you don't want to get greedy because you only open those active files for your opponent's rook. So that c6 pawn, in fact, is white's friend rather than Wei's in this position. But David, if Wei does agree with what we're discussing in the studio, right, let's bring up our live board right now, and decides that it's not the right time to take on a1, I don't think taking on c6 is anywhere a threat here. The queen needs to stay connected to the knight, so queen takes pawn is impossible. Bishop takes c6 would run into a pin along the c file. So Wei does have time to think of active ideas, like you're pointing out right here. This wouldn't work, and I really like the move that you have. b3 becomes a bit of a hook, right? a5, not only setting up the trap, but also hinting at a4, opening up diagonals and files to get to a weakness on the board.
Yeah, it feels like that's the way to... Always, actually, when you have weak pawns, it's the minority attack, we call it in chess. That's the way to get rid of one of your weaknesses, break down the opponent's stronghold. I could see a scenario just to try and predict the future. The white rook moves out the way. The pawn comes down to a4. Even if white grabs this pawn at some point in the near future, I'm not sure how. Black's going to trade off. Black's going to kind of double down on the isolated pawn that lands on b3, and everything might disappear from that left half, the queen side. I'm going to predict Armageddon in this one.
We got to do our Armageddon prediction game, though, right? We haven't still gotten that. So this one, you think in the balance. But if Wei decides to give up the queen for the two rooks, then anything can happen. Then I think we get a decisive result.
Yeah, I think he only does that against a lower-rated opponent, though. I don't think you do that against someone like Caruana, who's quite good at dynamism, calculation. I would take the rook if I was playing like a 2300 maybe, or lower. I don't think I would risk it against...
I feel like David was about to say 2400, and then he's like,
No. I would never dare against you two. I'd be punished, and Wei plays pawn to a5.
On the board. Good call there, good move, and I like the idea. I think b3 also sort of provokes that move. You create that hook for that counterplay on the queen side. All right, prediction games for today. Let's say we all got the Hikaru Magnus draw in our bag. Who's starting? Ivanka, do you want to go first?
Okay. So, going to the Fabi against Wei game, I was thinking that black was slightly better, just the bishop pair, and still some questions for Fabi to answer. But ultimately, I think it is a draw. Gukesh against Arjun. Ooh, Arjun looks like he's going to be winning that one. I love the bishop pair and I love the central control. So let's go one Armageddon. And then Leiting J, Vachier-Lagrave, very balanced. That one's going to be Armageddon. And then it is Humpy against Anna Muzichuk. Feels very level, but also I can see black turning around and winning this. Let's say another Armageddon. How many have I said? 3?
3, and you've got 1 already.
Yes, and then Ju Wenjun, Sarah Kadam. I think that's going to be a decisive one. So I'm going to say, what did I say?
I've lost track right now. You're on 4 right now.
Counting is hard.
I'm sorry. I get distracted by my own brain sometimes.
But you did a great job of breaking everything down. So it helped me for my next prediction. So thank you for that, Ivanka. But you've said 4 so far.
Thank you.
So the last board, is that an Armageddon or not?
Did I say anything? Did I not give a conclusion on that one? I think it's going to be decisive.
Decisive. So you're going with 4 Armageddons, counting the Magnus Hikaru.
Yeah.
That was going to be my number, David Howell. All right, I will go with, I agree with everything you said, and I think we get 3 Armageddons today, counting Hikaru and Magnus.
I think we'll get 10 Armageddons.
He's just giving up. We've taken all the good numbers.
I'll say 5.
Okay, 3, 4, 5. One more time. Let's go. All right, so should we go to Gukesh versus Arjun? Because that looks very fun. You know, while you were breaking it down, that top right board, I don't know how Arjun does this. Arjun doing Arjun things with the black pieces, completely chaotic position. The evaluation bar loves it. Arjun's strongest move being pointed out by the blue arrow. To me, it also looks like the most natural move in the position. Get your bishop out, develop your pieces, attack an opponent's piece.
And gain a tempo, and a very important one. There's some tactics lurking in the position. Again, quick action replay since we were last here. We left it after white castled his king, Gukesh. Maybe surprised in the opening, although he was the one who invited this. A very surprising I'm struggling to understand the opening play by Gukesh. I don't think he was freestyling yet. Somehow the preparation, if it did exist, maybe not the best. Here, Arjun decided to trade off a set of pawns in the center. He now brought his knight out to pressure the white knight in the center. If there were a trade, black only gets another pawn closer to the center. These two very strong, about to be joined by a third pawn and the bishop pair for black. This is, I think, actually strategically dead lost for white already. So therefore, Gukesh retreated his knight, putting some pressure in the center, at least getting one square, persuading Arjun to step forward. So the white knight getting a nice outpost. But the downside is that outpost is of a light squared complex here. And what does black have? It's an unchallenged light squared bishop. That's why in the game in a moment, we'll see that bishop come out potentially with strong effect. First, the queen hits the knight, defended. Arjun taking a leaf out of our books, what you were talking about, h6 earlier, stopping the white knight from jumping. And now, after c3, the blue arrow appears. The only way to keep a huge advantage, apparently.
And that surprises me. I mean, you know, while you're looking at this position, bishop f5, we call it a very natural move. You hit the knight on e4. But I would think even if Arjun was to play a move like e5, consolidating the center, I'm a bit scared to play d3 here because I feel that pawn becomes more of a weakness than a strength. You might have overpushed it. But yeah, maybe it's not the best. But a move like e5, it just feels like a very pleasant position for Arjun, even here for me. So how critical is it for him to find bishop f5, and what makes it so strong?
Yeah, good question, first of all, about e5. Like, this looks totally, totally healthy to my eyes for black. This looks very good for black, if anything, like trade. This is still a powerful passed pawn, and it still feels like bishop f5 is coming next move. I think the explanation for bishop f5 being strong might be easier to break down. Bishop to f5, let's talk about the blue arrow move, which means the computer prizes this move above all others. Firstly, it's hard to defend this knight. I don't really see any good ways, like bringing your knight back is super clumsy. This knight gets in the way of white's pieces. And if you move your knight, there might be a tactic that our producer here, Bick, was talking about in a different scenario, but a long, long time ago. Bishop takes h3, boom.
Woohoo!
And undermining the white knight on f3.
Oof.
Win a pawn, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, if the bishop gets captured, you can take back on f3 in a couple of ways. I would take with the rook just because white's king is so open. You're going to double up. You're going to break through. This looks decisive.
That is such an incredibly cool motive, right?
Wait. Can we just show what happens after c5? C4, queen f7. You have that hiding place.
Hitting on f2, coming in with the attack, and then rook f8. But this whole motive of getting that knight from the center of the board, you know, pushing it away, and coming in with this sneaky point that opens up the line of the queen eyeing the other knight. Sort of this pattern recognition, and I will say that Arjun is super good at finding these tricks and traps in a position. I think he'll spot this. I think he'll spot the dangers of what happens if that central knight leaves the board. You're pointing out the move c4 right now.
Yeah, c4, because it's still not as easy as it looks. So c4, and then...
So different move order, basically. Jovanka's idea from earlier. Now the black queen needed to defend the f3 square when the rook landed there. Now the queen being driven away.
Well, I was first thinking, I just want to point out one idea. I was thinking that queen a5 might be a simple move, resetting the trap of rook takes knight, but I think that runs into bishop to d2. The bishop first, yes, and this would be just, you could do it now or maybe even later after, before going for pawn takes bishop, but this would solve all problems. So I don't even know why still the bar is equal.
So now we've definitely stumbled across what Arjun's calculating. There's other ways he would go for this, I think. It's like forceful move, capture, like, and then this is the logical consequence, because either black's just a pawn up and winning, or this works for white. Not much in between.
David, is it just simply to play for compensation? You drive the queen, queen into pawn. I was thinking queen d7, queen h3 ideas.
Maybe queen d7 or...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, because it's a little bit scary. Okay, hang on. Stop being British. It's terrifying.
It's horrible. If you're white, you're trembling here.
Exactly. Yeah. I was thinking
like
queen takes h3. That wasn't...
Take a pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
And black is a piece down for just 2 pawns, but winning, according to the eval bar. Almost a +2 advantage. The rooks are going to slide. Let's say white makes... Okay, let's say I try and defend. I want to keep my knight intact. Oh, the bar hates it. Of course it does, my move. Rook to f8, I'm going to say automatic.
And rook a3, what's the knockout blow after that?
a3.
I really wanted to go knight to e5.
Oof.
Oh, it
Nice.
my
awesome.
calculation is in point. My prediction game off, but rook takes f2 was my big idea.
Well, it's more important to get the moves right, Ivanka.
I don't know. I can't really brag about making good moves in analysis. I can brag about winning the prediction game, and that's what matters. And plus, you guys keep on going on about, like, how many points do you have, Yovi? Like, none.
Remind me,
Zero.
what was it? Oh, zero,
Zilch.
yeah.
Nada.
Oh, and,
Do you think you'll get a point before this tournament ends?
Oh, Tanya, that is so mean.
But it's a genuine and a fair question.
Coming from a place of concern, David.
And I actually think I probably won't. But it really is pot luck. And I was going to almost curse that. It was pot luck. Because, like yesterday, I was so close to getting 4 victories. But, there was time scrambles and then players that I thought they were going to win.
Yeah.
They took a draw.
It's like being in bad form at a chess tournament, right? Like sometimes you make good moves, you predict the future, and then somehow you just get unlucky and you keep losing. And then sometimes you do sit there thinking, like, am I going to get a point by the end of the tournament?
Yeah. I once played in a tournament in Oslo and there was a grandmaster there, 2600. And I kid you not, everyone played really well against him. So he ended up like, okay, don't quote me on this, but around about the 50% mark, because literally, he would play 2100, they would play like 2400 plus performance, and they were getting their openings, and he was just having such a miserable time. And I've been there as well. And also you have some tournaments where it's just effortless. Like literally, you cannot put a foot wrong. Your opponents just crumble, and then you just kind of breeze your way through the games.
Everything falls into place. But in the prediction game so far, it looks like it's going to be the former Yovi. But there's still a long way to go. I mean, it's hard, You've got 6 predictions to make. I mean, David only got 3. I only got 2. It's tough.
Ivanka might get today, right? And then there's 3 more rounds. She might get the last 3 days, right?
If I'm eating my own words at the end of it and Ivanka wins the championship of the commentators' predictions.
Still time. There's still plenty of time.
Yeah.
And plenty of time on the clock for Arjun as well. He's up on the clock there. I think he's calculating all of this. I mean, it's a piece sacrifice. If you go with the idea of bishop f5, he's got it in his mind because it's just his brand of chess. He's doing that thing he always does. Where is he looking? What is happening in that direction? Someone tell me.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe Magnus Carlsen's now sitting in the audience. I don't know. I think he's probably not even... his eyes might be darting around, but he's not even aware of what he's seeing.
Yeah.
I think he's seeing a chessboard in his mind. That's all. And he wouldn't be able to tell you what he's looking at. That's just how chess players calculate. There we see ICAM, the eye tracker. Now it's gone the other way.
I mean, is this a skill that chess players, do you think he's worked on this? Was it, I mean, having been on the team and sort of spent some time analyzing with these players, it's crazy. They do the same when they're in training. Barely ever look at the board. It just feels like it's an inbuilt cheat code that you can do this.
I feel like he's looking into someone's soul. Maybe he's looking into his own soul. I don't know. It's just, it is a fantastic skill, as you say, Tanya. Like visualization. I picked it up from maybe reading chess books and kind of seeing the position without actually playing out the moves on a board. But there are plenty of ways of doing it, and it can help.
Yeah, so I just checked with the AI because I couldn't remember it off the cuff. But because there's upper left and there's lower left as well. So looking to your upper left is, according to my AI friend over here, often associated with visual remembering or constructing. So looking to the upper right is associated with auditory remembering or constructing.
Okay, or he just looked over to the right when he said that, but now back to the center, now off to the left. He's trying to construct a checkmate in his mind. Maybe the one we saw, maybe the one Ivanka predicted with that knight e5, queen g2 mate.
What do you guys think? After all this darting around all over the playing hall, are we going to see bishop f5? And more importantly, will Arjun go for this sacrifice?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like trademark Arjun, right?
It is, right?
He's a complete firebrand. Yeah.
Big moment. And Gukesh once again suffering against Arjun.
Yeah, it definitely is a nightmare opponent for Gukesh. Okay, so we have fireworks on that side. We are definitely going to keep an eye on it, and we'll follow whether bishop to f5 is played. But okay, we have to check in on the women. And we have 3 beautiful games to choose from. So maybe we can just do a quick roundup of each of these positions and have a gander at which one is most exciting.
Yeah, I'm going to maybe bring us first to Humpy against Anna Muzychuk. Firstly, because they're on the camera, makes my life a bit easier, but also because there is some tension in the position. I'm not sure whether it's a critical moment, but I would be slightly concerned if I were Humpy right now. Anna Muzychuk looks very relaxed, more time on her clock as well with the black pieces. We won't dive too far back here. I'll just bring us back 3 moves maybe, just to show what's happened. It was a very stable looking position, very level looking. Black here playing kind of Grunfeld strategy, hyper modern chess, by giving away the center, not having any pawn influence in the center with black, but instead attacking from afar with pieces. The bishop hitting the pawn, the black queen, black rook also lined up, knights developing via the side of the board. And it was here where Anna Muzychuk initiated the chaos. She played the move pawn to c5. Looks like a pawn sacrifice. It is temporarily the square covered twice. It's one of those invisible moves, as we say. Looks like it's impossible, but it is actually often a way of breaking the opponent's coordination if you can force through a move on a square that they think is covered. So knight takes pawn, trades, and the queen comes out to b5, hitting this pawn, but more importantly, hitting the white queen, which moved, and now a pin. To my eyes, this looks beautiful for black, like rook takes pawn coming in next. Again, pawns eyed up on the queen side, but how does Humpy keep the balance here? Not so easy for white.
All the pawns are hanging, right? And right now you've got that extra pawn, but the question's how long? And let's say Humpy she moves the rook. I was thinking you bring it to c1 to defend the queen, but she brings it to d1. You still can't capture the c5 pawn because of trades on d8 or another rook eventually landing there. But even if you don't win something on the spot here, you know, simple moves like a knight move. Get that knight out of the way, either to a4 or to d5. I'm not sure which square I'd like more. But the point is, look at the way Anna Muzychuk's 2 bishops are eyeing b2, a2. The queen and the rook lined up against c5. The knight coming into the attack. I don't think it matters, but eventually either Anna lands up with a bishop pair, a very active bishop pair, or will regain material with some interest of piece activity.
Yeah, I agree that there's some trouble ahead for Humpy. She has to neutralize the activity. But Humpy, with her last move, we have to point out how crafty it is, because it is setting up a few things. Like, for instance, if you go rook takes rook, rook takes rook, and then now if you capture on c5...
Which way?
They're both bad. It doesn't really matter.
So take with the queen.
Yeah, so here you can go...
Let's be fancy.
Shall we be... Oh, you want to be fancy?
Yeah, let's be fancy.
Well, it isn't easy to... Yeah, okay, so let's be fancy. Go on rook to d8.
Check. Black can't take the rook. I'll put this on the board because the black queen drops. You need the black rook to defend. And let's say instead, after a rook check, the bishop drops back.
Yeah, then you can go queen takes queen. And bishop h6.
Knight d7. Only move.
Only move.
And do you just survive? Or not? Wait, that's not the only move?
Rook c8, I realized.
Oh!
Lucky. I missed it initially as well. I thought, like, why is the eval bar in the middle? Like, knight d7, white just moves the knight and, like, takes this.
Disaster, right? Yeah, but rook c8, okay.
Retreating moves. They are the hardest, and this just holds. But then where is the advantage in this position? Because I was with you, Vanka. This looked absolutely crushing for white.
I'm confused as well.
Maybe we don't be fancy then.
Yeah, maybe we don't be fancy. I'm just going to very quickly cheat and check how white has an advantage here. Apparently, okay, you just play it simple. You just bring your knight to the center, hit the bishop, unleash your bishop. This pin is a bit annoying on the black bishop, and not winning advantage, but suddenly a very big advantage for now.
And if now bishop takes pawn, bishop h6 seals the deal, right? You don't have rook c8, you don't have knight d7.
Rook c8 still.
Oh, you do actually have
Maybe
rook c8.
take this one. Now you.
Yeah.
Now you get bishop h6 in.
No rook c8 for you. And yeah, if black just makes a move, bishop to c8 and a checkmate. Yeah, back rank is those are in the air. Like as Ivanka said, like rook takes rook. If black takes with a rook, I have worse feelings about this one.
Oh.
Yeah. Now you can go down. And you got bishop h6.
And you come in anyway, rook c8, queen c8.
Oh.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Remove that defender. And again, checkmate lands to the black king.
Yeah. So that was like one quite basic but effective idea that Humpy had. And also, if you go bishop takes a2, we just have to point out there is a big threat in the position of rook takes rook. And the knight on b6 is hanging. And that's bad news for black. And one of the great things about this rook to d1 is that you suddenly...
Just point out, you can also take this way. Just talking of being fancy. Give up the queen.
Oh, David, we are not well, I am not worthy. That is super nice.
But,
That is fancy.
Just want to put in the memory banks at home. Just rook on d8, bishop on h6, pin, win.
But you got to finish it. Rook takes bishop.
Yeah, rook takes bishop. There we go.
There you go. Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Lovely.
Okay, we have a move. Rook takes rook on the board from Anna Muzychuk.
And I was wondering here what happens if you... Well, it's the same, right? You still can't take on a2. We get that same line that we're talking about. So rook takes rook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rook takes rook will be played. Humpy's away from the board at the moment, but let's say rook takes rook is played.
So no bishop takes pawn because of the tactic that you pointed out. Can black just simply jump in with a knight? Again, I really like the d5 square. It hits the bishop, but also knight a4 equally attractive. Those would be my two moves of choice here. Okay, knight a4 not so attractive apparently. What is it?
Yeah, that would be my first choice as well. I guess maybe does white play knight to d4?
That was going to be my response to the other knight jump.
If there's a capture, I don't really see a knockout, but at least... I'm trying to look for tactics on the back rank, but at least white has the bishop pair long term.
Hang on a second. If you go knight takes c5, isn't b4 pretty good?
Knight moves away, b3. Bishop defends e6, right? What's the... Oh, and then how do you make it work?
Well, yeah.
We've got a move, by the way.
Yep.
So rook takes rook on the board. And now the ball in Anna's court. She can't take the pawn on a2 because of tactics. Will she jump in with the knight? David, you want to show this beautiful line one more time?
It's the same thing. White just lacks a rook on f1. Okay, one last checkmate. Promise. And checkmate. Boom. But, yeah, what else? What else? Not so easy for...
But maybe you do go knight d5, and the difference is that after knight d4, by the way, on the board, after knight d4, black can trade everything and eventually win the c5 pawn once you've gotten rid of the dark squared bishop. So let's say knight d4, bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop, knight takes bishop, you recapture, and now that there are no checkmating ideas on the board, you simply pick up c5.
Mm-hmm. Looks totally fine for black. Nice safe hiding spot. Now the black... now the black pieces have got rid of that dark squared bishop. Looks totally level. Yeah, Anna played that so far, so confident. She'd spotted all those tactics for sure. She's so sharp.
Comes in with an idea of knight b4 as well, knight f4. I think enough, sufficient compensation here for that extra pawn. Anna Muzychuk has very likely to go into an Armageddon. As we go back to our multi-board view right here, a lot of fireworks on that top right board. That continues in action. Very Fabi sort of fizzling out, David. Top left, I want to say, with so many trades on the board, you've got the bishop pair, but you're also down a pawn. Looks like Armageddon very likely there. But let's continue our women board. What catches your attention next, Jovanka?
Well, it has to be the game between Ju Wenjun and Sarah Kadam. Because Ju Wenjun, her queen was out on h5, she's doubled up on the e-line, and the pawn structure is very imbalanced. Also, let's not forget, it's two bishops versus bishop and knight. So Ju Wenjun really wanting to win this one because she's drawn all of her games. She's won 5 of the Armageddons. She's currently in 3rd place. And she is reigning Norway Chess champion. She wants to win it. She wants to defend her title. So this is the game that she's going to be eyeing up as a potential for those 3 points.
You know, to me, David, this position looks so interesting because it's like both players are playing on different flanks completely. You just divide the board into half. For Wenjun, it's all the play on the king side. She's already eyeing breaks like f5, blowing the position open, maybe even a g4, g5 at the right time. Meanwhile, Sarah has put all her attention on that 1b2 weakness. Of course, now I think Wenjun can take the time out to put the knight back to c4 and defend it. But I don't think that plays into what her strategy of the match is. And wow, it's not a good move at all. I thought it was one of the more natural moves, but perhaps with more exciting possibilities on the right side. Why is knight c4 so bad?
Yeah, I'll just put it on the board for a moment. Maybe it's just because we lose momentum as white. I wonder whether... have a feeling it's going to be a bad move. But rook to b3. Okay, it's not the best, but ideas of the bishop coming in, removing this knight, maybe pinning this this weak Benoni pawn.
Rook b3, really nice. I wonder if bishop c8, bishop b7 could be another idea. I really want to get rid of the bishop on g2.
Sorry, I can't draw arrows today. That is not a legal move for anyone at home. Bishop to b7 is the idea of Tanya's.
Looks nice.
Bishop b7, trade off this piece.
So maybe timing really matters in this one, Jovanka. And she goes for it. f5 on the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, she has a big threat. Knight takes f7, followed by pawn takes e6. And that's going to be quite the deadly checkmate. So you have to do something about that. And
I just wanted to point out knight takes f7, but then I realized rook takes f5. But you're right, right here, Jovanka, if black plays like...
Rook b2.
Rook b2 was what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think knight takes pawn. It has to be, no?
Yeah, knight takes f7.
Yep.
Ooh.
Let's say some rooks come off. If the king takes, fork down.
Yep.
And double check, hitting the black king. Okay, so how to deal with this? f5.
So you have a direct threat here, right? You want to take on f7 if the rook was to move away. David, you were going to suggest a move?
I was going to suggest, well, just show that this is a blunder. Pawn takes pawn, because now we take the bishop. We could maybe also take f7, but the white rook's already poised to grab a bishop. This is scary, I've got to say, for black. Like, maybe you find a move or two to hold the balance, but they need to be a good few moves.
And I was just going to update you on the Arjun-Gukesh game.
What happened?
Arjun did not play bishop f5, so we'll come back to it and we'll investigate it fully. But he went the move that we'd actually written off, in one move. We just said d3, rook e3.
It was mentioned, but we felt that this would be more of a weakness than an asset for Arjun, right? An over-advanced pawn, but he likes it. David, do you approve of Arjun's decision here?
I'm not so shocked by like d3 in and of itself. Like, it looks like an interesting move. He always plays very ambitious chess, Arjun. It's just the fact that the other one was so like, well, I'm not going to say straightforward, but it was like pure calculation, like bishop f5 forces a move. Then I take a pawn. Then I sack a piece. Boom, boom, attack. It's like big attack as well. And it's just his style, Arjun, to play bishop f5. So, yeah, interesting that Gukesh maybe given a second lease of life, just as he was yesterday.
Yeah, it's exactly the kind of position, Arjun, what Arjun does best is the line that we felt with that bishop move. And now he has to show, because rook e3 was really the problem move while we were looking at d3 attacking. Arjun has his response ready. He gets the bishop into the game. The d3 pawn cannot be picked up. The knight at the center of the board is hanging. We'll jump to that. But anything else you want to go to first, Jovanka?
Well, I just want to go towards this one because I feel like this game could potentially end any second now. And that's the game between Fabiano Caruana against Wei Yi. It's opposite color bishop.
Yeah, good call.
Fabi is a pawn up, but it is well blockaded.
I mean, if they're on move, are they on move 30 yet? Where's
28.
The move count? Oh, almost there. I think this is heading to an Armageddon, and the next 5 moves is my prediction.
I reckon they're here for at least another hour.
What?
No, maybe not an hour, maybe 35 minutes.
35 minutes
on.
I don't know. I could see a world in which white kind of gets some chances. The problem is there's no real targets for the white bishop, but imagine, okay, trade of rooks about to happen. Maybe the white bishop kind of sneaks back to c4. If you get your rook active.
David, rook c1, rook c8?
Why would white?
Oh, yeah, he goes rook c1. I forgot that white's the one who's got the extra pawn, and I'm just trying to get into that draw result as quickly as possible. But of course, white will never go rook c8 because that's a draw on the spot.
I think Fabi plays. Like, if the white rook gets active somewhere, the white bishop comes back to c4, then you start pretending you're doing something on the king side. Black will have a dark square blockade. Black will always be able to like bully white with the thought of a rook trade, but I don't know.
You think it's going to continue? Yeah, I can see that. I must admit, I didn't see this maneuver of bishop a6, bishop to c4, because I just thought, well, rook will come to d2, rook come to b2, and then it will have to be trade central.
And I'll point out one more thing, that I think a dynamic like rook b8, rook takes bishop works into white's favor here. Because white's rook is beautifully defending the pawn laterally, allowing the white king to sort of just come up, march and assist that pawn to go up the board. So this is going to be a very difficult endgame to hold as well. For Wei, his best chance is try and trade the rooks off the board. That would be golden, but if not, at least keep the bishops alive.
Yeah, keep the bishops on. I'm not sure he needed to go into this way. The eval bar says dead draw, 0.0. But as long as there are pieces on the board, as long as the clocks are still ticking, there are always going to be chances. I think it's good we checked in on here. But yeah, just to confirm for everyone at home, if the rooks do come off, it will be a draw opposite colour bishops. The black bishop will just sit on a dark square. No way that white will ever be able to win.
Okay, and I can also see that in the game between Humpy Konaru and Anna Muzichuk, there in the bottom middle, that's actually following the path that we predicted. The knight has come into the center, so we're probably going to be seeing mass trades and a draw. Armageddon time. Did I say Sean Connery?
No,
Did I say Connery? I might have said Connery.
I do that all the time.
Sometimes I'm just speaking and my brain hasn't really caught up with the mouth and it just says what it wants to say. And I'm like, what direction do I want to go with this?
I think we've all said like Magnus Malsen or like
all the time.
Kabiano Faruana. Like
Hikaru Hakamura.
We've all done it. And yeah, just to, again, double down on this board, which is all important for the women's standings, of course. The blue arrow does appear, so we should mention, I think, by far the most logical move here as well. The white knight attacks too many pieces. Bishop takes knight is best, probably followed by taking the bishop, although maybe an argument for taking this pawn first. But yeah, if you remove the bishop, next move, remove this pawn with your queen and or rook, you should be fine. Probably I would take with the rook just to avoid any tricks. This just looks like it's fizzling towards equality.
Yeah, I think Armageddon the most likely outcome in this one. Should we zoom out and go to fire on the board, on that green board even at top right? Let's deep dive because quite a bit has happened, a different approach since when we left last. We were expecting Arjun to go in for a piece sacrifice. Instead, he's managed to plant his pawn on the third rank. D3 looks still incredibly strong, but the big question long term, is this pawn an asset or a liability?
Yeah, I'm still a bit in shock. Like, why would you go for this as black when you... I mean, not just bishop to f5 and that tactic we showed, but black could have also played e5, and it feels more open. Like, this feels much more blocked now. Yes, you've got more space as black, but block positions don't favor bishops. There's many scenarios in other openings where you allow a pawn like this far forward, you just blockade it, and then you just play around it. Like, the white queen will come out, the other white rook will come across, and white doesn't have any problem pieces. That being said, Arjun has clear designs on pushing even further forward. He pushes his e-pawn, d-pawn. Quick action replay of this position. We saw bishop to f5 earlier. Would have been very, very strong for Arjun, but he missed it, or kind of chose d3 as a stronger move. Rook to e3, hitting the pawn, at least with the queen, threatening to take it. Bishop to f5. The pressure on the white knight means you cannot capture that far advanced black pawn. Knight retreat, rook supports. And here we are. What do we think? Do we stop this? Can we stop this pawn from marching forward?
Well, if you go on the passive with queen e1, yeah, you stop it. Follow that up with knight e4, and then you got a complete blockade. But I must admit, I'm not a fan of going queen e1 and then... Oof.
Ooh.
Yeah, c4.
Yeah, that's why I was hesitating to take this pawn. We're kind of semi-blundering back into the same variation we talked about earlier, deflecting the queen away from the attack of this knight. So queen takes pawn now, safe to take this bishop. Yeah, maybe queen e1.
But then can you continue with this line after queen e1? You've stopped e4 if you just go back in that position. One thing's clear, that Arjun's made his plan appear on the board, right? He gets e4, he's super happy with his position. That pawn on d3, overprotected, and that's just going to paralyze white completely. So after queen e1, can you try to make it work? Let's say you get a rook on the e file, and maybe, yeah, e7, e8, which one? All right, let's just choose one. Let's go rook e8. Let's keep... Okay, let's go rook e7.
No, your choice, rook e8.
And now knight e4?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, again, black just pushes e4, and I think we can all agree that's a great position for Arjun. And how do you break through here? It will be the big question.
Yeah, not so easy. Don't really know what white does next either. But
You want to maneuver that knight. I want to get that knight to c4, but I do realize that the moment I move it away, you also have ideas of b3 perhaps, and then I'm just questioning what am I doing with my knight on a5.
This knight looks a bit offside now suddenly.
But you don't have to put your knight on the edge of the board. The reason why I was reluctant, and in general, just to go queen e1 is just because you feel like white has a lot of lack of space, basically. And so, you know, rather than go queen e1, what about queen b3? Can we try and prevent e4 that direction?
Great idea to get the queens off the board when you're playing against Arjun.
I love it, Jovanka. Queens off the board in general in chess. Doesn't matter the opponent, just queens off.
Is that like, would you advocate for a new version of chess? No queen chess?
Oh.
Yes.
Endgame.
Pensioner chess.
I feel like half the kids would retire then. I mean, the attacking chess.
No,
that
that used to be the case, Tanya, but now they're all really good at endgames. But I tell you one little clue, right? So you're seated in a game, a kid comes, right? Should you be scared? Well, first up, you have to play the first 10 moves. Now, if the kid behaves like a kid, you are fine, you are good to go. You can just do the old rules, you know, go into an endgame. Now, if the kid sits there, looks at you and concentrates, good luck. That's all I can say. You're in trouble.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. When you're playing against anyone who's 15 and younger, no queen's chess sounds really great.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually one of those traditional ways to play. It's called what, like anti-young player chess, right? Get the queens off the board, get the dynamics off the board, and then you just outplay your opponent where experience matters, things like the endgame. Queen b3, I really like it because it also eases the pressure off a little bit. You know, e4 will still not be possible. Again, especially against Arjun, you want to trade those pieces off as quickly as possible. I wonder if Arjun will walk into that trade or he'll just simply deny it.
Yeah, big question. I think Arjun will want to keep the queens on. I must admit, I tried to do that against Prague when he was 12. Take the queens off, grind him down in an endgame.
How did it go?
He ground me down in an endgame. So I think he still holds the record for the youngest player ever to beat a 2700 from that game against me when he was 12. So not the right type of history I was making there. Talking of history, though, I just want to point out, cool stat on the screen in front of us. The last time we saw the Perk defense, or the Pietz defense, against a reigning world champion was all the way back in 2017, 8 years ago, when someone played it against Magnus Carlsen. Balogun played it against Magnus Carlsen. Didn't go so well.
Yeah. A white win there. 2017, wow. That was the last time we saw this.
That's a long time.
Against the world champ.
Feels like yesterday, but it actually wasn't.
But I feel that, you know, we see so much of the Pietz in online play, in rapid formats, in these blitz, because it's just such an offbeat opening. Great to try to play for a win with the black pieces, and so far it's working pretty well for Arjun Erigaisi here.
Yeah.
Against the world champion. So that stat will have to be updated after this game to 2025.
Exactly. Probably the next time will be like 2085. But, or maybe people will just start setting a new trend. Arjun Erigaisi. He has been playing this, I should mention, in speed tournaments. I remember in the Champions Chess Tour, he's played it against like Jan Nepomniachtchi and a couple of others. But Gukesh definitely didn't expect it. Gukesh had a pretty kind of substandard opening, it's got to be said, in this one. But Gukesh, he showed yesterday, he's a fighter. It's later in the game, that's when his skills really come to the fore. So Arjun looking very comfortable for now, but far from one-sided traffic anymore.
Yeah, it is certainly still very much a game. Queen b3, queen a4 will stop the advance of the e-pawn. It's a fight, and that's all we can hope for when we play chess. Okay, so I'm tracking the evaluation bars, and I can see just following that is there in the bottom right that Lei against Vachier-Lagrave. That seems to be slightly better for white, so maybe we can dive in and have a look at what's happening in this endgame. It's in the bottom left in red.
Yeah, let's jump into this game as Lei Ting-Jie ponders what to do next. I should mention, have we had any confessionals today?
No, we haven't.
We missed Hikaru, we missed Magnus. Why did they take a quick draw?
Magnus has left the building. He clearly had plans. That's why the quick classical draw, and then just steamrolling his way through to the Armageddon. But yeah, we haven't had anyone, and we haven't had Fabi in there yet. None of the women players are showing up. Need to get those confessionals going.
Yeah, the organizer needs to have words, right? Say, hey, we want to hear what you think. I want to hear what they're thinking because, you know, we're looking at this position, say, right now, and Lake could be going, oh, I think I'm in big trouble here, just say. And in actual fact, we'll be like, no, the evaluation bar says different. You are much better. Well, not much better, a little bit better.
Yeah. And I really like White's position, I've got to say. I'm not exactly sure what the plans should be. I think her idea is to break through at some point with a pawn to c5. The reason White's better here is, I think, mainly because Black's pawn structure is very kind of much fixed right now. It can't really move. You can't push the d-pawn ever because your kind of front doubled e-pawn will fall on the dark square. You cannot really push the c-pawn, which is needed to defend the d-pawn here. Black is just stuck. Black is playing purely with pieces, whereas White holds the key to this position. Maybe we'll see f4. I'm not sure that's so productive right now, trading off one of Black's weaknesses. But White has that up her sleeve for later. c5, to mention, just to put it on the board, is always possible. But here, in this specific position, Black will capture. There's rooks looking at each other. There'll be a trade. Now, I think White would love to take this pawn back with her rook here. But rook takes c5 no longer possible because the black knight defends this square. So a pawn would recapture. And here it gets very concrete. Maybe Leitingé will go for this, but I do fear that the c5 pawn might be just as weak as the e5 pawn. For example, like black blocking here. Rook to a5 coming. It's very unclear who this transition favors. So I don't think she'll rush. Maybe she'll bring her king over to defend her rook and then go for this type of pawn break. Or maybe she'll kind of double up on the c-file and then try and hammer through with c5. But either way, it's kind of Black just reacting, Black waiting, while Leitingé is the one trying to get the action going.
Yeah, completely agree there. You know, just have that threat hanging over the board, right? c5, you have to work out bishop takes e5 because the rooks are facing off against each other. And yeah, you know, f4 as well, just putting that out there. Just my pawn advances. Lots of possibilities. So Vachier-Lagrave on the back foot.
On the back foot, coming from a front foot, right? She beat Anna Muzichuk, then had a win against Sarah Kadem, and yesterday in the Armageddon, a very difficult one for her. Eventually, Humpy blundered, and she got her third win in a row. So she's a fighter. I think she's going to keep trying to defend this endgame. We've had a training camp together. I've seen just how strong she is in rook pawn endgames, which she's playing against Leitingé, a former world championship challenger. I think Tingé is looking for that long grind. Vachier-Lagrave also low on the clock, but I still think that this is in drawing territory. It's hard to imagine that perhaps White has enough for a win.
Yep. And whilst this one is looking quite calm, we should go over to the board where there is chaos. And we keep going back there because it's just insane. Because we were expecting top right between Gukesh and Arjun. We were expecting queen b3, queen a4, maybe even queen e1, not knight to e1. That didn't actually deal with Black's threat, which was to go e5, e4.
I think what Gukesh has set up is that if Arjun gets what he wants to get that f3 break in and target the chain of this pawn. So e4, can he destabilize it? Because it looks extremely dangerous to open up those diagonals with the king and the rook lined up on e3. David, because otherwise knight e1, like Ivanka saying, makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't understand it. Like, this is chess beyond me. Sometimes I look at Gukesh and I'm like, those are amazing moves. Sometimes I look at it and I'm like, what is this? Like e4, let's put it on the board because that's the continuation, the logical follow-up to what Arjun wanted to play earlier. And now f3 has to be the one, as you said, Tanya. Otherwise, this knight is just dead. Like, why else would it be on the edge of the board? Pawn to f3. And big question, does Black need to trade, first of all? Like you said, like if the bishop could come round this way, I don't think it works right now because White will take this pawn with a fork. But if the black bishop can later land on c5, this is just over on this diagonal. So, okay, pawn takes pawn. How will Gukesh recapture? Okay, maybe there's something even better for Black there.
Yeah, this looking very, very exciting. So, yeah, let's... it's getting really, really sharp. So is there something better? after e4, f3. What is the best?
Oh, best queen to c5.
Queen to c5, setting up a pin. Well, wow. It's looking critical for Gukesh. If Arjun plays e5, e4, restricting the knight and trying to get control of the position. Well, we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we're going to find out whether Arjun actually played e4. Oh my God, that would be an absolutely incredible moment in the game because Arjun could be taking full control. So stay with us. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Join me in game review as we break down this chess telenovela. You opens with d4, and after e3, white hints at going for a cole or even a cheeky Zuckertor system. But after c5 ban, you throws in the surprise punch with the sideline d takes c5. The idea? White wants to cling to that extra pawn like it is the last slice of pizza of a party. But after b6, white just can't keep the pawn chain together. We end up in a widely unbalanced position where white has two juicy pass pawns, but black has central control that would make a Spartan blush. Both sides keep developing pieces, and in this position, e5 was the best shot, and after e4, c4 would have kept the game spicy and complex. But no, Lei goes for the direct c4 instead, and after bishop c3, white locks down the dark squares and supports that sweet pass pawn on a5. The best move here was rook a2, taking advantage of the pin on the a file since knight takes a5 wasn't possible because of rook f to a1. But you chooses the tempting bishop takes f6, getting two pieces for a rook and a pawn. Tasty exchange, but that glorious a5 pawn is toast. From here, we reach an endgame where black had to go for bishop c5 in this position to keep the pawn chain tight and tidy. But oh no, e5 is a blunder that is going to cost Lei the game. After this knight jump, one of the pawns, either the e5 or the d5 fella, is doomed thanks to a classic fork on e7. Now the minor pieces come to the party and block those pawns like bouncers at a nightclub. Knight b1 is one of those moves that makes you feel like a grandmaster because knight c3 is inevitable and the pressure on d5 is turning up like a hip-hop beat on Friday night. And now the knight dance begins. Once the knight lands on f4, nobody can stop knight takes d5 and black's position will collapse. Finally, after some moves, white manages to munch that pawn on d5. From here, the d4 pawn becomes a pass bullet train heading straight to promotion. The c pawn drops after a little zigzagging, and the d pawn keeps galloping like a wild stallion. Once it reaches d7, it's game over, and with that, Yu Wenjun reaches the summit. World champion!
Do you think women are inherently worse at chess than men?
Have you ever used your chess skills to flirt with someone?
Do you think you're a better content creator than the Bota sisters?
I tried cheating. The lie detector didn't work.
Thank you, ladies.
Beautiful.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, Puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try Puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS and have a blast leveling up your chess.
We are back with day 7 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And well, the play is in full swing. The players are settling down in thoughts. A bit of a quiet start, I would say, with a lot of the games kind of going to more positional natures. Like, you're going to see a lot of grinds, I suspect, and a lot of heat and action, perhaps in the later stages when the clock is ticking all the way down.
Now, maybe we do get 6 Armageddons today. I mean, it's pretty crazy, but that top right board is definitely where the action, the fire really is at. Gukesh versus Arjun, as expected from Arjun. Absolute chaos on the board. I think he was called the madman of chess in the best of ways, in the most complimentary ways, just simply how he always finds a way to do this, regardless of who he's playing against and regardless of the color that he's playing with. But Jovi, I completely agree with you. I think all the action that we had yesterday with our 5 Armageddons and that one crazy classical win, today the players came in a more cautious, safety first, let's have a peaceful day of chess approach.
Yeah. Do you think that it's nerves, because we're soon getting into the business end of the tournament where every point matters? A classical win would just mean that someone rockets up the standings. Also, you tumble down.
I mean, speaking of that, Fabi is in a big, big situation for that, right? Magnus with his quick draw in the classical, taking it to the Armageddon. If Fabi wins today, he leapfrogs, and with only 3 rounds to go, Norway Chess and Norway Chess women, it's anyone's tournament with our standings.
Take a look at them right now. And as you mentioned, Magnus Carlsen with his Armageddon win moves to 11 points. If Fabi wins against Wei Yi, and he will be grinding it out for a long time, well, he overtakes Magnus.
Yeah, he'll be 1.5 points clear at the top of the table. Fabi potentially with another 3-pointer. He's already won 2 games, 2 3-pointers so far. And yeah, he knows that Magnus has already played his. Hikaru just behind him already played his. Gukesh in trouble. This is a golden opportunity for Caruana. We should mention Fabi's position kind of objectively drawn, but he is the one on the better side.
And also just want to say Arjun there, if he wins against Gukesh, from 7.5 points from being in 5th place, suddenly goes all the way up to 2nd, and we got a result. And as you can see by the Kings, it is a draw, so it is Armageddon time. So the players will have to bring the spice, because Humpy, playing with the white pieces, will be in a must-win scenario.
Our second Armageddon of the day, and it was a pretty balanced fight between these two. Going to be a fun match. I think the last time they made it was decided in the classical portion, with Anna Muzica getting the win in that one. I'm trying to remember while I'm talking, but I think it was
a king and pawn endgame.
Yes, it was, and it was a fun battle. We'll have another one. So that's 2 Armageddon. I've got a buffer of 1. David, you said 5. I think you are very likely to take this one, my friend, today. I'm sorry, Yovi.
I'm just out of the competition.
But I mean, you know that, and I only say that because of the turnaround in that bottom right board, Vengeance versus Sarah, right? It just looked like Vengeance was in a dominating position, but now Sarah's managed to create her counterplay. Look at that strong bishop on e3. I mean, what a piece it is, just blocking all play against the weakness on the e6 pawn, making sure the white's rooks remain passive, controlling the f2 square so you can't triple up on that f line. Just feels like Sarah has incredible piece activity in return for that, for those pawn weaknesses.
I love how on the camera, Tanya, keep looking at that board, the purple board. It looks like you're literally staring into it. It's like right next to your head, and I don't know if the purple board. There we go. Like you're staring into the purple board. Xu and Jun against Sarah Cardam.
I see what you mean now.
Sorry, I don't know. I was just.
That was deep. I didn't get that.
Yeah. Ooh.
Here we go. Tanya, get into the board. Climb in.
That bishop on e3 looking so beautiful right now, and its counterpart, the bishop on h3, hits on a weakness, but that weakness beautifully defended.
Yeah, nailed it. Spot on. Opposite colour bishops, though, I think that's maybe the reason the position objectively level-ish. Although maybe Sarah having some chances. Xu and Jun in the classical still not quite at her best, her world champion best, and low on time. 26 minutes for white against 50 minutes for black. So we'll see if there are any developments there. Top left, we talked about Fabiano on the standings. It's also opposite colour bishops, but he has an extra pawn. 1 pawn to the good. He's going to play for another 50 moves and try and grind out that all-important victory with white. He'll want that. He'll need that if he wants to overhaul Magnus Carlsen. But yeah, that top right board, my eyes, keep going there.
We just got to go to that board, right? It's the green board. It's the big clash against the all-Indian face-off, Gukesh versus Arjun. And Arjun with a 6-pointer lead in their head-to-head, 6-0. So far, Gukesh hasn't won a single game, a single classical match against Arjun. And we've got a blue arrow on the board. How critical is this moment? How critical is this move to be found? This bishop retreat, which to me doesn't look like very natural.
Yeah, apparently it's the only way to keep black's advantage over the +1 mark. We see on the left side of the board, the eval bar, it says +1.2 for black here in Arjun's favour. Quick action replay since we were last here. Tanya and I were briefly discussing in the break. Knight to e1 feels so unnatural, feels wrong.
We were very critical of, not critical, but just about how you don't have the right feeling to make this move, right? You pick your knight, one of the few active pieces, and put it on a square where it has no future, David. We were talking about how this wouldn't even be on our radar.
Exactly. And actually, if we compare this position kind of on the left board, the big board, to the position on the small board on the right, the only difference is that the e-pawn and f-pawn, they've disappeared. But that only opens the position. What does your opponent have?
Bishop
bishops.
there.
And also, it's white's move in the big board. Now it's black's move in the small board. So he's basically given a free move to his opponent and helped him open up the position. Actually, the best move I did check in the break with the engine, queen to b3, trading off queens, bring the rook to the center, and white has a very manageable position. And black would need to be very creative to come up with any kind of active ideas. So knight to e1, a bit of a misstep, odd retreat from Gukesh. Arjun, of course, went forward, f3. We spoke before the break about how black had ideas of actually pinning this white rook. Those were difficult, not so natural, I think. Taking the pawn, much more straightforward for a human. Still maintains most of the advantage here. The knight recaptured, and now bishop to e6. I'm trying to get my head around this. I think maybe it is designed against this queen b3 idea.
And also just making sure that that bishop pair does remain alive, not allowing any ease of pressure with knight takes bishop. The dream plan for black, according to me, would be rerouting the other bishop, David, to that c5 square, you know, because of all the weaknesses, c5, d6. These are the two squares I'd be eyeing for the long-range pieces. Arjun finds it, bishop e6 on the board.
Yeah. And it makes a lot of sense, because if you're in the mentality that you want to preserve your bishop pair, then you're not going to put your bishop on d7, nor are you going to put it on c8. But bishop e6, again, it is quite natural. And whoa, quick move there from Gukesh, centralizing the knight, putting it on e4. Knight's not very stable, though, on e4. It can get beaten around eventually.
I'll tell you what is not going to happen. Bishop f5, knight g3, bishop e6, knight e4 will not happen, boys and girls.
Put it on the board. Or I don't know, I want the Armageddons. Yeah, but unlikely. Okay, what else though? That is the big question for black, because, I mean, he's done a lot of dancing, I should mention, Gukesh, with this knight. He went from b1 to c3 to e4, back to c3 to e4, to g3 to e4.
Well, one thing that came to mind was just going rook e7 and then switching to the e line, so that you can get in bishop f5.
I like it. I guess this idea of rerouting the black bishop now is a bit trickier to implement with the white knight controlling a lot of squares. What else comes to mind?
Yeah, it's interesting how many moves Gukesh has spent with that knight, just pirouetting around that e4 square. But it doesn't feel like you've made big progress. The one thing that you do want to avoid with black here would be that knight rerouting itself further to f2. You just have to make sure that once it gets there, you have enough resources that defend the d3 pawn as well. But perhaps Arjun's relying that once the knight gets out of the g3 range, he can put his bishop to f5 without fearing a hit on it.
Yeah. Also, can I ask, is it possible to try to take control of the dark squares from knight to e5? I know this is like exchanging off pieces, and I know that the computer won't necessarily approve, but it has a concrete idea. You're just going to go...
It loves it.
Top move, Ivanka.
Then why was it messing with me, the evaluation bar? Did you see it went up and then it was like, no, down?
You saw deeper. You understand much more than the eval bar, which needed. The computer takes time, you know.
Only if you were as good in your predictions. Only if.
Fighting talk.
Oh, Tanya, you are in for a treat if you lose. I will not
You're gonna
make
have
you
such a day, no? If you get this one and you actually beat us all in that final. Because you still have got a final run. I mean, 3 more games.
I think David is insurmountable. I cannot make up.
4 rounds to go. You can do it. You're right today. Arjun's about to make a move, by the way. I'm going to put it back on the board. He plays knight e5.
Knight e5.
Great call, Yovi.
Trying to take control of the dark square. So the idea is that after knight takes knight, you recapture, and then you have those pieces pointing at the vulnerabilities on h2.
And if you don't capture on e5, knight c4 is a massive threat on the board as well, right? I love this plan. You're getting rid of one of the key defenders in white's position, getting your bishop super active. It's a very strong move.
Very strong move, very classy move, and yeah, nice suggestion. I really do think that the white king is a bit scared right now, and yeah, knight takes knight, bishop takes. It's coming in. It's coming in.
You know, it's coming in, David, and it might even have ideas of setting up a battery. The bishop could also retreat, queen e5, and eyeing some h2 checkmates with the f file open up. Oh, you're nicely pointing out bishop b6 as well, multi-purpose stuff. I was looking at queen e5, queen h2, but so many concepts.
Whoops, queen h2, just to show on the battery.
One more checkmate. Let's go, David.
Let's go.
Queen H1.
Oof.
Checkmate, thanks to the fact that the white knight is pinned and cannot move. So this is scary. I mean, two bishop power, we talk about it a lot, but in a position like this one, the position, it is open. The center is totally open. And yes, this black pawn is blocked, but so many diagonals to play with for this dark squared bishop. This one we talked about. This one we can talk about as well. All about the dark squares. Also on the light squares, white lacking a bishop there. This just looks beautiful strategically, dynamically. Unless white has some tricks here, which are hard to really foresee. I don't really see anywhere the white queen can go. I would be desperate to bail out now with like some queen b3 idea. But I don't think it quite works.
With the bishop lined up on e6, it just feels like you can win a pawn, but maybe you've got a stronger retreat just hitting that queen.
Maybe you'd even just go back and say, haha,
gotcha.
Run away again, lose time, and the bishop's coming in.
You know what? I really like the fact that together we're introducing sound effects to commentary with the haha, the
ka-ching,
ka-ching, yeah, what else? Woohoo!
Who do you think wins in a chess boxing match between these two?
Arjun's a lot taller. Wait, is he taller? I think he's taller.
No, Gukesh has got to be taller. What are you saying?
Gosh, he's grown. Yeah. He's grown a lot. Arjun's, I don't know, older.
I mean, actually, I don't know who's taller, but it just in my head, it feels like it might be Gukesh.
Well, they're both like the most softly spoken, mild-mannered guys. So I reckon there would be a lot of running around in the ring.
But have you seen Arjun's brand of chess then? Do you think it'll be similar? You know, just really sweet and sort of, like you said, the demeanor is so soft, and then on the board, on court, inside the ring, just going all out.
Arjun's got the big hands. I've been looking at them
Gawain
too much already. He's got the Gawain Jones hands. He's going to be like, he's got the reach, he's got the range. I don't know.
Well, I reckon there'd be a lot of ducking and diving.
Would you be open to a chess boxing match?
You know, it depends. If you asked me whilst I was watching a chess boxing match, I would be like, yeah, absolutely, game on. But here in the cold light of the commentary studio, and I know exactly what involved, I would be like, no. But it is really euphoric atmosphere when you're watching chess boxing. I mean, I've only watched one in London, and it was so intimate. And the boxing, that was savage. That was like a street fight. Did not enjoy that much. But the chess was just electric because the whole crowd was shouting chess, chess, chess.
Wow.
Right, exactly.
That's amazing.
Where have you seen a tournament where people are like pounding the table and just asking for the game? And, you know, they were so into it that they were predicting, like the crowd collectively could tell when a blunder was made. Yeah. David was also there. That was your first one as well?
That was my first and only so far. I want to go to more. I must say, some friends of mine in chess box as well. But the one thing about that day, I think there were 3 or 4 fights, but the 2 women, they were going at each other. The pure aggression there. They did not hold back. The guys, they were like tiptoeing around each other. They were like, let's go back to the chess. Let's decide it on the chessboard. The women were like, nope.
KO all the way.
Yeah, blood pouring. And yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. And this is a bloody position as well, right? Look at what's going on that central E line with the 2 knights, the rook and the bishop lined up. Again, I'm just amazed at the way Arjun, I don't know what the result of this game will be. Arjun in the front foot, he's in driver's seat right now. But once again, he finds a way to put pressure on Gukesh. You know, once again, he finds a way to get a great position out of the opening. Something that few can boast of against Gukesh to do it even once. He's done it 7th time.
Yeah. I mean, I would be shocked if Gukesh defends this, although I said that yesterday.
Yeah.
And he did it.
I mean, we were talking about just, you know, how flawless Magnus is and how he never messes up these chances and how incredible he is in converting these positions. What a power-packed performance. And then just something happened and it all just turned around in a matter of moves.
Yeah.
It was all about the time scramble, you know, at the end, Yovi.
Yeah, it was also, I would argue, the flow of the game because everything seems so effortless for Magnus, right? You know, he played the middle game pitch perfect. The end game was great. And then there were a few tricks that Gukesh set. And, you know, he just had to navigate them when he didn't have so much time. And then somehow or other, Magnus got gutsy with the king and he had to play a little bit precisely. I mean, there was still a few things that could go wrong, and fair play to Gukesh, who carried on fighting because it did look really hopeless. And of course, we had that big moment of frustration at the end.
You know, in that game, it reminded me of, you guys know Virat Kohli, right?
I know
legendary.
Of him?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, he's not your bestie?
It's not my.
Well,
I mean,
David,
we don't hang out that often.
Are you
Maybe
not
like once a week only. Like,
following each other on IG?
I mean, if he wants to follow me, like everyone at home, go follow me, please.
David Howell Chess. But you know, there was
you needed the wink there, Tanya. It was like perfect.
Plugging that in. But there, you know, he in some of his motivation talks has spoken about this 1% rule, 1% chance rule, and I think I saw so much of that in Gukesh's game, which is that you just, even if you have a 1% chance to fight back, what really matters is how much you believe in that 1% to keep it going. For Gukesh, yesterday he did that move by move. That 1% he said then becomes a 10% and a 30%. You have to keep building on it. The most important thing is to not give up at the moment, to be stubborn about that 1% and believe in it.
Yeah.
And I feel that Gukesh, you know, he said it in his interview that he thought he was completely busted and he was completely lost. He was about to resign. But move by move, the fact that he kept it going, got Magnus low on the clock, made that time scramble happen, and then rest is history.
Yeah, and it happens in a lot of other sports. I watch, I'm a big football fan and I watch a lot, I read a lot about it, I study tactics and stuff, and I know a lot of coaches there, they talk about moments. And it's like, you can't outplay the opponent all the time. In football, you can dominate the ball, dominate possession, but putting the ball in the back of the net, creating chances, you can't always predict what's going to happen. Like Gukesh, this tournament, for example, I would say he's only had one good classical game, or like clean classical game so far. That was when he beat Nakamura, start to finish, great game. Totally outplayed Nakamura. Other than that, he drew against Fabi from a very horrible looking position. He got totally outplayed, but managed to cling on and draw. Magnus, totally outplayed, clung on and won. But it's these moments, he's so good at sensing his chances. Like against Fabi only gave him one chance to fight back. He pounced. And Magnus only gave him one chance. He pounced. Remember the World Championship match against Ding, game 14? He put pressure on. Ding blundered, he pounced. So he's just always ready and poised. So it's not going to be easy for Arjun here. It's never going to be easy to take down a world champion. But it's all about not allowing even a half chance for Gukesh, because he is ruthless when he gets the opportunity.
Absolutely. And that's exactly the name of the game here in Norway Chess. Can we go back to our multi-board viewer? Because there's something, well, just a little bit bugging me. And it's the game between Fabiana Caruana against Wei Yi. And I just want our resident grindmaster over here, who produced a chessable course together with the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, how to grind like a grandmaster. And to me, it's looking like Fabi is on course for getting 3 points.
Who came up with that name for your book is what I really want to know. Grind like a grandmaster.
That was a team effort. Little secret, it was going to be called Grind Like Gelfand, but I don't know, I didn't want to like necessarily force Boris to be on the spot like that without asking his permission, and Grind Like a Grandmaster, maybe a bit more catchy.
It
Grind
is
like
catchy
grandma.
for sure.
And yeah, I mean, actually, someone asked me to sign the book a moment ago, which was really nice. So people are still coming up with it. But I mean, the main thing, one of the big themes in that book was get positions where you can play forever, torture the opponent. Opposite color bishop endgames, by the way, with rooks, one set of rooks each, you can play forever. My last classical game, I was able to get that and played on for like nearly 100 moves, managed to win. Here, Fabi, he's already been playing on for a long, long time. This is move 41. They've already got the increment. They've still got a bunch of time on their clock. And he still has this extra pawn that we were talking about ages ago. We assumed this would be a draw. But somehow White's got a solid square for the bishop. Another thing Magnus taught me in that chessable course, he was like, opposite color bishops or bishop endgames in general, bishops being anchored by pawns are surprisingly strong. You can't boot them away, especially opposite color bishops. This is here to stay. It's going to control so many squares. And yeah, it's just hard for black. Like the rook is behind stopping one pawn, but a rook versus a pawn, if you remove those, White is just playing up a rook essentially. And I wouldn't be shocked if it's a breakthrough immediately with f5.
And that's what, right? The other stabilizing square is c4, also defended by the pawn, where the bishop will be such a monster, combining with the rook and attacking that tender f7 spot. Once you get f5 in, you could think about planting the bishop first, or maybe the direct explosion that you're talking about. And it's really interesting. I see the bar doesn't love it, but I think just to explain the ideas of the move and the concepts that exist. When we first checked in with this game, we thought this is, I mean, I said 5-mover max. You know, at that point, I think both Jovanka and I were expecting this is going to go into an Armageddon very quickly. And you called it out that you expect this to perhaps last for an hour, or at least 35 minutes more. It looks like Fabi agrees with you, and he's keeping the momentum going, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, totally. I'm a bit surprised by what Wei Yi has done, because I would have expected him to hold the fortress on the king side. You know, when we originally went to the game, it was like pawns on e6, f7, g6. Maybe we can quickly just pull it up. And I was expecting that that would stay intact, and perhaps the black rook would just go on the passive and try to hold the b4 square.
Yeah, just put the black rook here and just sit forever.
Exactly.
I agree. Maybe put the black bishop on a square that's defended by the rook. But ultimately, in the game position, okay, Fabi goes another way. Still a big advantage. He's going for this pawn. f5 still in the air. He's breaking through. And yeah, it looks like he's going to be here having fun for a long time. Wei Yi definitely suffering. Huge for the standings if Fabi wins.
And another game that will be huge for the standings is the game between our two tournament leaders. In the women's, it is Humpy Canary with the white piece. It's 10 minutes on the clock against Anna Muzichuk, who will start with 7 minutes, but has the draw odds. So Humpy has to go all out for the win. And look at this. We have opposite side castling and f5.
And this is an opening we prepared as a team as well in some of the Olympiads. E5 idea. Eventually, White wants to get h4, h5 coming in as quickly as possible. David, this is one of the most aggressive sort of attacking approaches in the Grunfeld that White can take. A very fascinating position. And Humpy, she slows down. Will she push e5? And then Black has got ideas of trying to sacrifice that f-pawn at the right moment, getting f4 in.
Yeah, I've actually played this since I was a kid, this f5 move as Black, and I used to love it as Black until modern engines basically said e5, and White has a very nice position. You have to, as you said, Tanya, Black plays f4. There have been some AlphaZero-esque games in that, and Black has to be like super accurate for 15 moves to be slightly worse in an endgame.
The one thing about e5, and I think why Humpy slowed down, is that f4 can also be assisted with a knight maneuver to the center of the board, right? Knight b4, knight d5 often comes in. Black tries to get f4 in. White are you in time with h4, h5, bishop h6, trying to get those checkmating ideas going. This gets fun very quickly.
Yeah, this type of thing, you trade bishops, you go for checkmate against the Black king. Maybe the White knight often develops around this way. But let's go back to the live position. f5 played, and Humpy, this is crazy that she's using this much time. E5 is a very important move to remember. H4 is the old main line, but that has pretty much been kind of proven to be totally fine for Black. There was a very famous game that Mamedyarov once lost with White after the move H4, but she's still frozen.
But look at that. I feel like she was looking at that H-pawn and perhaps wants to make that move. But Humpy, she's got to know E5 here. That is the way to go. She's taken so much time on this move. Almost 2 minutes, Jovanka, in a well-known position.
Yeah, and was Humpy present at this training camp?
It was a 22 Olympiad, so we did check out that position, you know, briefly. But we were also doing our own openings, and it was a while ago. But again, you play this line with the white pieces, you know, the Samish anti-Grunfeld setup. E5 has to be the move. You need to block out that bishop because Black has ideas of knight b4, c5, getting the queenside attack going.
Well, she has to make a decision because the game is only going to get spicy from now on. E5 is the move we expected. And, you know, she plays knight h3. Wasn't on our radar.
A near novelty there from Humpy. I'm surprised, I must admit. Maybe she was just trying to dodge opening theory. She's trying to calculate something new. But if you've studied something before, you like it, you've gone for this system in the first place, you've got to trust yourself in Armageddon. She was actually lower on the clock when she made that move. A quick decision from Anna Muzichuk. And now the problem for Humpy is if she takes with the knight on this square, the Black knight gets access to some nice outposts itself. If you take with the pawn, there might be some tactics in the air. She does take back with the pawn.
I'm not sure what tactics you're referring to, but can't you just go bishop g4 and hit the rook on d1? If White goes bishop e2, you're already eyeing that c4 knight jump after the trade. It hasn't been played yet. That's David analyzing the position. I mean, this just looks like you get scot-free and out of the opening when you're black. This is beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff. There would be a fork here, and like Tanya says, if you take with the queen, downsides as well. You lose a pawn in the center. Bishop g4 is on the table, blocked. Anna Muzychuk, she's going to trade off this bishop with a great position for black.
Yeah, completely. You don't want to be losing that dark square bishop, but unfortunately it was inevitable. Now knight c4, take off that bishop, and where is white's attack?
It's gone. It's fizzled. It doesn't exist. This is why e5 or h4 have been the top two moves in this position. Time is really of the essence, and Anna Muzychuk doing beautifully out of the opening and needs only a draw to win the match.
Anyone who's studied with AlphaZero as well knows that in the Fianchetto positions, especially Grunfeld's, a pawn on e5 used to be very much underestimated by computers, but modern computers love it. That blunts the bishop, keeps it caged, and we might see that black bishop play a key role in the rest of the game. But okay, it's still a position. Humpy still has 30-second time advantage here. So as long as she keeps the speed, she'll get chances. Big check threats. It's still not one-way traffic.
The white knight can also jump into g5 and maybe start eyeballing e6 and h7, so it definitely has to be careful. So, and some active play already from Anna. If you step up with the d-pawn, in comes the knight into the center.
Great move. Beautiful move. Fighting for space. Again, Grunfeld's strategy is called a hyper-modern opening. You normally attack from the side with your pieces, but eventually you need to break down the enemy center. And those pawns too strong. Also, the white knight on the edge of the board, I should mention, after this move, struggles to get into the game. If you ever bring it forward to g5, you might get pinned. Black has bishop h6 ideas. This is not easy for Humpy suddenly, and the clock's leveling out.
And if you take the pawn at the center, opening up the attack on that queen, black doesn't care, simply sidestep, brings the queen to the center of the board, queen e7, and that e5 pawn will fall regardless. And you've got a huge weakness on e4 as well. Knight takes pawn, knight c4 coming in. This is a trade with a happy ending only for black.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving up your dark squares. Which one is the lesser of two evils? I feel like keeping the position closed, at least you trade off a set of pieces and hope for the best. It's difficult to suggest anything, really.
Yeah, Humpy needs to move. Even if she doesn't like her position, she's now 20 seconds lower on the clock, 30 seconds lower on the clock, and counting. This has not been a great opening for Humpy. I will say, in Armageddon, that's been a bit of a Achilles heel in a few games. She lost to Zhu Wenjun very painfully after an opening disaster. She's always been on the back foot in every Armageddon, it feels like, early on.
And some winning positions also messed up in those time scrambles, right? Just happened yesterday, walking into that rook loss in the final moment. Once again, she was exchange up against Vachier-Lagrave. Armageddon's looks like something that Humpy's been struggling with, and the position, you're down on the clock, pressure on the board is white, a must win, everything going wrong so far for Humpy. She jumps in with a knight to g5. Can black just ignore it and take on d4, or do you need to plant that bishop on h6 with a deadly pin for the queen and the king?
Yeah, big moment for Anna Muzychuk. It does look scary to allow a white knight, the white queen to give check, especially while a knight lingers nearby with knight coming into f7. Anyone who's done Puzzle Rush on chess.com knows that knight on g5 combined with a queen often leads to smothered mate ideas. I think it's just safest for Anna
Bishop h6.
Yeah, just put it there, pin the white knight on this diagonal, immobilize it for at least a few moves. It will be defended by a white pawn on h4, we should mention. So bishop to h6 with a pin, and the white pawn comes to h4. This is the idea.
Yep, that looks very convincing. Just pin it, but Anna, she's being very concrete here. She's thinking about, can she perhaps take that pawn on d4, maybe give up an exchange and see whether she can get a big center. That's also quite a tempting alternative.
Yeah, now Anna's turn to think. Now she's lower on the clock. It's kind of feels like momentum turning on every move.
But that's the thing, right? If you can keep your margin around the 45-second mark, a bit between each other on the clock, you know when your opponent has to make the move, it will level out, especially given the characteristic and the nature of how complex the position is. Bishop h6, pawn takes pawn. Anna now around 3 minutes, 40 seconds, and I think she's about to take a decision. I'd play bishop h6 here just to feel safe. No knight e6, no queen b3 check, and then take a decision in the center.
She agrees. Anna Muzychuk immediately defended that knight by Humpy there with a pawn. Now some trades in the center. We'll see some mass exchanges. Most likely the queens will stay on the board because Humpy needs to win here. She takes with the rook. Now the black queen attacked will shift.
Do you trade on g5? Do you go bishop takes knight, allowing white to open up the h line, but saying, you know what, I'm getting rid of the minors, or do you just keep the tension as is?
Good question.
Keep the tension. That's my vote. So keep the tension, put the queen on e7, just centralize the rooks, because it's annoying that white is pinned with the knight on g5, and there you're seeing king to b1. Yeah, it's a good safety first move. And I'm expecting Anna either to start motoring with the pawns or just to play it a little bit more safely with rook a to d8.
Yeah, good tip for everyone at home. If you castle on the long side, castle on the queen side, always, if you get time, take a move, take a time out to put your king closer to the corner. Just much safer. And Jovanka right here about attacking this rook. I think multi-purpose move, you gain time against the white rook. You also defend this pawn, which was undefended after some queen checks, the b7 pawn. But Humpy, her rook's looking nice. Looks like she's at least got the outlines of a potential attack against the black king.
Yeah, maybe Anna feeling the heat, and she has really been burning the clock in these last few moves. So she has some choice. She can go b6, she can centralize the rook, start targeting the weak e-pawn. If she wants to bail out, this is exactly what Anna needs to do. She needs to clarify the position and get that dead drawn position, which she can easily hold.
But maybe there isn't a direct path, because even if you get rid of all the minors on the board, you know, white will have the imbalance. You'll have the D line, you'll potentially have an H file, an E passer, everything to play for. I think the clock, more important than the characteristics of what we're seeing on the board, doubling down on that weakness that you were earlier pointing out, setting up a trick right now. Bishop takes knight, taking on e4. If Humpy was to capture the c5 pawn, mass trades means a happy Anna.
Yeah, happy Anna, happy ending there for black. And, okay, big moment for Humpy. What to do, how to keep your pawn intact. Moving your rook towards the center is one option, although maybe she doesn't want the rook to leave the h-file if any trades do happen.
Can she unpin? Can she go queen b3, setting up a big check on that diagonal and trying to use the timing of it to make sure that the knight remains alive? Threats on e4 are so big. Queen b3, king h8, just renewing the idea of bishop takes knight.
Definitely a possibility. I'm also looking at e5, just stepping forward with that pawn and let the rook do the heavy lifting, and then that way you can just concentrate on doubling on the D line and start targeting the black king. But you have to remember, it is Humpy who is in a must-win situation. She defends that pawn on e4. Okay, b6, defending c5. Now is time. Now it's time to, you know, either play a safety first move like a3 just to kind of create some lift for the king, or it's time to step forward.
Or maybe just get rid of that pin and make your knight survive. Do you want to keep all the pieces on the board? I'm still looking at this point of queen b3, the king sidesteps. Bring your knight back now that the e4 pawn is defended.
Yeah, I like that. Keep tension, keep pieces, keep chances. And 2 minutes each, Humpy needs to speed up. Rook e1, it's a decent move, very solid move, but maybe reluctant to calculate. I've noticed that several times from Humpy, especially in the Armageddons, doesn't want to enter any direct confrontation, any concrete variations, just in case. She plays very strategically these days, and she does move her queen. Tanya's idea, lining up a discovered check against the black king. Bishop takes knight, allowing the discovered check.
That's brave.
Yeah, but Anna's calculated that if the rook slides up to the d7 square, the queen will block the check. And if the rook slides opposite the black queen, then the queen will simply sidestep, just blocking the check. But rook takes pawn. Perhaps that's not what Anna has calculated.
Yeah, it's a check. Humpy's going to be a pawn up in the ensuing position once Anna decides how to deal with this check. I would probably block with the queen, get the queens off, because the black king is the one under fire. Normally, trading queens helps the defense.
She agrees, and the queens will come off the board. And the point is that Humpy's got this e4 weakness, right? Yes, you've got the extra pawn in the rook pawn ending, but that's got to be closer to a draw than a Humpy win. You could step up with your rook to f4, eventually after the queen trade, eyeing both those pawns on the 4th rank.
Yeah, looks good, doesn't it? But how is Humpy going to eke out a small advantage?
And look at the clocks. Pretty much level. This is going to be about the flagging game. Another title for your book.
And the rook does come, double attack. The white h-pawn most likely now to be the one that moves. Step forward, at least try to stay a pawn up in any endgames. But Humpy, does she feel that is enough? Doesn't look like it should be. Pawns disappearing, pieces disappearing once black starts taking pawns, trading rooks. Can Humpy keep her chances alive? She's going to be the first to dip below the 1 minute mark. She does push the H-pawn. Anna says, okay, I don't care. I'm just going to defend. Nice move by black.
But this does give Humpy the time to slide her rook over, threatening some checks on the 7th rank. Again, trying to at least win a pawn. She first trades on g6. I'm expecting, well, either the idea of e5 to keep the e-pawn alive next, or slide over with rook d5. Look at that move by Anna.
Ooh. Interesting there. She keeps White's g6 pawn alive. She's going to hope to snack on that with her king later. Now White has to make a decision. If the white rook goes back, it's going to be passive for the rest of the game after Anna takes a pawn. She slides across Humpy, but now 2 pawns up for grabs for Anna. She's 2 pawns down, so or she will likely be in a moment, so she needs to grab one back. Still anyone's game.
Yeah, still some chances for Humpy here. And yes, if Humpy wants to win the a7 pawn, she has to trade off rooks, but the black rook is so active and it's going to be a massive pawn race. The G pawn is super weak. And look at White's 2 pawns, they're doubled. They're not the best. They're not the most effective team.
Yeah, what extra pawn? If anything, it almost feels like black might be the one to win it, and she does b6. Now the race does come, but Anna's king super active. It's all about the h-pawn moving forward now. Humpy relying on rooks sliding over to b8 to defend via g8 check or the h8 square.
And Humpy now under 10 seconds, but she has a big threat on the board. Anna just has to hold her nerve. She has to see this and sidestep with her king or move the rook away. She reaches for the rook. 33 seconds.
Humpy's got 7 seconds on the clock.
I know.
There's no time. She's about to get flagged. And Humpy, she does tend to panic with no time.
Well, she's playing very quickly now. She has to speed up, but it's all about the pawn race. 2 seconds.
Oh, she's making moves with 1 second left.
Oh, she has to go. Oh, she's got 1 second left.
She just passed move 40, by the way. She made a move with 1 second left on move 41. This is crazy. It's a race. It's a lottery now. The black rook coming back.
Oh.
Humpy takes, but it's going to be a draw. She's going to run out of time as well.
The king comes up.
And Anna's just going to give up her rook, and a draw means Anna takes the match.
Oh.
A draw. Anna Muzychuk with black takes the Armageddon. Humpy, she tried everything in that game, but just not enough time left.
Yeah, not enough time left. It finishes in a draw, which means that Anna walks away with 1.5 points and now is in the sole lead for the time being.
That could be so important come the end of the week.
I mean, you're at this point, like you said, finishing line inside, just 3 more rounds to go, and you take down your co-leader. So now Anna Muzychuk looking really good with her form in the classical, in the Armageddon. But of course, the action continues because Juvenjan is fighting as well against Sara in a position. Anything can happen, opposite color bishops, with all the majors on the board. But should we jump back to our top right board there, David? Gukesh, Arjun, pressure still incredibly high on the world champion, who's trying to create his chances on the e-file. Is it time for that bishop maneuver we were earlier looking at?
Not too many moves in this game since we were last here, but just a quick recap, and then we'll break down what Arjun should be doing. Of course, he's not looking at the board. He never does. And we last left it after black played the move knight to e5. Pressure, removing a defender of the white king. We talked about how important that was. Gukesh said, OK, you have to be traded. That black knight would have otherwise jumped further into white's camp and exchange. And now queen to e1, a sneaky move. Tanya mentioned the idea of dropping the bishop back. Maybe to get the black queen in, as we showed a bit earlier. For example, an idea like this one. And the black queen sneaks in. The black rook cuts off the white king. This would be checkmate. But equally as importantly, the black bishop coming to the b6 square with a nice pin on the white rook. Looks like something was happening back there. No, just Arjun chilling. And I think the reason he's pausing is because there are tactics such as knight to g5 in this position, throwing the knight out the way, hitting this bishop. You still have to calculate.
If bishop b6, there's knight takes rook. Because I was trying to get tricky with bishop b6, knight takes bishop, queen takes knight. But unfortunately, I think white also gets that rook.
Doesn't this look great?
For black, yes. But I think you just take the rook, no? And f7 instead of the bishop. Yeah.
And at the end, like, the white king will move out the way and material balance in the end. Opposite color bishops, the theme of the day. And white might hold it.
How many opposite color bishops have we had today?
Enough.
I mean, there's a Wei and a Fabi opposite color bishop going on. This as well, Zhu and June versus Sarah.
Yeah, and did we also
That's
have
3.
one in Humpy Anna?
In there.
Let's say there's going to be 2 or 3-ish.
There are 3 at least already. So, I mean, yeah, this one, let's see if it goes into that direction. So, at least 2. Yes.
Who had the bet of 3 in the Armageddons?
Ta-da! Emma, yes.
Okay.
I had the
You
bet
had
of 4.
Okay,
Actually, what do you think?
3 players have an advantage
Yeah.
in the classical, which worries me. If only 2 convert, then Jovanka wins.
I'm a bit worried about that.
Jovanka winning rather than David today because then you run away with it.
I'm also okay with that.
Oh, thank you very much.
I think my bet of 5 is not likely at this moment in time. Lei Ting-Jie with an advantage. Zhu and June equal, but Fabi also with the advantage, as does Arjun. Okay, top left board, opposite color bishops. That's the key one at the top of the standings. Caruana pushing forward with f5, punching through. It does feel like Wei Yi now in big trouble over on that board. I would be shocked, actually, if he defends Rook and Bishop versus Rook and Bishop there. Look at his body language, Wei Yi, on his birthday. Poor guy, suffering in an endgame like that. Not much fun.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be something about the birthday curse. It's like, everyone has been saying that, you know, playing on your birthday is problematic. Like Gukesh, he managed to draw against Fabi on his birthday, but he was losing for a long time, and he could have lost.
He did, but at the end of it, on his birthday, he beat Hikaru and Fabi. If we take India time into account, I mean, he's just had the birthday of his dreams.
Yeah.
But it's a rare case, I think.
It is a rare case, and he even said, like, in his interview that
he hates it.
He hates playing on his birthday. Now, I have a theory.
What is it?
It's a very basic one. It's basically that at home, when it's your birthday, everyone spoils you, you get a lot of attention, and when you're playing chess on your birthday, there's literally nothing. You just get a kind of happy birthday from all your friends, and you're just left with this disappointment.
Unless you're gifted a win, then you still feel happy. But having to fight for it, I completely agree with you. You're also sort of just used to it being that one day in a year where you can chill and, you know, enjoy all of that's happening. But instead, you have to prepare in the morning, get up, have your routine, go play against an opponent, you know, fight it out, and then just hope for the best. And very often, your mind's so distracted that
you didn't get anything. No. And everyone, you're just like, oh my God, it's so disappointing. I didn't get anything. And then on top of that, you have to play chess, which is great, which is just a nice birthday treat in itself. But
it?
But it's nice when your opponent is generous, when your opponent is like, no, I'm going to come at you, like Fabi is doing right now to Wei Yi.
It's actually amazing. I think Fabi's been so consistent in this tournament so far. You know, it's all phases of the game. He's come up with great opening prep. His middle game ideas, whatever kind of position there's been, if it's demanded tactics, it's demanded strategy, he's been on point. End game, he's grinding this on. We've seen him do it. Classical or Armageddon, up for the fight always. He's at the top. Along with Magnus, a classical win. He leapfrogged the standings, take pole position with just 3 rounds to go. Fabi did win Norway Chess back in 2018, I want to say. David?
It's been a while.
It's been a while, and chat will correct me if I'm wrong with the year, but I know that he's won Norway Chess in the past. And he's motivated, you know, he's a player who's already made his way through the candidates, so he doesn't have the stress of fighting for the World Championship cycle. And we're seeing some really great chess by Fabi here.
Yeah, great chess from him, and he's about to go a second pawn up, most likely. White, for example, has the option to just capture a pawn. Not sure whether you need to rush with that or not, but you can also take the h4 pawn. You have the b3 pawn in your pocket as well, so you'll have 2 passed pawns. The one thing you don't want to allow is any counterplay. Kind of the white king maybe cut off on the edge of the board might be a bit of an issue. That's what Wei Yi is banking on, but he's going to be 2 pawns up, Fabiano, and normally 1 pawn. Sometimes you hold it with black, but if you're 2 full pawns down while rooks remain, even without rooks in an opposite color bishop endgame, 2 pawns far separated, that tends to be enough for the winning side. So yeah, Fabi, one bad day on day 1 here, losing to Hikaru, but after that he's been fantastic. We should kind of also mention he's left points on the board. He should have beaten Gukesh in classical. He should have beaten Magnus in classical. So he's potentially going to be the leader, and it could have been even better.
And how chill has he been? I mean, you know, you see Fabi always in a good mood. He's giving those interviews. He's enjoying his social time here as well. You know, you see him out there playing Avalon, chilling with his friends, and then just comes on and plays like an absolute beast on the board, right at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, David.
So I played Avalon with Fabi late into the night last night, and the first game I was on the opposing team. I had to lie against Fabiano. Oof. He caught me out in a lie very early on, and he's like the nicest guy ever. And I had to claim he was a liar. My heart was breaking. I was like, no, Fabi's lying. And then everyone started thinking he was lying. And at the end, he was like, I just want to lose the game. Let's get it over with. This is horrible. This is torture. He was like, I just want to go to bed. And I've never felt more guilty in my life. I was just like, no, Fabi's definitely lying. It's not me.
David, are you trying to wreck our co-leader's chances?
It's not personal, it's the game. It's part of the game.
But why choose Fabi? Why did you?
He knew that I was bad from early on, and it was 50-50, me or him. It's like do or die.
You know, he's Mr. Nice Guy, but I always got the feeling when we're playing Avalon that he likes to be the bad guy. Mm-hmm. That's when he really enjoys the game.
He got revenge in the second game when he was the bad guy, and he was like, I promise we're friends. Promise
He's so good at doing that. But yeah, it'd be interesting to know what is Fabi's favorite Avalon character to be. What's yours?
A loyal servant of Arthur. I'm just a chill liberal dude.
You and your end games and just, you know, being like playing so safe all the time. Yavanka, what about you?
Wow. Oh. I have never played Avalon in my life, but okay, I shouldn't have started with that as
You're missing out.
Yeah, but then I'm going to say Merlin because I'm just guessing. Is Merlin a bad character?
No,
good character?
Merlin's the best character.
And the other kid is the bad one is
Mordred.
Mordred, yes, yeah. That Merlin, Mordred.
Yeah, it surprises me how well Fabi plays the bad guy character. By the way, we do have a move on the board, so he does take that, and now Bishop C4, the most natural move. Targeting that, the rook on b7, just make sure, you know, you pick up that king and put it somewhere on f6 away from the back rank, David. It just feels like black would have solved all problems and at least a lot more easier to hold. But with back rank issues, e6 hanging, this is going to be very tough. What catches your attention?
I just want to point out another natural move. I agree, bishop c4, very likely to occur hitting this pawn. If Fabi takes on h4, I thought, I mean, two pawns are 2 pawns. But apparently that blows most of the advantage, because your king will get cut off on the edge. King takes pawn. Let's keep an eye on Fabi as he gets ready to make a move. The black rook will cut off the white king on the g-file. And now, for example, if you, I don't know, push your pawn on the other side of the board, then a check. The white king is about to start feeling very embarrassed. There might be another check. Your king is going to get pushed even further up. And suddenly this pawn is hanging. No way to defend it. If you march it forward, it gets captured by a bishop. Suddenly you'll only be 1 pawn up. And the white king is actually very much stuck now. No easy way back into the game.
Wow. That's impressive, right? And the way he has thought about this and deliberately left the pawn on h4 up for grabs. So danger here for Fabi. He mustn't get swayed by the temptation of grabbing the pawn on h4. And by the way, Tanya, in the run-up to the 2018 World Championship, Fabi won Grenka, Norway Chess, and shared first in the Singapore Cup. And he is a class act. He finds the best move, bishop c4. Absolutely, anchoring the bishop there to the c4 square and targeting e6. And if the white king can just come into the position, you know, like black plays e5, king f5, ooh, checkmating ideas is in the air.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just the restraint not taking that pawn, because it was an easy trap to fall into, like you said, right? But Fabi just on his A game. And I'm going to remind everyone, in their first classical matchup as well, was a very different story. It was absolutely chaotic, crazy attack from both these players, and Fabi came on top. And today it just feels like a positional strategic masterclass by Fabi. Two universally different, far apart games, but Fabi showing, you know, equal consistency, equal form, regardless of the demands of the position. It's been so impressive to watch him this tournament.
Yep. Impressive, certainly, by Fabi. So going back to the other games, we could take a pause from this one and keep you updated on the progress. But there have been some moves played in the top right game, Gukash and Arjun. I'm also quite intrigued by the game between Leitingje and Vachier-Lagrave, because Vachier-Lagrave is struggling with clock time, as well as the position is a little bit tricky for her.
Okay. where to jump. Should we check in on that game and then go to the green board?
Mm-hmm.
As the fire starts to ignite over there. Right now, we do have a very big advantage for white, 25 minutes versus 5 minutes as well. So board and clock looking good for Lei Ting-Jie. Quick pawn count, it's still level, but it's all about the weaknesses that black has. 2 doubled isolated pawns in the center, another kind of backward isolated pawn on c7. Also, knights are notoriously bad at stopping these flank pawns, these rook's pawns. They can only defend from one side, so they struggle, the knight not stable. First move that came to my mind was bishop takes pawn, going for another pawn. I wonder whether that's about to be played, or are there any tricks? Maybe Lei Ting-Jie just working out what to do if the black knight captures on e4, or just to put one variation on the board, knight to d3 for a second scared me, hitting the bishop, threatening a nasty check. Every time I commentate with Judith Polgar, she always tricks me with a knight e1 check. But I think the bishop can drop back and guard this square, maintaining the extra pawn advantage. So Lei Ting-Jie just doing some last-minute calculations, but about to go a pawn up, potentially.
Oh, very exciting moment for Lei Ting-Jie. So potentially a pawn up. She's struggled a little bit, so it would be a much needed... Has she moved?
No, she hasn't, but I've got my eye on the other board, and there has been a mistake by Arjun.
Okay, well, let's leave on a cliffhanger, because let's go on a quick break, and when we return, we are gonna go as quickly as possible to the game between Arjun and Gukesh, so don't go anywhere. And we are back. All the action here at Norway Chess, and this is the game of the round. It has been fire on the board, massive developments. There we can see that Gukesh has a rook and a queen, and we are going to break down exactly what happened.
I mean, is this the same game from when we left it? This is completely crazy what's happened over the last few moves. From a dominating position at the center, Arjun Aragaisi, has he messed this up, David?
He has blown his advantage on both the board and the clock. He's actually lower on time than Gukesh. He actually had almost half an hour extra at some point, Arjun. Let's go back to when we were last here. We left it with queen to e1. We talked about the traffic jam on the e-file. So many pieces. We were advocating for the move bishop to c7 here. One of the most natural moves, I will say. Multi-purpose, just trying to come around this diagonal. Also lining up some queen infiltrations. That wasn't chosen from Arjun. He played another natural move. I don't think we can blame him for this. The rooks lining up, maybe some checks on the first rank here, the two rooks. The white knight had to retreat. The only move for Gukesh, I should mention, covering any rook checks and unleashing an attack against both bishops. Now, the move rook to f2 might have been the way forward, forcing here the white knight to come back to the center. Giving up a queen for two rooks now wouldn't have worked due to the black bishop coming forward with a skewer. But maybe just not wanting to repeat the position, not wanting to allow the white knight back into the center, not seeing any concrete follow-up here. Arjun played a mistake, big mistake, letting Gukesh right back into the game. He allowed his bishop to be captured. He tried to deflect away the white queen. Queen takes bishop now would lose the white rook. But maybe he had missed this continuation. Rook takes pawn, check. The black king has to move. And now queen to e6, the only way to defend the rook. And this is where we are. Gukesh out of jail.
And I think this is the move that was overlooked by Arjun, right, in his calculation, because in your mind, there's a rook that's taking up that spot. And it's so often, you know, you kind of have this long variation, and in the end, you don't realize, because queen e4 would have run into the trade and you end up losing that rook. And suddenly, Arjun, after blitzing that sequence of moves, now goes into a think. So I think that's on point, that this is the move that was missed. But what happens with the follow-up? Because yes, the queen's attacked. 8-6 pawn, always under fire, have to watch out. With the king in the open, is this endgame after queen takes queen, rook takes queen? Yes, black is down a pawn, but that's a big pawn on d3. Let's get the bishop out of the way. I want that pawn on d2. Undecided on the two squares, so I'm going to let you pick one, David. You know, all the tough decisions you make.
Thanks.
And you're welcome. And somewhere, I want to go d2 next and say that I'm still fighting for an initiative here. I'm still fighting for an advantage. It's probably not the best evaluation, though.
Yeah, it's close. Like, there's so many tactics in the air here. Well, I was going to say maybe the white knight can't line up because of some pins, but rook takes f1 is a threat to remove the defenders, the blockaders of the d-pawn. But yeah, it's difficult. You could also flick in a check, just to mention in this position, if you want to be super sneaky. Flick in a check. If queen takes bishop, you lose your rook on g6. So maybe that's a useful one to flick in before, I don't know where the king goes. Let's say I stay in the light squares before trading. But it's hard to force this pawn through.
But you can get bishop to g5, anchor that bishop, and then get d2.
Yeah, maybe it does help to push the white king to the corner,
Yeah.
actually, so that the black rook controls the f1 square. No knight retreats. Arjun is about to make a move.
But I'm also wondering if Arjun will completely avoid the trade. You know, at first, I was thinking that 8-6 is under fire, but of course, bishop on d2 defends it, so you're not forced to take on e6. Speaking of checks, it's not only bishop e3, you have a queen c5 check as well, just making sure the queens stay on the board, and it's also very Arjun style. What are our predictions? Endgame, does he trade, or does he keep the complications? Queens on the board.
Trade.
Trade. Because especially with the maneuver that David showed us, you know, bishop to e3, drive the king, and then trade, and then the bishop retreats to g5, not getting in the way of the rooks. The pawn on d3 is soon to arrive on d2, and that's scary.
And I agree with you, because also if you keep the queens on the board, like white's got a knight, right? That knight jumps to h5 or e4. Suddenly you're looking at an attack against your own king, and that's a scary possibility to deal with. I wonder how much Arjun realizes that he's bungled it up. To me, the clock screams the answer to that is a big yes, he does.
He knows, and he does trade queens immediately. Not what we were expecting. Actually, we predicted this whole line. Attacking the white knight now, which we said probably drops back, although you can also go to the center. And Arjun, a pawn down with black. If we compare that to where we were earlier, when it was level material, and he had the attack, and he had the bishop pair.
And he had the clock advantage of almost 45 minutes at some point.
Yeah, it was huge. And it's all suddenly starting to disappear. Gukesh, he's the king of the turnarounds, it feels like.
Yeah, it's amazing how many bad positions he survived, right? And I think that is also a mark of a champion, you know. They say attack, offense wins you games, but it's really resourcefulness and defense that gets you those big points to win championships. I mean, so many games in this tournament itself against Fabi, even against Hikaru in incredibly difficult positions, he's turned it around. I mean, yesterday was, like you said it, turnaround of the year.
Yeah, we can all remember yesterday, but he's doing it again. And I would say that this is maybe of Arjun's own making. He didn't find bishop c7, and I guess rook f2 was a difficult spot. But yeah, Gukesh, he is showing us how resourceful he is, showing us that the fight's not out in him just yet. So the knight has to move, it has a choice, knight f1, knight to e4. So the con of going knight to e4 is that you do allow bishop to e3 check. That might be something that's not ideal. The knight can also jump to h5, but knight's on the edge, fall off the hedge. Not good. Knight f1 is my choice.
Yeah, it just feels like a knight on f1 and a rook on d1. It's like you shall not pass. And white is still a pawn up. I could see Gukesh winning this, you know. Like if Arjun doesn't find a way to just, I don't know, trade things back, win back the pawn, I could see him getting a bit frustrated. White will set up super defensively, but slowly start moving forward.
Yeah, I can also see that. You know, also Arjun not driving the king away from g1 as well, because that's very handy as a source of counterplay for black. You know, the king were in h1, you've got rook f2 ideas, rook f1 ideas at the right time.
I hear you guys, but I still think that Arjun has a lot of counterplay in this position. We're focusing on the d pawn. I think there are also ideas, especially if you go back with the knight, eventually to try to get the rook on f2. Now that there's no more knight e4, again, not sure which diagonal you put the bishop on, but let's say g5 to also control the d2 square. And suddenly rook laterally attacking all the pawns, maybe doubling up on the second rank as well eventually. You know, we're one move away from reaching that move 30 rule where the players can offer each other draws. And I will say, knowing these two, that's not going to happen. They're going to try to fight this out for the full 3-pointer in this one because it's an endgame for 3 results. And I was about to ask you, the balance, according to our rival Baryavanka, white upper pawn, black with that dangerous d3 pawn and rook infiltration ideas. Which side would you want to play this from?
Yeah, I think it's easier to play black, because it's a very straightforward plan, and I always have a motto, it's about pawn structure, it's about the quality, not the quantity, just making sure I got it in the right order. And the d3 pawn is such a great piece, you know, 2 squares from queening, the bishop supports it, it's going to tie down the white army, and the bishop on f4 is a very good piece, it's very flexible, it can even just kind of dance back to c7 to give a check on b6, drive the white king away. And black is very active. The rook and the knights are not really coordinating very well.
I pick white. I like being a pawn up.
Okay.
I haven't looked further.
Maybe you should.
I definitely should. And yeah, this one, very, very important for the standings, of course. But Fabiano, the bar is shooting through the roof on his board. And that is the top left, the blue board up there. The 2 women's boards looking very balanced. I'm going to say I'm shocked that Lei Tingjie didn't grab a pawn, a free pawn, what she could have done on the bottom left. But Fabi, maybe that's where we go, just to talk about his winning plan and why he has such a decisive advantage already. Quick backtrack, just to point out, he did play bishop c4. We left it there. The only winning move. And after a check, he found, again, the only winning move. He had to actually ignore the poisoned apple on h4, the free pawn there. If he'd gone back, there would have been a nasty rook check. This is not what white wants, of course. And if he had taken this pawn, it would have been a variation we showed a bit earlier, or at least something very similar, a check. But now the black king steps forward. And note how the white king has no escape squares. It's very hard to know exactly what to do with white. If you push a pawn, you might even find yourself in trouble. A check, and any check now is going to continue the drawing motif for black. The white king just cannot escape from the black rook. So Fabi had to just ignore it, go to h5. Now no more checks. The black pawn's advanced. And what do we think here? What's the winning plan?
And David, this line that you just pointed out, that Fabi could not have taken on h4 because of a key king move that Vachier had. But look at what he's played, right? Every pawn move has its own set of consequences. Now that the bishop has opened up and you don't have king f7, is this the moment where you can actually take h4 and say that bishop e7, I march up with my king to h5, rook g5 check, I march up with my king to h6, your king isn't coming forward to f7 because the bishop defends it, and I'm pushing my h-pawn next.
And checkmate coming as well. The black
and
king
rook takes
traps.
bishop coming as well.
Rook takes bishop coming. Instead, I think Fabi could have gone for this. He finds pawn to e4. That is a bit sadistic. He's just going to put his bishop on another outpost, potentially on d5. And he's just going to push his pawn, shovel it forward. The b-pawn winning, the h-pawn dropping. I don't think Vachier has any counterplay at all here.
He doesn't have too much time either, now ticking down to under 30 seconds. Okay, he got 10-second increment with that move. Rook to e1, attacking the e4 pawn, but as Dave is highlighting, the bishop can just step forward. And yep, it does. Everything is protected. And I loved your materialism.
It's still in the air. I mean, it can still happen. And then, you know, you get your king closer to the black king, Ivanka. So we might be seeing that. This looks like that e5 move has just made a monster of that bishop at the center. You know, no more king f7. You blocked your own bishop on the path.
Look at the clock as well. Vachier down under 20 seconds. He does get a 10-second increment, but that's not enough.
He's got to play bishop e7 to defend h4.
Yeah. Black bishop is so passive, though. The white bishop's so strong. The white rook, white king active.
How's this for an idea in checkmates? Rook b8, rook g8, rook g6.
Oof. Let's put it on the board while Fabi thinks. Let's keep an eye on Fabi's arm. If he makes a move, we'll jump in. But this is a check. This is a second check. If the black king comes forward now, this is a checkmate.
We've shown quite a few of these. I mean, that's been fun. So you'd have to go to the corner of the board after rook g8.
You have to run. And now white has a bunch of tempting moves. Maybe you go back to the center, among others. Maybe you can drop back with the white rook and bring your bishop round. Oh, computer doesn't like that one. But maybe there are other moves. Fabi, will he give checks or will he just push a pawn?
Well, comfortable position to be in. Can he also just walk in with the king?
Yes. Feels like everything leads to Rome here.
And by Rome, you mean a Fabi win?
Yeah, it feels that way. Fabi win. That is the way.
And that would be way good for Fabi as he rockets up the standings. He would just overtake Magnus and take the lead. And Magnus would then have to win a classical game if he wants to catch up.
Yeah, and they are still on a collision course, Fabiano and Magnus, in the penultimate round of the tournament. So that would be really exciting for the standings. Fabi does push his pawn forward. Before it's too late, Vachier needs to move.
Make a move. Is he going to bring his rook behind the pawn? He does go rook e3, attacking h3. Does Fabi have in mind what he's going to do next? Does he keep pushing and ignore that pawn?
He's going to play quickly.
Does it? He wants to queen. He wants to win on the clock.
Exactly. And that bishop on d5, so powerful. It just guards the b3 square. So Vachier doesn't have time to grab the pawn. He doesn't have time, full stop.
We made that move so calmly, so coolly, but with only 2 seconds. Fabi now 2 squares away from touchdown that pawn. Fabiano, he's calculated the end. The black rook can't get behind, as Ivanka said. The white bishop controls that square. And all those checks, those checkmating patterns we showed.
2.
Oh.
With 1 second on the clock this time. Vachier makes a move, but he's not going to survive this still. Rook b8, the pawn can move even further down the board.
Yep. White is spoiled for choice. You can go rook b8, you can go rook to f7 check. That b-pawn is going to be promoting.
Yeah, Fabi there just scratching his head. He knows he doesn't need to rush. The black bishop will most likely be able to give itself up for the white b-pawn, but then white just has an extra bishop. Black's h-pawn under lock and key. The white king so close, nearby. This is over. Fabi just needs 1 or 2 last accurate moves. So impressive, such dominating performance in this endgame. Vachier started off with a dead drawn endgame, but it looked like he had no chance after that.
And getting 3 points at this stage of the tournament is just massive.
It's gold.
For Fabi.
Absolute gold. It's the dream scenario. It's not how you start a tournament, it's almost always how you finish. If you're able to put together a string of victories in this time format and with this scoring system, you are going to be going back home with a smile on your face.
I think that's a great point, especially considering that Fabi started the tournament with a classical loss against Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces. And then here he is, 3 rounds remaining, on the brink of taking a very crucial tournament lead. Fabiano Caruana, as he's working out the details, how do the players remain so incredibly calm in these moments?
Yeah, it's tough, but Fabi, it's the experience. He's been there so many times before. I wonder, do we stay here for the last few seconds? Do we zoom out? Because crazy stuff's starting to happen. Vachier-Lagrave has blundered against Lei Ting-Jie. Let's keep half an eye on Fabi there. That's the top left board. But the red board at the bottom there, Lei Ting-Jie suddenly has a winning move. And it's all because Vachier-Lagrave has put her knight on a bad circuit. Ooh, do we jump in? Gukesh, in the meantime, doing the business against Arjun. Slightly better now.
And Fabi did make the decision on that top left board, gives a check, the b7 pawn rolling. Arjun Gukesh in a dangerous balance, I was about to say, but Gukesh once again getting the advantage there, doing those turnaround things. Wenjun, Kadem still in the balance. Should we go to Lei Ting-Jie quickly and have a look at that?
Let's have a look and find out what is the winning move.
Yeah, and we'll do this very quickly because Fabi might be about to win any second now. But I don't know if we keep him on the camera. Knight to c1 was Vachier-Lagrave's last move, hitting the white rook. And the winning move, the other moves are strong, but the winning move is a fork. You hit the rook, you hit the knight, and when your rook drops, now you take this rook and nothing to do against the advance of this pawn. The white bishop will come and support it. The white rook will just zoom behind, and this is decisive. Vachier-Lagrave is winning. Go back to Fabi, maybe.
Let's do it, because we might be in the very final moments as Fabi sets up that pawn advance to b8 to win the piece. The king will fight against that h4 passer. Wei might be resigning any moment now. I mean, this is completely busted. How do you fight?
He has 9 seconds to make that decision. Does he try to fight, or does he simply extend his hand in resignation? He makes some move.
I think he was reaching for a rook. He does it. He wants to get the rook back to f8, if not immediately queened by Fabiano.
Just to mention, Lei Ting-Jie did find the key move. That is the board on the right there in red. She did find that little transformation, getting the rooks off the board. It's the white A pawn that's going to win for Lei Ting-Jie. It's the white B pawn that's going to win for Fabiano. As he makes a new queen.
He does, which will be picked up, and Wei will be down a piece.
And we have handshake. Fabiano wins. He nets 3 points and moves to the top of the standings. We have a new tournament leader. Amazing game from Fabi there. Just pitch perfect. Didn't really put a foot wrong.
Such a controlled performance by Fabiano Caruana. This was in all stages of the game. The opening part coming up with great preparation. Middle game, you know, just knowing when to trade the pieces off and kept the pressure going, and flawless endgame play there.
Yeah, and Wei looking puzzled because he didn't make any blunders. He didn't make any obvious mistakes. Some small strategic things maybe, especially in the endgame, maybe not putting his rook on an active square. But yeah, Fabi just so smooth, so polished there, that performance. And in this one, Lei Ting-Jie, she found that bishop b2 move we saw earlier. The bishop now capturing a rook, and it's all about the a pawn. She just needs to push, and she should win.
So Ting-Jie winning in this one. Should we go back to the Gukesh-Arjun matchup? Both players under 4 minutes. High pressure there.
Yeah, things are turning around in every single game. So maybe we can quickly look at the bird's eye view and just give a quick assessment, because Zhu Wenjun is also making huge progress here against Sarah. There you can see in the bottom right. She's managed to untangle, and, well, it's the A pawn is going to decide.
Now, let's quickly jump into that one and just show Sarah Kadem with only one move. She doesn't have too much time on the clock, 4 minutes. She has to find queen back to a5, otherwise she is lost. Anything else, and the white bishop is going to come in, the white queen is going to come in. Tanya, you want to jump to another game?
Arjun just made a big blunder.
Okay, we've got to get there then.
Okay, we jump. And Arjun here, oh, what is he doing, allowing all these checks to the Black King? I'm not sure.
David, just backtrack one move. You'll see what I mean.
Okay.
Just the check before this.
Just the check before this. The Black King had to go up the board. He retreated. Gukesh led him off the hook here, Tanya. The White Knight coming forward would have been decisive. The Black King's actually really bad on the back rank, but he checked it forward again.
Is he playing for a draw here? Is he going to repeat?
He is going to repeat. Gukesh has a chance now. Knight jump into e5.
And Gukesh never repeats. He's going to find it. He's going to play knight e5.
Look at him.
His chair was shaking a moment ago.
Oh.
He feels it again.
And it's 2.5 minutes. We've seen it in the World Championship match. We've seen it in Norway Chess. Gukesh Tomaraju does not repeat. He doesn't take a draw by repetition. I will be shocked if he gave a check right now. 95. David, that's my prediction.
95. The computer points out knight takes bishop also strong. As I'm not saying that's the most natural, though. I don't think it's...
And he goes for it.
Oh.
It's game on.
It is game on, but this move also carries with it some risk because if it doesn't work out for Gukesh, the d-pawn is a killer.
Wow, that black d-pawn is very strong. But in the meantime, there's two threats. Knight takes rook is actually the lesser of the two threats. Rook up to f7, followed by a check on g8 was the key. He's now undermining the white knight. And only move now, blue arrow appears. Gukesh, in order to avoid a turnaround, needs to give a check with his rook. He needs to follow it up with another rook check. It's very forcing. He's got 2 minutes. He should find this.
Look at the way he's leaned in. Look at the way he's locked in right now. He can feel the chance, but he knows the pressure on the clock as well. Gukesh, he got his first win against Magnus yesterday. Can he get his first breakthrough against Arjun? Today's so close, but also so low on the clock.
Yeah, and that graph below the board, below the cameras, that graph tells the whole story. He was so much worse for so long, Gukesh, but now better, and he finds the best move. He finds a check. Oh, he repeats again, gaining 10 seconds on the clock. He needs to give a check, but bring his other rook into the game.
He just has to work it out.
He will fight this out till the end. I would be shocked if this ends in any repetition now or later. Gukesh just trying to figure this out, Jovanka.
Yeah, he's trying to work out. He does have a failsafe that the knight on e5 attacks the d3 pawn. So he can just swap off rooks and just eat that pawn.
Look at him. He just really wants to keep this game going.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have so much time, though, in the bank. He has just under 1.5 minutes to make a decision. And sometimes when the clock is ticking down, you just cannot calculate clearly. But Gukesh, he's the world champion for a reason. He is processing every move. He's just thinking again.
Look at him. He's so zoned into everything that's going on. It's incredible. He needs to give a rook check. He needs to give another rook check and then trade. First check on the board. Will he find rook to f7? That's the right move.
That is the right move. Although, as Jovanka pointed out, you can also trade rooks and then eliminate the black pawn. So there is a safety net here for Gukesh. He's not risking anything by playing on. He'll be 2 pawns up. So he's definitely not going to take a draw. If he brings his rook back, that'll be the 3rd time we see that position, and it will be a draw. He's got to trade off rooks. There we go.
He goes for that line, Jovanka. You pointed out he's going to be up 2 pawns from a dead lost position. Well, not a dead loss, but a much worse middle game. Arjun going for the counter offense, activates his rook, eyeing rook to d2, hitting that knight, which is a defender of that b2 pawn.
Still not easy technique here from Gukesh. Yes, he's 2 pawns up, but the bishop on b6 is super strong. The rook is going to slide over, attack the knight, and if that rook starts munching the queenside pawns, then it's probably not going to be sufficient to win.
I'm just amazed at the guts and the nerves, it takes to just continue playing with seconds on the clock when you know you're down by 3 minutes. And let's just say that it's only a 10-second increment, right? It's barely enough time, but now Gukesh risk-free, a game for 2 results, a4. If rook d2, he wants to just simply put rook to f3, defend that knight.
Nice defense. And just to update you on a set of results, Leiting J did win, as expected, against Vachier-Lagrave, picking up 3 points.
Look at this. Jacket off. Gukesh means business. He knows he's winning now. He just needs to close this out. He's under 1 minute. He has a bit of increment, though, and this could be another comeback win for the comeback kid here, Gukesh. Arjun, lacking pawns, lacking counterplay. I'm assuming that the black king has got to start motivating itself, activating itself here, but okay, he pushes a pawn first of all, and Gukesh needs to get his own king into the game.
Incredible scenes here. And for Arjun, it's been such a heartbreak, right? A fully controlled performance, being in driver's seat for the entire game, in that middle game, building that attack, sacrificing a pawn, and then it all just turning around, going into this endgame. And Gukesh, gloves are off, jackets are off. It's go time. The king coming up, the g-pawn will advance, a passer will be created. How does Arjun fight this?
Yeah.
King h2, king h3, g4, g5.
And it's certainly a day for the world champions. As we saw on the camera, Ju Wenjun is still fighting against Sara Kadem. Ju Wenjun looking like she is in business mode. She's a pawn up. She will be winning that game to notch her first classical victory.
And Arjun trying to get his king active. He's going to try and use the king to destabilize the white knights. That's the only source of counterplay. It can be intimidating, even when winning, to face a marching king like that. But Gukesh, he's had so many king walks this tournament already, and he surely should find a way to deal with it. Arjun, I must admit, I've seen him lose a lot of games, but I've never seen him lose after miscalculating so many things. He'll be kicking himself, but here he has to dig deep and defend.
And does Gukesh just take a pause from his plan on the right side of the board and stop that advance with either of these two pawn movings forward, controlling either the d5 square or the c4 square? He goes b4.
Yeah, but you know, he doesn't have time on his clock. And when you don't have time, you tend to make rash decisions. And here comes b4, awarded a question mark. It does look like a natural move. A bit harsh by the computer.
Yeah, I like the positional one, like the solidify this center here, pawn to c4, but b4, maybe the whole queenside will disappear. Arjun keeps marching his king forward. And Gukesh, can he close it out now? Big advantage, the bar shooting up on the green board out there. In the meantime, Ju Wenjun, still a lot of work to do, but maybe a blunder from Sara Kadem on the last move. On the red board we see on the right there, the bar shooting up, opposite color bishops again. And this time queen's off, but white has an A pawn marching.
Mm-hmm. And in comes the rook. Ju Wenjun is fabulous at in-game technique. And in she comes. Her plan is just simply to advance the A-pawn. The black king is stuck in a mating net. And there we can see we have an eye on both boards. So we can follow the progress. Gukesh, 31 seconds against Arjun Erigaisi. And Ju Wenjun, just under the minute. Stress all around.
Gukesh, he's got everything under control. He's bringing his knight round to fresher pastures. In the meantime, Ju Wenjun giving a check. The black king on the top, on the right board, the red board is just trapped. That is a problem.
Wow, and the knight is such a tricky piece, and that is our left board. Always watch out for those forks on e4. He right now reroutes it to win that 8-6 pawn, a key pawn in the position. But is he giving counterplay somewhere by giving up the c3 pawn? Does Arjun have a way to come back into this game? He reaches out, he brings back his rook to defend the pawn. Bishop takes pawn, a big threat right now.
That was Arjun's only move not to be lost immediately. We should mention Arjun finding counterplay. Gukesh's clock ticking down. It's still hard to call both games. There's still chances of a comeback for the black pieces.
8 seconds for Gukesh. Oh my goodness.
It's just about holding the nerve. And somehow Arjun is being tricky. He's trying to initiate a pawn race. There you see he's going after the A-pawn and just slowing Gukesh down on the king side. Nothing is easy now for Gukesh.
It isn't. You could pick up the c3 pawn, the a4 pawn, and the b pawn starts marching up the board. Another inaccuracy by the world champion, who simply wants to put his king on h5 and advance the g pawn up the board. That's the plan, but is it too slow?
He's going for it. I think we'll find out. White's plan is to march the king forward. You have to be consistent. There we go. One move away from creating two connected pass pawns. Arjun now, I'm really shocked he went away with his king. He needs to go back with his king. Only move to stay in this game. The blue arrow marks it. The computer says only way. He needs to eliminate the white c-pawn to create any counterplay at all.
I think he's about to do it. The hand movement, it looks like it's reaching out for the king, David, but you're our expert. What do you think?
His king did just come from there. It's an admission that he's lost a tempo, essentially. I think he has to find it by a process of elimination. He's got 3.5 minutes. He looks so tense. He's counting now the race.
It's tempting to push the b pawn as well up the board to b5, but that would be a big, big mistake. Arjun, he slows down. Every minute he spends thinking, every second he spends thinking gives extra time to Gukesh to work it out.
Yep. And Gukesh just 25 seconds. Arjun has to initiate the race. Oh, he slides his rook. He has a plan of just going bishop takes c3 and then initiating the pawn race. And as the computer highlights, rook f4. Gukesh finds it. Always so precise when no time on the clock.
And now
the white knight could have come back with some forking ideas there. Black would have been really poorly coordinated, and now the black bishop allowed back into the game. Gukesh making a mistake. A very natural move, I'm going to say, putting his pawn on a defended square, but missed opportunity, Tanya.
A series of only moves and a lot of misses, but this is what happens when there's pressure on the clock. Arjun now once again has to find the bishop's light, not only attacking the rook but defending his 8-6 pawn along the way. A huge missed opportunity for Gukesh, who could have brought the knight back to d4, could have threatened that check on b5 and then pushed his own g-pawn. But Arjun, will he find this? He's reaching out, he's about to make his move, and he does it. Bishop d2 on the board.
There were no other moves. The black king would have walked into forks, otherwise the black rook stuck where it is. And he finds the best move. The white rook's going to retreat or slide across, attacking that black bishop. But then the black king, sooner or later, will come. It's still a race, but Gukesh, no time on the clock. He's down at 12 seconds. The rook moves, the bishop attacks it, and now the white rook has to shift again. Where does it go? Big blunder from Arjun, apparently. Is the rook going to move up the board now?
Can you trade it? Can you go rook d6, get the rooks off the board? And he doesn't trade. He wants to keep the rooks on. Rook to d5 played.
Yeah.
But the c4 pawn, can you just snap that up with rook takes pawn?
Yeah, you can. And one thing that I was expecting is rook to d7 instead. Attack the b7 pawn, get rid of that one, and then just go for the h6 pawn. The black king is totally offside. But Arjun, he's not got so much time to figure out the best way to defend. He moves up with his king. He didn't capture on c4, perhaps afraid of rook coming to b5.
Now the white rook comes to b5 anyway, targeting the black b pawn. If that pawn drops, black is done. On the king side, black has just got no way to hold. He needs to promote that pawn later. His only source of counterplay is that b pawn. But now black is a bit stuck. Black has no active moves. And the question is, can white just continue? Can white take on h6? 2 pawns up for Gukesh.
He does it. Arjun needs to defend the b6 pawn with his bishop. He's going to fall back and then pick up the c4 pawn. It's a race, but it looks like it's going to be a slow one for the black pieces. That pawn on b6 far behind. Arjun, Gukesh even all he needs to do is stick to plan. He comes back though, wasting a tempo. Unnecessary, could have pushed the g-pawn.
It's just nerves, Tanya. It's so difficult to find the right moves when the clock is ticking down and you're on your final seconds. And now it is a complete race.
Yeah, Arjun here has a decision. Does he push the black b pawn? Does he move the black rook first of all? And he is allowing some awkward checks. I would definitely give a check. Okay, blue arrow shows it as well. Push the black king in front of its own pawn. There, you gain a bit of time for the race. The black king now really awkwardly placed.
And now push those pawns because black has to waste a tempo getting the bishop out of the way, getting the king out of the way before you can start pushing the b pawn. And eventually white can sacrifice the rook for the b pawn. The knight and the 2 pawns on the king side will get the job done.
Exactly. The king and the bishop, they need to untangle themselves. g4. The race has started.
Yeah, Arjun really missed a trick. Putting your bishop on the long diagonal is the best way to stop the white pawns. But now his bishop really struggling to get on that line. The black bishop is so clumsy, so awkward. He needs to solve that problem. But no time. How to do it? The white pawn's pushing forward. It's just so easy, Gukesh's moves. It's like autopilot, pre-move, push the g-pawn. Okay, stopped for now from Arjun. Good decision there. Good practical try. Tying up the white pawns to their knight, but the king moving out the way. It's Harry, the h-pawn, marching forward.
Yeah, h for success. Look at that. And the plan is so simple. Okay, so a check. In comes the king. Did you see the pieces shake? It's not easy to even make the moves when you just have seconds.
You can just block this check with your own knight and continue with that plan. He could also continue marching the king closer to the black rook. Not very difficult choices. I think both get the job done. Eventually the idea is clear. Black's bishop so stuck on a5. Arjun so incredibly slow with the b pawn. He goes back with the king. Arjun, of course, doesn't waste time to repeat. It's not going to be a repetition. And now Gukesh will switch it up. Either king to e6 or knight e7.
He wants to play knight e7. He just doesn't necessarily want to pin himself, but he's calculating. He was peering forward. Anytime Gukesh made that face, it means he spotted something. He just wants to verify it. Okay, he brings his king back instead, the safer of the options. Now the white pawn's moving. Black has to do something about the awkward placement of his bishop. The black rook alone will not fight this fight.
And the knight there on f5 just dominates this bishop. You know, the bishop really wants to be on d4, but it cannot get there. So Arjun just throws a few checks. You might as well look under attack.
What a crazy king journey Gukesh has had in this game, starting from the first rank, marching from H1 to H2, H3, G4, H5, all the way now across over to the queen side. Eventually, Arjun running out of checks. A check given by Gukesh. Eventually, he'll push the G pawn one step forward. H4 is guarded by the knight.
Where does the black king go? Does it keep its pawn intact? Does it slide across? Gukesh just wants to repeat the position. If that is played, he'll give another check with his rook, most likely. Arjun's wondering whether he can move the king out of the way and clear the path for the black pawn in this race.
Look at Gukesh's chair. He's tensed. I mean, he looks very calm and composed on the outside, but you can feel the pressure he's feeling right now.
Yeah, you certainly can. I mean, Arjun is just dreaming about being able to give up the bishop, and if the black rook wins the G and H pawn, it will be a draw.
I think Gukesh's hands are shaking right now. He knows he's so close to the win.
Imagine having a nerve-wracking day like this immediately after what happened yesterday. How are your nerves, Gukesh? We know they're strong, but can you beat Arjun for the first ever time in classical?
And a win is important to the standings. He would immediately jump into second place. And there we see the pawn start moving.
But Arjun's going to start activating his own bishop, trying to get it into the game. He starts with a check. The white king now has an option to get closer to the white pawns.
Arjun is playing very, very quickly. He does have just under 3 minutes on the clock to find the best defensive resources. Because you can see there is still some hope left. King slides over. And now the question for Arjun is how can he maximize his drawing chances here? Throw in a few more checks, but the white king is being driven to where it wants to go.
Well, Arjun knows his best friend is Gukesh's clock. He needs to make sure that Gukesh doesn't get enough time to settle his nerves, to get into calculation. So he's keeping the moves going, but now he's run out of checks. What's next for black?
Big question. Arjun in huge trouble now. Is he going to try and pin the white knight, slide his rook across one square? He's just been too slow with the race. The black B pawn has taken an eternity to mobilize. He never got it going, and he's going to be punished for it. White's pawn's now 3 squares from touchdown.
And it's looking like the world champion is well on his way to winning. And it was a win for women's world champion Ju Wenjun against Sarah Kadam.
So getting that first classical win in. So that's awesome. That just means the field is once again wide open with Wenjun getting the 3-point victory and Anna winning in the Armageddon.
It started off really quietly, 2 Armageddons, but it sure did liven up. And suddenly we've had a radical day of action. And rook comes over to F1. And Gukesh just has to make sure that he advances the pawns in such a way that the black bishop isn't able to give itself up for the 2 pawns.
And that's going to be tough to achieve, right? With the knight and the king assisting those 2 pawns. That's the dream, but black will not be able to get that on the board. I mean, how do you even continue this? Just H5, H6 coming next. The moves just flow for white.
Yeah, that was the clincher, I think, rook F1, just defending his knight, not allowing any pins from behind. Yes, the black bishop's on the long diagonal, but, I mean, black here needs 5-6 moves to promote this pawn. You need to push and defend it. The white pawns are going to be so much quicker. First, he gives a check. Gukesh, is he now going to try and trade off the rooks? That's the only explanation I can come up with for that last check. He does. He offers a rook trade. The white pawns are going to win it yet again. Just like yesterday, he's going to use his knight to stop an opponent's passed pawn. This forces the rook trade. This might just force the win for Gukesh. He's calculated everything here.
What a beast he is when it comes to these calculations. And I think Arjun might be resigning any moment. The knight super close to the B pawn. Nothing's going to stop the H and the G pawn assisting each other. Gukesh just putting the finishing touches to this. I mean, the way he defended with that knight, maneuvering it against Magnus, getting it to the right spot. He knows it, and look at that. You can just tell. That is a Gukesh tell that he knows he's calculated this his way through, planting the knight on C4.
Exactly.
And look at the queen in his hand. He's got a queen in his hand right now, ready to promote. He's even stretching his fingers. He's getting those twitches now. He knows he's about to win any second. Arjun, this is it. He played too quickly earlier, made so many mistakes. The black king's coming around to disturb the white knight, but it just takes too long. The white knight otherwise would have sat on C4 to block the pawn. It sits there anyway, gaining a tempo against the bishop. This is it. Last few moves.
You can even just go G7, win that bishop, and the H pawn will be unstoppable. You could even start with H5 in this position. Happy choices for Gukesh, who's about to score his first win against a player who he's had 6 classical losses against.
And there you go. He wins the bishop, and now it's just a question of advancing the h-pawn. And wow, look at this. Gukesh precise, and we have resignation, and Gukesh does it. He beats Arjun Erigaisi, nets 3 points. What a game. It had the thrills, the spills, the adventure, the shocks, the twists. It had absolutely everything.
Sounds like every single day that Gukesh has had at Norway Chess. I mean, this has been incredible to watch. And what a tournament it has been for the world champion. The crown was heavy, but it fits right in. He takes down Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, and Arjun Erigaisi. That is the top 4 rated players in the world.
Yeah, he's just on a roll. And wow. That was such a game. We are going to catch our breaths. We are going to top up our drinks. And then we're going to come back in a few minutes and just break down exactly what happened in such an eventful day at Norway Chess. We are back, and in the end, day 7 turned out to be a whirlwind of action. Decisive results everywhere. Well, we just saw world champion Gukesh defeat his countrymate Arjun Erigaisi, but there was another world champion in the mix. Ju Wenjun takes down Sara Kadem in her first classical victory of the event. And David, I'm going to ask you to break down exactly what happened there.
Now, I just want to show a couple of critical moments towards the end of that game. Ju Wenjun had been working her magic in an opposite colour bishop endgame, with queens as well, with rooks in the mix as well. But the black bishop, which we were talking about as a strong piece earlier, turned out to be quite inefficient on this square, not really hitting anything, while the white a-pawn became the key, the star of the position. Here, the blue arrow appears. Sara Kadem, she needed to retreat her queen to a5 to defend this pawn across the board, maybe keeping the balance, but here she jumped in with her queen, and some nice moves here from Ju Wenjun. First, she moved in with her bishop. Impossible to defend this pawn, because if you push your pawn forward, there is a nasty doubler check, the black king becoming vulnerable on the second rank. Instead, she allowed that pawn to drop. This was her idea, Sara Kadem, hitting the white rook, looking for counterplay. After an exchange, after a check, now she offered the exchange. The queens came off the board, and this endgame turned out to be winning. I just want to highlight a few moves down the line as well. In this position, Sara Kadem in big trouble already. Maybe could have moved her bishop to this square to keep an eye on the white a-pawn. Instead, blundered a second pawn, now allowing a double attack, hitting the bishop, hitting the d-pawn. And here, 2 pawns up, Ju Wenjun went on to convert very smoothly. This was the final position, king to h3. White here winning due to the idea of the bishop coming to block the black rook and then marching the a-pawn forward.
Yeah, it was a big game that had a big impact on the standings. So let's hear from Ju Wenjun as she caught up with one of our reporters.
You managed to get the ball into the goal today and you score your first full win. How happy are you right now?
Well, I was still feeling like very exciting because the game was totally complicated.
You're now also in the lead in the tournament. That's how much the 3 points actually mean in this table. How do you feel before the last 3 rounds?
Well, still there are many rounds, and I was 2 blacks with 1 white, so we will see.
But you're happy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 3 points and no Armageddon. That's perfect.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
She's happy because this is the standings after that game. And there you can see she has risen to the top of the table. She is now in the lead with 11.5 points. But it is a very narrow one as Anna Muzichuk is there on 11 points. And let's not forget Humpy Kineru on 10.5 points. And Lei Ting-jae, with her victory, she moves over to 9 points. It's still really tight, Tanya.
Ju Wenjun delivering when it matters the most. She started the tournament with a loss in the first round, and she's had 7 back-to-back wins, 6 back-to-back wins since then. And getting that classical 3-pointer today, just when it matters. With only 3 rounds to go, Yamanka, I think this is exactly what Wenjun needed. She knew that Sara is an opponent who has been struggling in the tournament, who's got that target on her, and she went all out and delivered.
She certainly went all out. She took the risks, and it was rewarded. So let's remind ourselves of the results of today. It was a decisive day, perhaps one of the most decisive days yet, because check this out. 4 classical victories, 2 Armageddons. We lost out in our Armageddon predictions. I'm going to say that much. None of us
got it right.
Yes, exactly. But wow, I mean, Gukesh winning, Fabiano winning, Ju Wenjun, Lei Ting-jae. It's just setting up nicely for the final finish.
A white day, 4 wins in the classical for the players with the white pieces. Who would have expected that? When we were making our predictions, it looked like 6 level games. Maybe the Arjun game, if anything, Arjun had the advantage, but turnarounds, sudden endgame masterclasses. Very impressive day. High quality of chess today.
Yeah, and someone who played incredibly high quality chess was Fabiano Caruana. He took down the birthday boy, Wei Yi, and let's hear what he thought about his game.
So lead, Fabi. That was quite an impressive display you put on today.
Yeah, it was a bit unexpected because I think the position was heading towards a draw. And I just think that he chose the wrong mode of defense in the endgame. He wanted to place his rook actively, but I don't think it was correct. After that, it became unpleasant, surprisingly quickly. And I I think that also, once you're in a worse position with this time control, it really, really sucks.
If we were to just go back and look at all the games together, I mean, it seems like a very deserved lead you had. You're playing excellent chess. Are you happy with your chess form right now?
Yeah, after the first game, I think every game I played had a lot of bright moments. Even missing the win against Magnus and against Gukesh, I still think those games were overall quite good.
Well, we look forward to seeing the finish then. Thank you, Fabi.
Thank you.
Hikaru winning, Gukesh winning. Let's have a look at how that impacted the standings. And you can see there's been a shake-up at the top, quite a significant one.
Huge. I mean, I just want to point out Fabi and Vengeance with a similar narrative, both going down in their first round, you know, in surprising, shocking ways there, but have been unstoppable, showing consistent chess, as Fabi pointed out, even in his Armageddon losses, the classical rounds in that, especially against Magnus, he was the one with the upper hand. He's got all the reasons to be feeling confident. We started the day feeling that everyone's got this cautious, cagey approach today, you know, after all the madness of yesterday. With all the 3-pointers, 4 decisive results today. It's been crazy, but the biggest shake-up, you know, Gukesh, until day before, he was at number 6. He was at the bottom of the board with 2 back-to-back victories. He's speed-running the elite one by one. Let's just point out one more time. Taking down Hikaru, Fabi, Magnus, and today Arjun, the top 4 takedown by Gukesh. What a story of redemption after the first 2 losses that he had.
And David, I just wanted to ask you, looking at this cross table, who's feeling the heat?
Oof, I think all of them. But I just want to point out, looking to the future, Fabiano, he's in first place, but 2 of his last 3 games are against Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen. It was actually the same in the women's. Zhu Wenjun in first place, 2 of her last 3 games against the players in second and third, Anna Muzychuk and Humpy. So they're all going to have a direct impact on each other's fate. They all still hold their fate in their own hands, and yeah, we're going to see some risk-taking in the last 3 days, that's for sure.
I think we're really set up for an incredible final here at Norway Chess. I mean, the field is wide open. I'm thinking about last year and how Magnus and Vengeance just seemed to be running away with the whole thing. You know, they just seemed unstoppable, uncatchable. That's not the story this year.
No, it certainly isn't. We are certainly being set up for a beautiful finish. So let's have a look at what round 8 has entailed for us. And as always, look at this, guys. I mean, we are looking at some big matches. Arjun Eric Geisy, white pieces against Fabiano. And then we have Gukesh with the black pieces against Hikaru. What other matches kind of cool to you?
Wow, this is going to be a big one. Even if we go into the Norway Chess women, you know, it's Vachier-Lagrave versus Vengeance, the tournament leader taking on Vachier-Lagrave, who suffered a loss today against Lei Tingzhe. But she's a fighter. Can she stop the world champion Vengeance? A big favorite in that one. Humpy and Anna Muzychuk right behind there in the mix. Big matches. Humpy's playing against Sarah. She's going to try to get that 3-pointer if she can. Sarah still struggling with form. You know, I see the Norway Chess bracket on top with our 3 boards, David, and it feels like a fight between 3 players who are struggling a little bit in the last couple of rounds versus 3 who are in form. You know, you've got Fabi, beast mode against Arjun, who's had a shaky day today. Magnus wins today against Hikaru, playing against a shaky Wei, who lost today, and Gukesh against Hikaru. Hikaru with 5 back-to-back losses.
Yeah, I have a feeling Hikaru will want Armageddon against Gukesh. Gukesh has been such a beast in the classical. We all talk about his classical skills. Hikaru didn't have so much of a fight today in the classical. Will have some extra energy. Maybe he'll want a longer day, Armageddon included. But yeah, definitely a tale of kind of top versus bottom at the moment.
Yeah, and do you think the nerves will start jangling, especially as we enter the final straight? Because there's so much on the line.
I've been jangling since day one. That's the thing. Every player looks nervous and
I mean, what about nerves?
Very human.
Tables were jangling yesterday. Everything's happening at Norway Chess.
Absolutely everything is happening in Norway Chess. Today, we had 4 decisive games. Who knows what will be happening tomorrow? Tanya, David, thank you for your company, for your insights, for all your expert analysis. And I'd like to give a big thank you from all of us here in the studio to you at home for joining in on this, quite frankly, wild ride. And join us tomorrow, because who knows what twists, turns, excitement we have in store for you. So see you, same time, same place. Goodbye.